Hello everyone, so we are going to start. So some people should be in the transport, so we should have at least more than 100 people, 160 people coming to the meeting, but we are very sorry that they are not arrived yet. So I am very happy to have you here on board today. So that event has been organized by SNS Ops EXO Networld Europe. So I would like to thank Matteo Mole from EXO, Fabio Martinelli from EXO, Rui Aguiar from Network Europe, and Emmanuel Dotaro, Thales SNS Ops for the organization. So the main objective of that event will be to allow community, both community digital infrastructure and services, in particular telecommunication and cybersecurity, to build the first step of a common roadmap for the agenda of European research, both in cybersecurity, smart network services, and 6G. So just before we start, I would like to make a quick introduction of what is the PTCC. So I am Roderick Germany, so I am the deputy head of that program. So that program is, we can see that there is two main objects in that program. The first one is cybersecurity research project. It's a 65 million budget, 72 months project. That project is managing by CEA, CNRS, and INRIA. So the main target is to help academia to build together and to answer to 10 main challenges. So one is on regulation, you have on computation security in the cloud, you have in the security of protocol, on supervision of the cyber security, analysis of malware, security of embedded system. So there is 10 projects going on in the cyber security research program. And the second one is based here, what we call transfer program at the cyber campus. So it's a 40 million budget, 60 months. So that program is operated by INRIA on behalf of the entire academic community. So in that program, there is let's say 4 objects. We continue in the same way than the first research program to build a collaboration on research program with our ecosystem. And there is another one is more than transfer. That means that we try to transfer all the best of the art of the academic to the companies, to the enterprise. We have also as an objective to build a startup community in cybersecurity. So we have an entrepreneurship. We have an entrepreneurship. Someone is doing. Someone in the program is working on that. And the last one is much more about to build community services. That means we have a Fab Lab. And that Fab Lab will help the industry that is in the campus to work on proof of concept and to try to develop their project in a lab cyber. So today I come back here in the program. We will have. Before introducing by Thomas Orazio, who is part of the DG, we will have many presentations in the morning, institutional presentation from EXO, from Network Europe, Networld Europe, ENISA, and SRIA. And in the afternoon, we'll have technical discussion with four round table, one on security, architecture, and distribution in 6G. Second one in secure AI and for secure 6G. And after, we will have one on crypto-based technology application in 6G. And the last one on sharing security, knowledge, and deployment. And we'll end that session with Emmanuel Dotaro who propose both communities to discuss on how they can share their information and to build the future of the network infrastructure. So I would like to give Orazio. So Orazio is part of the France 6G. So you will present us what is that program exactly.
Okay, great. Thanks. So, good morning, everybody. My name is Thomas Orazio, and I work at the Ministry of Economy, helping coordinating the national French strategy on 5G and future of networks. So I first like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to present this strategy to you today. To give you a bit of context, this strategy is part of the France 2030 plan that aims to invest 54 billion euros in strategic sectors in France to boost innovation, develop our sovereignty, and create employment. So, the strategy on 5G, 6G, and future network was launched in 2021 by the Ministry of Economy. It aims to leverage up to 1.7 billion euros in total investment by investing 525 million euros by 2025. The main objectives are to strengthen our sovereignty and support the development of a national ecosystem by encouraging innovation and economic development. In order to achieve these ambitions, the strategy is divided in 4 pillars. So first pillar is demand. The aim is to support the deployment of 5G innovative use cases for the benefit of local communities and industry. Second pillar is supply. The objective here is to support the development of sovereign and innovative solutions for telecom networks. Third pillar is R&D. Our aim here is to consolidate research and development, both public and private, resources for 6G and future network technologies. And last but not least, training. Our ambition here is to strengthen training programs in order to provide the right skills for 5G deployment and attract foreign talents to France. So since 2021, a fairly large amount of actions have been undertaken, as you can see on this slide. So to give you some example, we supported the development of 21 experimental platforms to help develop 5G industrial and local community use cases. We also are trying to foster French-German collaboration on 5G private networks through a common call for projects that led to the support of 8 projects and 27 companies, both French and German. We are also supporting our national companies and encouraging collaboration amongst big groups and SMEs to develop innovative and sovereign 5G solutions as well as 6G technical bricks through a call for projects. We also have another call for projects open to help develop training courses for network skills. These are some examples of what we've been doing. So to give you some examples of some industrial projects that we have funded, and to give you also a view a bit of industrial actors we have in France, here is some quick examples. So for example, we have a project called SimpleRAN, which is led by Amarisoft, a French company that has an innovative solution for virtual RAN, and NW2S, a French company that is producing radio units. In this project called SimpleRAN, the aim is to develop a new type of RAN and backhauling. Another example could be 6Wind, a project led by Spectronite, an innovative French company that has an innovative solution for backhauling, NW2S, as I already mentioned, and Alsatis, a French integrator for 5G solutions. They are working on deploying a O-RAN solution, 5G solution in areas not covered by cellular networks. We are also working on hardware, for example, with the Piranha 3 project that is led by Calray, a French company that does innovative processors. Here, the project aims is to develop industrial validation and promotion of accelerated solution dedicated to 5G Edge. We also have private 5G networks, for example, with the project Geo 5G, led by Firecell, a French company that is developing 5G private networks. And the aim of the project is to operate 5G private networks to operate an innovative, highly precise indoor system of location to detect objects in a scientist's factory. More to the point for today, France is determined to play a role in the 6G race, and as such, we have launched a series of actions. We are currently supporting our national actors to develop innovative 6G technological bricks, thanks to a currently ongoing call for project that will end in November 24. We have also launched in July 23 a national priority research program of 50 million euros to support public research on 6G. I'll come back on that later. At the same time, we also have launched a project called FrameXJ, which aims to create value out of public IP, as well as bringing this IP to standardization. To coordinate and federate all these actions, we have also announced in July 23 the France 6G platform to federate national activities on 6G. So very briefly, I would like to focus very quickly on the National Priority Research Program, which is directed by CEA, CNRS, and EMT. 9 targeted projects are already being supported. These projects are divided in 4 main topics: agile network architecture, interoperability of heterogeneous system, signal processing algorithm, and advanced and intelligent hardware. A call for project has also been launched recently, aimed at supporting projects along 3 axes. First axis is network architectures and infrastructures, network cloud sensing convergence. Second axis is photonic systems for telecom. And the third axis, which is a very key point for the government, is working on the social impacts of 5G technologies from their conception to their reception by the general public. The aim here is to make sure that the future development on telecom networks answer the need of the general public. More about France 6G. France 6G will be an interface. France 6G will be an interface which will connect national 6G stakeholders to ensure national and regional collaboration. It is led by Institut Mintelecom, and BCom, an innovative center, will contribute on several key actions. The aim is for France 6G to enable French leadership on 6G European initiatives and to standardization process under a unique banner. EMT, so Institut Mintelecom, is a public higher education, research and innovation institution working under the tutelage of the Ministry of Economy. As you can see on this slide, it is an important actor on both training and creating economic value, with 1,100 professors and researchers, 9,000 industry partnerships, and 70 startups created per year. EMT will be managing the France 6G platform. More precisely, that means working on impacts in 6G standardization, increasing the French 6G research visibility, enabling synergies and collaboration with other 6G initiatives, so European Union, of course, member states, but also international, facilitating exchange and dialogue on environmental and societal acceptability of 6G. To be clear here, this is also a very strong topic for the French government, reducing the environmental impacts of telecom networks, and also, as said earlier, making sure it answers the needs of the general public. France 6G will also be following EU regulation on digital sovereignty, so that includes cybersecurity, and providing recommendations. So I hope I gave you a little tour of what we are doing right now in our strategy, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you very much for your attention.
Is there any question for Thomas?
Thanks for the presentation. So maybe a tricky question to start with. You presented the initiatives in terms of future networks we're in charge of, but what about the coordination between the other PE actions from France 2030, like cybersecurity, like cloud, like AI and everything?
So thank you very much for the question. So the main answer I think will be in terms of coordination. So first off, I work at the Ministry of Economy. In the Ministry of Economy, we have colleagues working on all of the topics of digital economy. So that is cloud, that is cybersecurity, that is AI, blockchain, quantum, all of it. All that you can think of, we are working on it. And we know each other. So that's very important. We also work a lot with our other colleagues in other ministries. We are very into making sure that we have a coordinated position on the interministerial level. And the structure of France 2030 is also designed to create synergies with all the different strategies through a committee that includes all the coordinators of all the different strategies working. So we have a national strategy also on AI, on cybersecurity, on cloud, all the different topics I mentioned earlier. We have a national strategy. And all these coordinators are meeting once a month to discuss topics and make sure that we have a coordinated view of what is going on. Regarding cybersecurity and networks, which is the main focus today, the call for project that we currently have ongoing also has a very strong, is looking and calling for projects that have a very strong sovereign and cybersecurity aspect. So we are trying to push also actors to telecom actors to also push the cybersecurity brick in their solutions.
Hello, good morning. I'm Arbouali from INRIA. Thank you for the presentation. My question is related to how much your projects and that you support and fund support the initiatives of open source platforms for enhancing collaboration and make people work together, especially on standardization and mutualizing effort, and make also to facilitate the collaboration between companies, between themselves, but also with the academic research forces. How much do you support this open source strategy?
Thank you very much for your question. So, to answer it, sorry, I might forget a bit about the open source part, but we have lots of different axes to support collaboration between our national ecosystem. So one of them is, for example, with the different corporate projects we have, there is a financial incentive for collaboration. So if you have a collaborative project, then you will get more public money, basically. So that's one axis we have. We also really strongly work at interministerial level, and especially at the Ministry of Economy, to have every actor of the ecosystem talk together. So also our aim is to make sure that we have a view on what is going on in the ecosystem, and if we hear about, we are very strongly focused on helping different actors meet each other as well. Another way of doing it is also through, and this is what will be done with France CG, is this national platform that will then really work on making sure we have synergies at 6G level, create hopefully 6G positions that we can then bring to standardization bodies. I hope this answers your question.
No more question? Thanks, Thomas.
Thank you very much for your attention. Have a nice day.
So now we are going to have a global view of the policy landscape of Europe from Matteo Mole, EXO. Should I take this one? Oh yeah. Yeah, that's me. So good morning, everyone. My name is Matteo Mole. I've been joining recently EXO. It was not long ago, and so I thank you, Roberto, and the rest of the team for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm really glad to be here because you might not know, but I don't have a technical background, even though I've been working in this industry for the last 6 years, working with a lot of engineers. And I really feel that these type of initiatives are needed because, as the title says, we're looking for common paths and cardinal points to bring together the same understanding. And trust me, in policy, it's very much needed. I would even say that sometimes people don't agree on the lexic. And I had the privilege to see people talking for hours sometimes, not meaning the same thing in IT. So I like to be a sort of a bridge between these worlds, and I think that's more or less also the spirits of EXO, our organization. We try to bring together several ecosystems, policymakers, experts, academia, and the market as well. So I think today what is interesting is to build a mutual understanding. Okay, we have some time, but it's good to start early, right? But a mutual understanding between two communities that, even though they're being kind of technical, they've been separated, at least it looks like, which is the 6G and cybersecurity. And looking at the agenda, I think this is the right direction and also the right time. I could think about a number of pieces of law that came into force and everyone was, especially in industry, was a bit surprised. But it's good to have this conversation early. Also, the European Union and the way it works could be quite slow, as you can imagine. And when I was in the industry, I remember sometime we had to update our PowerPoint presentations every few months because the product changed, because it doesn't update. You can imagine a few months versus the trialogue process in Brussels or how this conversation goes. So, you know, it can take some time, but it can be fun. So I never met someone that knows everything about policy. So today I will just give you a general overview, but feel free to react. I will look forward to talk to you later on. And I think, again, no one knows the truth about this or how this will go. So it's good to be together here. And again, taking a bit the machine of the law that is a bit slow, taking it in advance can help us provide some finding to the right stakeholders. Now, first of all, there's the strategy. So it's difficult to pinpoint the story, how it started, but the strategy, the cybersecurity strategy of the EU is somehow overarching the rest of the policies. And you see some common themes here. I'm sure you're familiar with how things work in Brussels, but you know, there's a lot of attention to SMEs because they're the backbone of the European economy, on supply chain, on investment, skills, or whatever, the gap of skills, or anyway, the talent gap. Development of European defense mechanism, but also a lot of attention on standards. Some people say that Europe regulates and the other region of the world create the technologies, but that's another story. So the strategy in essence can be summarized with resiliency, technological sovereignty, operational capacity, and cooperation. Now this can evolve, of course, but this is a common ground where the EU build the rest of the policies. As you might know, well, the presidency of the EU changes every 6 months, so this needs to be taken into account as well. As of 1st of January, there is the Belgian presidency who took office, and some of the priorities were active protection, cyber solidarity, and EU cyber policy review. So these, again, as is in the space of 6 months, because you have a different presidency all the time, but
you can read from these lines that the Belgian presidency will push for the Cyber Solidarity Act to be approved, and also there will be a review of the EU's overall cyber policy because there are elections in June, so you don't know where the wind blows at the point. So let me go to the next slide. The current administration or the current legislation of the EU has been quite active, we could say, in terms of cybersecurity, and rightly so. Also, there are many topics that have been pushed toward the end of the line, and they hit deadlines at the end of 2023. So together with the policy task force, we tried to put together some of the key policies that could have a relevancy for 6G topic. And I identified here 3 on the top: Cyber Resilience Act, AI Act, and the NIS2 directive, well, the MISA 2, plus other. Just I wanted to say that it's a complex ecosystem. One of the words you will hear the most if you spend some time in Brussels is legislative interplay, right? Many of these laws maybe start with something in mind, but then they touch other things, and then at the end you try to coordinate all together. And one of the work we do at EXO often is to try to help the market implement this type of policies, and then so we have to do a lot of understanding the interplay within regulation. So one where we focused a lot is the Cyber Resilience Act, and according to some expert, this could be the equivalent for cybersecurity of GDPR. It's really a big deal. I've been also focusing on it in the last few months, and it really touches a lot of areas because it focuses on product security. So in essence, with some exception, most of products with digital component can fall under Cyber Resilience Act. And obviously, when that happens, you as a vendor need to comply with some, with the regulation, but also do some assessment and so on. So this is very important also from a 6G perspective, in our opinion, because all the 6G infrastructure will definitely have something to do with the CRA, and especially when it comes to certification requirement and the standards that we're spending a lot of time at EXO looking at. So this could definitely be a central piece of legislation where there's been a lot of attention recently, also because at the end of 2023, a provisional agreement was reached. You can find the latest text in the Council of the EU website, or you can find other version if you search in Brussels. Sometimes there are legends that you can go at the Grand Place and maybe you can find some copies of hidden text. So there will be a vote. There was supposed to be yesterday, but we don't have any news about it yet. But basically, we're waiting for the Parliament to vote on the text. But more or less, this has been agreed. So this is coming to force, and this is going to be really, really very impactful. Next is the AI Act. So basically, the ambition here is to have rules for the development and placement of the market with a risk-based approach of AI system, with a special attention on making sure that these AI systems are safe, the investment is clear, and that there's enforcement of EU values and fundamental rights. This was also a very big piece of legislation. There was an agreement before the end of the year, but it was a political agreement, right? So the text has not been finalized, so there will be a lot of things to be clarified. That's where we at EXO get excited about, because we need to understand how it's going to be rolled out. And so there are a few votes that still needs to come out, but obviously these have implication for 6G, might have implication in the future, because of the reliance of 6G on AI. And also, as a consequence, the accountability of this AI system needs to be vetted by regulation like the AI Act, which is, by the way, a first in the world. So it's quite a pioneer piece of law. Another one to keep an eye on from a legislative perspective is the NIS2 directive. So in essence, NIS2 directive is not needs to be transposed at national level, so it's not applied immediately, but the member state has until October 2024 to apply this transposition of the law. And NIS2 directive, it's already known, less by the industry, but it's already known, and it will have an impact on 6G because it targets really what is called critical or essential entities, and basically service provider will definitely need to deal with this. And the intention is good, right? Is to expand the scope of the previous directive and try to enhance the collaboration of information sharing, also enhance in general the security posture of these critical entities. So as I said, these two to us were the three key policies we could think of that could have quite an impact on 6G. We also added some others, but as I said, regulation in Brussels is sometimes horizontal and vertical, and you need to understand where did they combine. Obviously, the Cybersecurity Act from 2018 is also very important because it enhanced the mandate of the ENISA, but also work on the EU certification schemes on cloud and the 5G toolbox. So we could also consider that something similar could be done for 6G when the time comes. And also the Cyber Solidarity Act is something that it's not, it will, dialogue negotiations are ongoing, but it's also another piece of law that will probably make the headlines this year. And well, cybersecurity for EU entities in that act are other pieces of law that will have implication for 6G. Obviously, this selection we made, but as I say, this is not written in stone. We're really mainly from a policy landscape launching the debate. We're happy to see where this could go. How also our stakeholders could be advised of where the 6G could have an impact. Would the 6G need a specific legislation? That's also something that could be considered, and it's on the table. So, by the way, I wanted to say these pieces of law are important because if we look at GDPR, for the good or for the bad, sometimes these pieces of law risk of becoming standards in other regions of the world, and it's called Brussels effect, which is not beer related, but it's really about creating new standards. I wish it was beer though. And looking in the line of this Brussels effect, we tried also to brainstorm what would be some of the policy-related challenges related to 6G. And obviously, well, you're the expert, you know more than us. But in essence, 6G will most probably enlarge the surface attack with IoT devices spreading all over, with a lot of data being processed and moved around the world. Supply chain security will definitely be an issue, right? Because there will be hardware components also make part of this 6G infrastructure. And we also highlight the risk of cross-slice attacks due to the nature itself of 6G. And to some of this problem, there is already some legislation existing, right? As I mentioned, the CRA is going to be a massive milestone for European cybersecurity policies. But we highlighted in particular with regard network slicing some areas where maybe some legislation could be of use. Maybe there's a gap there. Maybe this type of technologies is supposed to solve problems, but if not well implemented, could create more problems. So these are things where maybe the legislator might think of creating something new or possibly update the existing regulation. So as you can see, it's not black and white, the policy landscape. But as I said, I think the timing is right. We're not at the edge of implementing any regulation on 6G, so there's really, this is the time where the stakeholders are eager to listen from the expert. And the interplay of existing legislation is very important. and dialogue and understanding between these communities, different, even starting from cybersecurity and 6G, but then going beyond to policymaker is very important. Again, as a non-technical person, I've seen sometimes people not understanding each other for hours, and that's a bit disappointing. These are also our conclusion. Some of the 6G needs will be unique, so you will need a specific regulation, but some other regulation is already addressing it. Legislation tend to be a bit rigid, right? But you want for this type of technologies that evolve very fast, something that is flexible enough to embrace the future, be able to be upgraded, but at the same time, yeah, we're not in the common law, right? In the EU, we want to make pieces of law that are applicable and are enforced from day one. And then, of course, international collaboration in this type of topics is crucial, because we're obviously this type of technologies and wireless network is not stopping at the, well, at the border, but not even at the border of a country. So this was a bit of a general overview. I really look forward to talk to you. In case you would like to hear more or deep dive on some of these policies, we have a dedicated person at EXO that is having monthly calls. But it's also me, of course, feel free to reach out to me. I have fun with a lot of topics regarding implementation of policies, so looking forward to your reactions. And if you have any question.
Thanks, Matteo. Any question for Matteo? No, not sure. Oh, yes. Another one. Oh, maybe you have a... Is there any... Yes, take that one.
I have a question about the speed at which all these regulation will go on. So on one side you have the industry. There are some standards emerging about cybersecurity, like in automotive, where we could read that from 1st of July, new car manufacturers will have to comply with this standard. So this is quite fast. And do you have, do you take, I assume you are discussing with these industries, and you take also a lesson from experienced industries like aeronautics on safety. You can inspire from what has been done in these industries. So what is the speed at which you expect to have these regulated, well-defined standards for 6G cybersecurity? And do you have phases, milestones with priorities in the list of objectives you displayed? What are the highest priorities objective for the possible phases you have in your plans? I hope my question was clear enough.
Well, yeah, I suppose as EXO, we cooperate a lot with the ecosystem of bodies that work on standards, being those EU stakeholders, but also at Sense and Select and other bodies that really work on the standards. And my 2 cents is that the timing is low depending on the regulator, of course. Normally you have a legislation, and then that legislation to work needs standards. Sometimes regulators want to push the legislation and standards are not ready. So that's something we've seen with CRA. But the bodies that work on the standards, in my experience, are very efficient, and they involve industry experts. Also at EXO, as I said, I don't have a technical background, but I've been interacting a lot with experts on standards on cybersecurity, and yeah, I learned more than the university in a few weeks. Now, I think we need to follow the regulator. That's a bit where we're bind there. What I also, this again, my 2 cents is that the legislator in the EU is very, pay a lot of attention of this speed. So if you see at the AI Act, EU has been very fast. We can argue what is in the AI Act, but they're understanding they need to move fast and to have flexible legislation that can be adapted for something and move faster. So I think the speed will increase, right? Maybe it won't be enough, but it will increase. One question mark to me will be, of course, the elections, because we had 5 years of an administration, then we'll need to see. From a cybersecurity perspective, priorities shouldn't be completely different, but you know, the legislator has his own priority. He could say, I want to push for that legislation rather than another one. On 6G in particular, we're really new, so we're here also to learn because we don't know much yet, but that's why we're having this conversation. I hope my question was a bit clear.
Thanks, Matteo, for this is a kind of challenge to put everything in this kind of presentation. So I have one remark and one question. My remark is about the acts. We have also the Digital Service Act and the Digital Network Acts, which claimed by Thierry Breton to be revised. I don't know exactly when, which will certainly have an impact on 6G. So maybe we don't have time to discuss that. But my question is about AI Act implementation. There are some restrictions on the applicability of AI for critical applications. What is your point of view if 6G is used for critical services using AI? How can this translate?
First answer, I'm not the policy expert. Is that no? But jokes apart, I think 6G is very new from a legislative perspective. Before coming here today, we look at what was out there in 6G. Not much. So my perspective will be the AI Act will be what will be looked upon, and then maybe something will complement it to enable 6G. But definitely 6G will be impacted by the AI Act. Is the AI Act made for 6G or thinking about 6G? Probably not. But as I said, I think the speed of the legislator will be greater in the future than it has been in the past. But it's an open. This type of remarks are the one where we like. And I also remember your remark about Digital Services Act. Actually, I found a lot of other acts, the proliferation of acts, and most of them could actually impact the 6G problem. We try to pinpoint the one that we think are the most impactful, but definitely, and especially if there's a revision of this act, we'll need to look into it. So our colleagues, Christian, will have a lot of work, and you can ask him all the questions.
Good morning, Matteo, Rui Aguiar from Network Europe. I am here on the dark side, okay?
Hello.
Probably, and since I'm on the dark side, maybe I can do the dark side questions. I'm an engineer, and I've been following closely the efforts on the regulatory and the legislative branches in Europe to try to develop a more secure and inclusive society. And I love the text. But then there is a small problem. They have to be enforced, which means from the moment then the texts leave the legislation until they actually reach the engineers, they need to have a clear set of guidances, and there must be a clear set of laws that will impose how do you react when those guidances are being violated. Unfortunately, the upcoming 6G will make all those processes much faster and more critical. Can we see some solution from the regulatory side regarding this problem? Because since I'm on the dark side, I can say, no, I think it's getting nicer and nicer for the dark side.
Well, at least you didn't ask me about software-defined access. That's good. I could give you my personal view on that. My background is in politics, but I did a lot of things. I worked in the industry and so on. So I can't say, this is really a bit more philosophical, I would say. The law comes always later. My advice would be to think, and maybe, I live in Brussels, I surprise myself saying this, but we tend to compare the EU legislation to what we have for other industries or what we have at home in our own country. But you need to consider that it is something new. So it can compare to what happened on the legislation on food, for instance, in Greece. It is something where we need to learn and we need to adapt. I would have some ideas, but I know the term agile sometimes is a bit abused, or legislation that can be upgraded, or building upon legislation, or frame legislation that can have like implementing guidelines. These are all things that make sense, but I think it won't solve the problem at all in total. Like, I was working in industry, I was looking at regulation sometime, and I was making bets with my colleagues engineers to showing how many companies are not compliant to that. But still, I think this regulation also points a direction, right? It's better than nothing. But I agree with you, we'll need to make it more than words and make it applicable and understandable by the engineers. I don't have the solution. I think at EXO we try to work a lot on guidelines and facilitating it, but it's also a two-way stream. We also need to bring to the legislators a bit of understanding. That's why I think we need a gap, to bridge the gap. And I think we really need people that bridge the gap between your language of the IT people, people that are technical, and the people that are writing a big thing that's gonna encompass all the industry in a region of 450 million people. So I don't have easy answer to this, but it's a debate. We have 6G is foreseen, I think, of 2030, so we have a bit of time, but it's good that this debate starts.
Thanks, Matteo. So, Akima, we are going to take your question after because we have someone is going. So thanks, Matteo. So now I am going to present you Roberto Cacella for the next topic.
Thank you so much, Rodrigo. Good morning, everyone. So I'm also working for EXO, so with Matteo we collaborate on a different topic. But I'm not here to present anything, but just to introduce the next speaker. We are very happy to... it's on the back. Yeah, we are very happy to have online Professor Roberto Baldoni, that is the former director of the National Italian Agency of Cybersecurity. And Professor Baldoni will present digital sovereignty, a prerequisite for European competitiveness. Good morning, Professor Baldoni. Thanks a lot for being present online. I see that you are speaking, but we cannot hear you. I just check for the, yeah. Now you should, they are working on it. And also if you can, yes, some slide to share, I believe. Yeah, you can speak now, I think. Should be okay. Try to address some technical issues. Okay. So also, if you have other questions for the policy talk, so we can have them afterwards. So we can also channel them to Christian, to our colleague that works on the policy task force, so he will be very happy actually to collect all the inputs on that. So, yeah. So just to say maybe a couple of words about Professor Baldoni. Also, he was the Deputy Director General for the Presidency of the Council of the Ministry between December 2017 and August 2021, where actually led the Italian national cybersecurity strategy. And before that, he was also a professor at the La Sapienza University from 2022, so focused mainly on security and dependability. So the objective today is really to bring in some insight, both from, let's say, more policy perspective, also understanding of the sovereignty, how would have an impact also on the technological aspects, especially considering that 6G is one of the technology that could drive, the future, let's say, society and the industry, and to have a clear, view of what could be the impact also from the sovereignty point of view. I see that something is coming in terms of audio.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wow, great.
Yes, we can hear you now. And just ask to switch the screen for the slides, and then we are all set. Thanks a lot. Perfect.
Okay,
I give you the floor.
Thank you
So much.
Good morning, Paris. So it's a pity that I am not there. I would really love to hear all the technical and scientific conversation. Even because already the first questions that have been asked are quite meaningful for me. If I compare the speed of other systems with respect to the European one, we are really, really slow. So just imagine what's happening in AI. In AI, the discussion in the US was driven by Sam Altman in a talk that he delivered to the Congress in May 2023, and in November 2023, Biden signed the AI Act. So the European AI Act started discussion in 2019. We still don't have the act, and then we will have 2 years to transpose the legislation into the single member states, and then probably other years to get to the technical guidelines that were asked for. So you see, this is completely not in line with the, let's say, with the speed of the digital transformation that we are experiencing in the last, especially 20 years. So my talk will be actually related to competitiveness, relation to digital sovereignty, and to how the Europe work right now. So when everything started in Europe, we were in the 90s, and we start thinking to this big European digital single market. So the basic idea is to have a unique market, for everyone. But at that point, the digital area was very different with respect to what we have now, because, for example, the European security that you probably know is on the shoulder of the member states due to Article 4 of the European Union, actually was a very separated thing at that time with respect to the European single market. Then we had 40 years of digital transformation, and actually the digital platform became, let's say, the skeleton of all the economics in Europe and in the world. And then, of course, you had that the digital, the sovereignty of the single member state and the European digital single market go to overlap almost all the time. So now, what is the problem? The problem is that we already had 20 years ago a very difficult decision-making process in Europe, but after that, the security overlapped the European digital single market, then this process became much more slower. This is the case, for example, when you have a cyber attack. This is not the case in AI. This is not the case in in cloud, for example. So this is the case with any of the technologies that are transforming the world. But at the same time, we need to foster technological innovation, safe and secure digital infrastructure, because this is the key in order to keep the prosperity and the competitiveness for the next generations. So the problem is that we are in the middle of a mosaic of complexity, because on one end we have the digital transformation, what we are interested to, with all the technology coming, but then once that the digital platform became an issue of economics and economic power, then we had the geopolitics come into play. And of course, the issue that I mentioned of national security, global stability, the fact that the world is now actually multipolar, and this makes things much more complex. And at the same time, we are actually probably a revision of the globalization phase that we experienced for 40 years. Which means that all the supply chain has been globalized. There are nations that reach the level of interdependence each other, others like Europe that are in overdependence with respect to other countries. And in all this, we need to care to the resilience of the supply chain, because if something happens, then we will be all in trouble, as we have seen with the pandemic and with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So this is the landscape in which you are working, guys. Like it or not, that's it, and we have to look at what to do in the future. So as an engineer and as a professor of computer science, I need to systematize things in order to make a step in the right direction toward the implementation of something. So I try to define, I did an exercise defining what is a digital sovereignty, at least for me. So it actually encompasses three main things. One is the data that we are generating in Europe by the citizen, public administration, and businesses. And in order to keep the sovereignty on this, also for exploitation purposes, we need to, to master this data. Then, once that we know which are the data that concern Europe, then we need to process this data, to store this data, to analyze this data. So we need to employ safe and secure technology, because otherwise, if the technology that we use is unsafe or unsecure, then what happens is that the economy of Europe will cripple. So, and at the end, there is the fact that the society has to be fully aware of the risk that we are actually running at the moment. Of course, if you look at the way in which I defined this digital sovereignty, this is completely ideal. I mean, it can be not reached practically, because we know that we don't have safe and secure technology. We attempt to do the best that we can, but there is no system that it will be ever secure. At the same time, the society will never be fully aware of what is going on the cyberspace, and at the same time, a government is not able to do anything. I mean, to access all the data that is producing. So, what is the added value of this definition? The added value is that it's like the definition define a kind of lighthouse, and you see the boats are, the different countries that try to approach this lighthouse, but they know that we'll never get to the lighthouse. But at the same time, if you are able to go close, of course, there is less vulnerability than in other systems. And of course, being less vulnerable in any sense, this means not only the technological that we know, this means that, of course, the economy goes well, we are a more competitive system, and so on and so forth. Of course, the lighthouse is moving in the sense that you can have technological bet too, like, for example, the one we had 1 year and a half ago with ChatGPT, and the lighthouse move. We have geopolitical events like, for example, also the war in Israel, or the conflict in Ukraine, or what is happening on the Suez Channel. Then this makes moving the lighthouse. And of course, the countries have to readjust, have to swiftly trying to find a new path, a new way in order to reapproach the lighthouse. And this can involve a lot of things, from research, industrial exploitation, of course, policy, and other things. But of course, you know, when you are talking about digital sovereignty, there are threats that try to undermine the digital sovereignty. So actually, I am writing a book that will be published in a couple of weeks from now, where actually I list something like 10 different kind of threats. And of course, we are not talking only of technical threats. I put here the most technical one, but definitely there are many other threats that the digital space have to take into account. I just mentioned here one, which is the workforce, for example, that is I would say technically in the sense like a cyber attack, but it will be probably the challenge in the most difficult challenge in the next 10 years. So you see, I think that I don't have add anything to you about that. But what I want to tell you is that even in the very last survey that the World Economic Forum did, published also by Financial Times, you see how all these threats that I mentioned are actually in the list of the 10 biggest risks for 2024. And this, of course, also related to the political election that we were mentioning, not only for Europe, but also for US, for UK, and for others. So we are really in the middle of a storm, and you guys are in. So when we talk about, so just take one angle now of digital sovereignty, which is the safe and secure technologies. Actually, these aspects impact all different kind of threats, because of course you need to have a safe and secure technology in order to reduce the risk of cyber attack, or to have, for example, a supply chain disruption, or to limit the disinformation, but also to have a safe AI or fault-tolerant quantum computers. Also for the workforce, that's a very important point, because when I talk about safe and secure technology, I have in mind also the trustworthiness of the technicians that work on this technology, because of course you can have the most technological, safe and serious technology, but if the guy that works with that technology is not trusted, so you are done. So of course any of these threats has sub-threats. I just mentioned the one for supply chain here, because then I will go to talk a little bit about the supply chain interruption and how to change it. I will not get through technical details, but of course, you know, for people that are interested, maybe offline I can. So how to reach a minimum of digital sovereignty? Of course, this include many reasons and many arguments, but I am confident that you are able to get it without too many passages. So first, we need to work with large-scale data storage and processing, including AI tools. The problem is that at the EU level, we don't have any European cloud provider. We have at most national provider, but all of these cannot compete with tech giant, and we know how this is an issue for Europe. And we can get the difficulty to have a cloud provider, European one, a truly European one, when you consider also what is happening to the AUTS standard. So that it's not easy to get an agreement among all the member states, and we are stalled in that discussion. So networks, of course, we know that we were very strong in this sector, but actually I read some number that Nokia plus Ericsson are now less than 30% of the worldwide telecom equipment market share. So something should be done exactly when 6G will go to rise in order to take more market share of the global network infrastructure. Cryptographic systems, but you know that there is just a little engagement in this because usually it's related to national security. And of course, we need to have a domestic cybersecurity supply chain, but I went through the list of the most relevant cybersecurity company, and there was no European cybersecurity company in the first 50, but then I also read another list of 100, and there was no European company in the first 100 cybersecurity companies in the world. So this is the real urgent issue. Of course, then we know that we cannot produce all the technology in the world, and at that time we need the strategy for safe technology procurement. This is something that it's mandatory, and Europe is doing some steps in this direction, into the CRA, into the Cybersecurity Act, and we are moving slowly, but doing something here. So coming back to supply chain interruption, of course, in order to avoid that some supply chain could be disrupted due to, for example, some, I don't know, political decision or some war that happened somewhere, part of the supply chain have to be relocated. We have to diversify whenever it's possible, but at the same time, we know that something has to be done in order to have local production of things. And US, EU did relevant step in this direction. So I think that this Commission really worked with all the constraints that we know concerning, the right of veto of specific countries, different kind of culture, but I think that they did some good work. The problem is that, as we will see, there is no direct connection in Europe between the policy and the industry. I will come back to this point later. Of course, in order to issue, or let's say to govern this kind of changes, like, a restructuring of a supply chain in favor of Europe, you need a lot of time, you need a lot of funding, as, for example, we have seen for the CHIPS Act and the work that Germany is doing in Saxon. So really, is something that it needs a political strength for a long period of time in order to be done. And this is not, of course, a good, let's say, scenario for EU, because we know how each country has a very strong power. So how EU can reach substantial digital sovereignty? From the legislative point of view, we are overperforming. There is a proliferation of directives, law that really, scare me sometimes. Once I was in a website of the European Commission and reading for some directive, and then there was a list of 19 directives, between directive and regulation, sector-specific or general, that were related to cybersecurity. So, and this, of course, is a nightmare. Then we have, we run it quite well, actually, on social awareness, including also the workforce. We have a very good university system in Europe. So this is something that we have to leverage in the next year. But if you look at the EU industrial footprint, actually, I think we failed. We started to work in a European project in '85. We ran a lot of projects, even with some of you. I mean, we did a lot in the past, but the problem is that actually we didn't create any startup of innovation that impact the European innovation. So that's something that we really need to look at and try to think how to improve this. So for me, I see two major disconnections for Europe in order to get a global competitiveness. One is the disconnection between the policy and the research with respect to industry. So for the policy, the fact that we are actually not, let's say, able to push investment that support, the restructuring of part of the supply chain, because if we think at the member state level, we don't have the necessary resources in order to do that. Think about what is doing US with the ERA and with the Chips and Science Act. I mean, it's a huge amount of money that I am putting in order to bring a company in the US soil. And the problem is that if we answer as France, as Italy, as Germany, we are not able to mobilize even probably 1/10 of those resources. And this means that an ecosystem will never be built. An ecosystem of microchips, an ecosystem on quantum computers, they will always find other places where to, establish a foundry, establish a company, and so on and so forth. From the point of view of research and industry, what I say is that we are really harnessing issues in translating what we do in research into innovative industry products. And this is something that, has to be definitely changed. And this is a message, of course, for your room. We have to think something that really can, let's say, explode as innovation. Of course, we have other problems like the mobilization of funding necessary for supporting innovation. We know all of this. The only thing that we can do as technicians is to trying to push our research into industry and do it at our best. Then, if I abstract, which is the problem is that our governance is ill-equipped to address strategic issues which impact all member states and for which no individual state in the Union can effectively respond. This is not only to digital sovereignty, it applies to foreign affairs, it applies to the defense sector, it applies to, all these kind of areas where it's really important to have the union of the effort of each of us. And the important thing, the relevant thing that we must recognize is that the growth of a strong digital industrial system with ownership in Europe is a common strategic problem. So it's something that we have to face all together because the digital industrial system is actually underpinning all the economy of the world. So it's very important that, the next commission follow the path and do even more in order to understand that this is a strategic problem and has to be handled at the European level. Let me conclude with the key takeovers. The fact that asserting digital sovereignty for a government will be a ever-evolving exercise. So the basic idea is that we will have a geopolitical tension, technological breakthrough, and we need to adjust our policies, we need to adjust our research, we need to adjust our industry in order to follow the technological trend, in order to be at the leadership of all the different sectors. But the problem is that we need the strong European industrial response in strategic digital sectors that become essential to restructure the global supply chain in favor of Europe. And this creates the ground for global competitiveness of Europe, which means, in my view, the fact that Europe needs more than ever big tech established in Europe. Otherwise, we will get into real trouble because, for example, as you know, the Ukraine crisis show, the big tech are necessary in order to, let's say, protect the country as the US big tech are doing with Ukraine. If something happens in Europe, what we will do? I think that this is a problem of strategic autonomy, is a problem of course, digital sovereignty, and the only answer that we can give to this is that the Europe future is in our unity. And sometimes I heard that Europe is going to enlarge in the next future to other countries. I think that this, of course, can be politically good, but at the same time, we need the structure for the governance in Europe that is able to work much more efficiently and to try to bridge the gap that we have right now between industry, policy, between industry and research in order to, try to change things and to become more interdependent in this global world. That's it.
Thank you so much, Professor Baldoni, for the presentation. Just checking from the audience whether there is any question. Okay, I have one question from my side. You have a question just from my side. So you mentioned indeed, the connection between policy, well, industrial policy, and then in particular also a little bit the disconnection with the research side, also picking up the point from Rui, that was the previous question before. How do you see, like, in the future, the situation could evolve? In the sense that in EXO, we started like 7 years ago to develop a strategic research innovation agenda, but as well connected very much with the industrial policy perspective, because we see that it's important to boost competitiveness, also innovation, also link it to the market needs. So in your perspective, you mentioned before different areas like cloud, AI, network, and cryptography, and supply chain. If we need really to invest in Europe, because we cannot really cover all the different perspectives, which kind of technology we see that it will be strategically important for the next years to invest from research point of view, such that we can be prepared for the needs of the market of the future? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I would say that technically we have to take the lead, retake the lead on networks, and at the same time working for cloud service provider, truly European here. I think that, these are the two things. I'm quite optimistic about cryptography. We have a very good school of cryptographers in Europe, in France, in Italy. I think we can do a lot of progress there. But if there are two technology where I really think Europe should step in, a part of the microprocessor, that is, of course, the base of everything, then cloud providers and regaining market share in telco systems. Let me also add one thing. If we will not to find an advanced unity, which means also devolving part of the national power to Europe, I think that nationalism and populism will be so strong in EU that I don't think that it will be easy for Europe to survive. So the basic idea is that it's also necessary to change in order that people see how Europe can, working together, as we have done sometimes, we can really get to the result that can impact our citizens, that can improve our, let's say, richness for the next generation. Otherwise, the risk is that our workforce that we create, and which is one of our strong points, will go abroad to find opportunities and new life, and this will be a lose-lose situation for everyone.
Thank you so much for the comprehensive answer. So there is also another question here.
Thank you very much. Akima Shaushi from Institut Mintelecom. You answered some of the questions I had before. And here is another one. How do you think we can bridge this gap between the policy making, the regulation going on their own calendar, and then the R&D in security or in 6G or telecom going on their own calendar? Do you think that it will be efficient to have, for example, researchers in the committees doing, policy regulation, or do you think that we need some specific timeline to have some guidelines during the time where the regulation is discussing to give some orientation for R&D? So this is my first question. And the second one is, in fact, more related to specific scientific domains. When we speak about cybersecurity, we have the classical approach where you need some centralized, system to be the guarant of cybersecurity, and in fact in 6G we will need more and more distribution, so probably we need from cybersecurity communities to maybe guide some of more distributed security models. So the question is about trust models versus classic cybersecurity models. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
So for the first question, I think that we cannot have 27 industrial plan on digital infrastructure. That's my answer. We need one. I wrote recently an article on Repubblica. Maybe you can also look at the number of articles I wrote. So, where I asked in AI regulation of creating a safety AI institute like in UK, and what is doing US NIST in US. And the reason is that first, we don't know which are the risks right now, and we cannot put constraints if we don't know the risk. But secondly, I don't want 27 safe AI institutes. We need one. So we need to start in specific sectors as Europeans. I understand that 40 years ago for me, taking a flight to Paris or taking a flight to Milan was a very different thing. Now it's not anymore like that, and even more for my children. And I think that for you is the same. So actually we need to start thinking as a unique entity in strategic fields. So this is the first observation. The second is, of course, researcher in this domain has to be involved in the policy making. So we had a very good experience in Italy about that, and I think that our cybersecurity system evolved a lot in the last 5 years, and this is due to the fact that there were people that came from research, of course, adaptable to understand other concepts, and working with decision-making and law-making people, and I think we did a good job. So researchers have to be involved also at the European level. The last question about trustworthy methods with respect to centralized method, I think we have to be careful. I mean, I am a professor in distributed systems, so of course I am a full supporter of trusted methods, but we have to be careful because sometimes distribution is not actually real. If you see, for example, what is happening in Bitcoin systems with all the different miners that now are collapsing in only a few specific states. So actually, we have to build a new trust model that is able also to take into account, let's say, political implications on what the government is doing in order to adapt and to keep the distribution at the reasonable level. So in cryptocurrency, then they use the proof of stake in order to overcome this issue. But it's very important that this is designed directly, in the code, in order that we don't have to come up with concentration of distribution, I would say, later on, because it will be very tough then to fix the issue.
Thank you so much for the answer. I think also this is for the next panel for the afternoon. So let me please thank again Professor Baldoni for the speech, and then we move to the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to introduce Emmanuel Dotaro from Thales, also co-organizer of this event.
Thanks, Roberto. So thank you for all the previous speakers. I guess the main objective of today is how we can build a common roadmap and cardinal points for both communities, especially from research point of view. We felt that it was impossible to think about the research roadmap without taking into account the context. So that's why you had a policies answer. You cannot be agnostic, even if you're a researcher. So we have to take it into account. And just one personal remark, I mean, we are impacted by regulation, but we are also impacting regulation. If you don't have the technical and scientific means to evaluate security level, for instance, it's useless to do any regulation. So this is a loop, and I guess we will explore some of the kind of challenges in terms of research more in depth this afternoon. And for the next session, as we are talking about research, we wanted to have both organizations represented, one on cybersecurity and the other one of smart networks and services, with the honor of the SRIA, Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda. There is a D in addition in EXO. Maybe you can detail that, Fabio. So we will invite owners of this SRIA, chairs of the association or work in the association dealing with the SRIAs. First of all, Rui, so please come. And for you, if you want to join, we can join already, as you want. To present set of play somehow of where we stand in terms of SRIA today and where we go and how we can bootstrap the technical discussion maybe of this afternoon. Thanks.
Okay, good morning. Wow, quite bright. I forgot my shades. So, my name is Rui Aguiar. I'm not the owner of anything. I am, how do you call that? How was that movie? The servant of the people, something like that. I am the servant of the people, I mean of the community. Networld Europe. Yes, it works like this. So I'm basically going to discuss, just check where can I walk? Can I walk around all this area? Because I know that we are on the camera. Yes? Fine, good. So I'm going to basically to present some comments about the strategic research and innovation agenda. In fact, I'm going to, since this is a mixed community, I'm going to spend a couple of time talking to parts of the different communities that we have here. So probably I'll be very boring during 5 minutes or 10 to each one of them. How long do I have? Because we are about half an hour late. 30 minutes? I have 30 minutes. Okay, good. He told me, right? Some of the slides are boring. Don't pay attention to it. I will just move 1 or 2 slides. But I imagine that this will be online, so some of the slides are actually to be online for people to use later for reference. So basically, Networld Europe. Actually, we are called Networld Europe. We were called many other things before. We were called Networld 2020 when we were, let's say, fourth on our previous incarnation. And guess what? By 2020, we decided that we should change our name. Wonder why, right? But we were also the result of previous European technology platforms that existed. We are actually about 1,000 members. I'm not going to break it, but let's say it's fairly balanced. So the purpose was initially just to act as an interface to the European Union. Meanwhile, there were things like the PPPs and the joint undertakings. There were some separation of responsibilities. I think we could move a long story forward. Let me just tell you about what is the message of what I'm going to say, since I only have 30 minutes. And I mean, if you get this slide, let's have a coffee, right? So 6G, for those don't know, there is no such thing as a 6G, right? The only people that talk about 6G are stupid academics like me that won't have papers published and people that won't get money funded from the public parties and sometimes for the credulous industries, okay? There is no 6G at this moment. So, fortunately, there is a lot of amount of funding initiatives for 6G, and there is a good reason for that. And I will explain that in a moment. The other thing is that I'm not really sure what 6G is, but it's not the same beast. We are witnessing this in our world today. There is a technology convergence. You cannot talk only about bit communications, or you cannot talk about cybersecurity, by the way, whatever that is as well, okay? I mean, when I did, serious cybersecurity, if somebody was talking to me about digital sovereignty, I was wondering, what? What is that beast, right? So whatever cybersecurity is very different from what it was when, let's say, the period started, right? Nobody used the word cryptography until now, I think, which was, from my background, what? Okay, so the world is changing. The understanding of what our challenges are different and are being brought by the merging of different areas, right? Now, what we are doing here, and I think it's the same for EXO and at World Europe, it's our purpose is actually to try to guide research and development of what are the real challenges and how to figure out, I mean, let's not spend double money in some aspects, and let's not avoid some aspects being covered. Let's see how we can maximize our efforts, right? This is what it's our business. So I would say that it's a good time at this moment for us to structure research on security in, let's call it ICT, advanced ICT technologies. So this is basically what I'm going to say. If you get that and you think, okay, that's interesting messages, now you can go and have a coffee, or if you have a beer, bring me one. 2G to 6G to 5G. I mean, this is just an interesting slide that somebody called Tommaso did from Deloitte. Sort of evolution of the bit rates. This is sort of, uplinks and downlinks. This is sort of reflects the traditional views about the evolution of technology. If you see, you have 2G, 2.5, 3G, 4G, 5G, but then you see on the line above, release 3, release 5, release 6, release 7, release 8. So if you are not really on releases, I will go back to this, right? The point is that you see that you have these 2, 3, 4, 5G that everybody does, and you keep turning on the TV and your telecom provider is selling you the brandest new, now it's going to start selling you 5G plus or 5.5G in about a couple of months when they are starting rolling out the SA infrastructure. So you see lots of things on TV. And the point, what is these things about the G stuff? This is bullshit, okay? And let's be very clear. There is some rationale for this G stuff. It's partially technical, but, well, why do we talk about this? Market stuff, right? And more than market gives you an aim. What do we expect to achieve when? So give us some numbers. By the way, we always miss those numbers. But at least it's an ambition, like I've heard in some presentation, a perspective of where we want to go. So this generation notion allows us to frame innovation and actually to guide the R&D funding. I mean, why are we funding this and not that? Why 100 and not 120? Why MIMO or not whatever kind of technology that we want? Why are we going to be more concerned with digital sovereignty than supply chain security? So these kind of notions, which we sort of manage around every 10 years, gives you an idea about where we should move on. And of course, helps a lot in terms of sales. And if you have no idea what's the size of the mobile market, it's an interesting market, right? Except for manufacturers, which are having problems. But for, well, the cell phone producers, it's actually good. Now, the reality is that we don't work in 10 years time frames. We sort of work in 18 months. So all these things are framed by 3GPP, which, by the way, is fantastic because in strictly census, 3GPP is not a standardization body. It's an association of standardization bodies, which is absolutely hilarious because everybody follows 3GPP. But never mind, if you are not on the telecom market, this is the kind of thing that you can laugh about, the guys on telecom. So the 3GPP works on releases. And it's about every 18 months, right? So that's why you keep hearing about 4.5G, 5.5G, because by, again, marketing reasons, sometimes they go to one of those releases in the middle and say, oh, it's good that we give them a new name because we'll be able to pass the message better to our customers. How does standardization work? And this is, well, I hope it's still updated. There are here lots of things from 3GPP and ITU and about the plans how we are going to reach, 6G, which actually is called IMT 2030 in ITU. And you see the plans about these releases on 3GPP, release 18, release 19, release 20, and you see that there are overlaps. Because the development process goes, you decide you are closing one and you are deciding what you are going to do on the next one. So there are some continuity overlaps, because when you are closing, you are also dropping things out. We are not going to settle on this aspect. So let's move it to the next one, okay? So we know that after release 18, we are on what we call 5G advanced. Some of these days, we are going to have what will be called 6G. I have my own idea about what will happen, and it will be sooner than expected because of marketing names, but that's my personal view. In 3 years, we will talk about that. There are two things here which are important, those things that are called WRC, World Radio Congress, because that's where the clear spectrum availability for this future 6G will be stable, and that will dominate. I mean, we'll talk a lot about a huge amount of social aspects, but in the end, there is something called physics. And the engineers handle physics, and if the physics don't help you and you don't have the physicals organized, you will not get what you expect. So what is interesting about this? Well, interesting about this is, I hope this moves, it takes about 18 months from standardization to product, okay? This means that if we want to have something in 2030, and by the way, you hear it here first, 2029 you will already see people saying that they are on 6G, okay? So this is a scoop, put that on your citations. So it takes you about 18 months to do this. Standardization, closing to product. Takes you at least 18 months from the definition of standardization to this final closing. So this means you have something like 3 years before to actually set what you are going to do. This means that at most, what we will be considering in late 2026 is the requirement for 6G, and that will be what we will need to deploy. Now, 2026 is far away. We are in early 24. So I don't recall, I think it was Matteo that said that we still have time. Really? I mean, I know my students. I know how research goes. It's not much time. So whatever we are trying to figure out at very high level, we have roughly 2 years to settle. After that, moving the Titanic will be very hard. Even now, it's going to be very hard because we are going to start discussing this already on standardization, okay? This is the minimum that we can do. The standardization bodies, let's say, 3GPP is moving on the discussion of the requirements already very soon. Okay, we cannot do better than these 2 years. Now, I wonder why I lost completely the titles, but never mind. So why are we having this 6G discussion? Because it takes long. I've just shown you that it takes long. So what I've just said is that even if we have 5 years from now, it's not much to actually define what we are going to have on what a 6G initial network will be. And for those of you that are not aware of, Control-Alt-Delete is not something that you do on a telecom network. When you do a Control-Alt-Delete, it's news on every channel on the country and in Europe. And by the way, that happened one of these days in a Portuguese operator, which I'm pretty sure most of you are aware of, okay? Now, the other thing is that this is sort of expensive, right? 1,000 million euros for a network, a full network operation in a small country is not a strange number. It's on that order of magnitude that we are talking about. Now, I don't know about you, but that's not, you know, change money for me. The other thing is that, and this is, I'm going to kick my own area, right? We have no idea how to evaluate networks. Oh, it's wonderful. I can sell you whatever my favorite solution is. But if you tell me, look, I present you two completely different network scenarios. Can you tell me what's the best? I can't even tell you what's the metric. How can I tell you what's the best? So the way it has evolved is organically, right? The situation is the network operators in each country, looking at what customers are doing, they sort of try to make best. And try to make best is by the best rule that we found out on the capitalism environment. It's profits. Where do I get more profits? Okay? Now, the problem became when this is no longer a business. When my critical infrastructure is there, when lives of people depending on that. We always had that with the emergency service. But now, what about if my car's depending on it? What about if my factories depend on it? What about if all my logistics depend on it? I mean, is this a 911 scenario? No, but it affects a lot of the country. So how do we enter with these aspects in consideration? More than that, now we are supposed to do all this for the, you know, the benefit of mankind, the future of the world. Okay? Okay, fantastic. Good, I am all for it. So we go to the UNESCO SDGs. Now, I don't want to bash the UNESCO SDGs, which I'm completely in favor of, but, you know, can I do all of them at the same time? Who is going to choose, right? And I've heard a couple of things regarding what the European policies. Yeah, I love what they wrote. Tell me how to implement it, and tell me what do you choose me to prioritize. It's very fun for them to say, go this way, go that way, go that way. And say, yes, I can give you 2 out of 3. Tell me what you want. And then they say, let me think about it. You have to follow the 3. I'm telling you, as an engineer, you can get 2 out of 3. Choose. No, you have to do it 3. And they say, okay, come and do it. And that's why that question that I did to Matteo, it's not applicable. Because as soon as they try to enforce it, you will get, okay, but then you are violating this. Okay, then you are violating this. There is no use in putting policies which are not fully implementable. Otherwise, are just, you know, directives, things that we want to go. Move on. There is, on the networking side, this joint undertaking called Smart Network and Service. We already had 2 calls. One closed in 2022, other in 2023. There is a third call that's going on that will be closing in a couple of months. Right? We are already starting considering what we'll need to have in terms of the initial 6G. I'm not going to talk a lot about this. This is for you to be aware of because the time is running. The good things that I can tell is that if you look at what's going on is you have 3 vectors that overall have been moving. What is the ability of communications? This should be a third. You should look at this as a 3-plane graph, okay? And everything has been improving in these 3 axes. So you are improving the connection abilities, you are improving the computing expectations, and improving the storage expectations. In the end, we've been moving to a more and more increasingly digital society, right? This is a trend. And this is a trend that we are witnessing and we keep on witnessing. Not sure what will be the 6G, probably communications more plus sensing, communications more intelligence. I still have no idea what intelligence is, but it's something that we probably will have. Now, what I'm going to tell you after this is basically based on something called Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda that we have. This is a 2022 version. We update this every 2 and 3 years. There are a couple of people that are involved in the different chapters. It covers a lot of subjects, as you see, including a chapter on security, where the editor is your own Emmanuel Dotaro, that's standing here. The document has a sort of summary, which is about, it's a short summary of 50 pages. And don't complain, because the original is a technical X of 300. So it's a 1:6 compression ratio. That is good. And more than that, it's for more generic audience. So it was a really great compression ratio. I would advise you not to read all of this, but to go to some chapters and actually look at some chapters that you'll be interested in. You have here the data. Again, I'm going to move it. Overall, this has about 150 contributors, around 85 different institutions. Now, I could not come here. I said that I was on the dark side without really stealing a slide from somebody here, right? You know, we all steal slides from somebody else, but stealing slides from somebody in the audience is something that you have to be on the dark side to do it, right? So I stole the slides from Emmanuel. I think that I love this slide. By the way, he tried to represent evolutions from 3G to 4G, 5G, and 6G, right? And I never heard what Emmanuel did with this slide, so I think you will enjoy me talking about this slide, okay? So if you look at what this represents, you have 3G and 4G on the horizontal, which actually means we are having increasingly ability on part of communication. When you bring 5G, you are starting to go higher in the layers, in the sense that you are involving aspects that traditional were not only communication. And when you bring 6G, it's going even more in terms of complexity of the architecture. So while before you had a more physical short range, or let's say terrestrial communication, then you become looking at integrating more complex environments, where you have things like bubbles of communications, where you have things like edge computing, where you have things as private networks. And all these start to become more and more operating in an organic way, right? Things like the swarms, and now with 6G, hopefully, and we're already witnessing this on 5G, the integration of non-terrestrial networks will become normal. I think you all have seen the efforts of our friend, or maybe not our friend, Elon Musk, regarding the ability to have direct to cell phone communication, which is actually now one of his big bets. Now, all of this, then it's sort of distributed, and then we start having problems, because this is a distributed system in general. And before we would call it, you know, distributed computing, distributed communication, and so on. And if you ask me what is distributed, it's no longer easy. It's no longer a single environment, but supposedly it's going to work, or it's working as a single environment. Now, what can we get out of this? The first thing is that if you believe that somebody will own all that infrastructure, then you are really in a Big Brother environment. I hope not. There is a serious risk on that, but hopefully this is multiple stakeholders. And okay, now let's have fun. It's pity that we don't have here PhD students, or I hope not many, from what I see on the faces, because then I'll say, yeah, fine, it's not more than multiple. They are going to vary in time. Then the other thing is that the endpoints of the communications, I don't know. More than not knowing the endpoints, yeah, they are going to vary during the communication. How often? No idea. Depends on the service. Depends on the infrastructure. Depends on the ecosystem. I can't trust the links. I may be calling by satellite, or I may be doing through a private network, or I may just using direct communications. I have no idea what's the delay, I have no idea what's bandwidth, I have no idea what's reliability. More not knowing, it may change. This means that things like the computation of the different tasks, since they may change to different environments with different trusted environments, and I may reposition some of the functions that I'm doing. Then it's not only dynamic, they may change the way I am composing whatever I'm doing. You saw the 2G, 3G, and so on. So this is supposed to be legacy. Nobody's going to start a 6G network out of blue. We have ongoing ecosystems. It's not, nuclear bomb and start from zero. Actually, that could make us restart from zero, right? Because the electronics will be fried, but besides that. So it's legacy compatible, evolvable. Everybody's fine with this sentence, except that I have no idea what this means. So if in this wonderful world where everything is dynamic, I'm bringing the previous world, and what I do now, is this a roadblock? Is that something that will define my surface of possibilities? I have no idea. And of course, you remember I mentioned about the holistic environment. We'll have to follow the policies that we have. And by the way, just as a matter of fun, does that include society guidelines? Does that include sustainability, energy efficiency, low cost, human-centric, self-sovereignty, able to prevent crime, terrorism, AA-proofed, and human-guided, and is going to include all this? Just for us to be, and I'm an engineer. Let's be realistic. Are we going to do all this in 5 years? And by the way, you do understand that security implies reliable. That's the thing that society expects from us. The politicians may ask us, having everything else. The people expect I turn my phone and it's going to work. Or I turn my phone and I still have battery. Do you really think that is part of the security view that you have today? Because if it's not, it should. Nobody cares the extra quantum processing that you may be able to develop, because frankly, I just want to have a reliable system. And if you are very much worried with attacks on infrastructure, look at how often the network fails by software crashes. Call the faults what they are and address the primary faults and not imaginary ones. I'm sorry. I'm pissed off. This is one of the subjects that pisses me off. Now, if you really got last slides, as you can see, go to your emails. Okay? Otherwise, I have something more things to say. Now, on our S3, we actually broke this in these 6, 7, 8, 9 areas. 8 areas, okay? Now, there is a different representation of those 8 areas, which you can go on this. And now I need to know how long I have to keep on talking. How long do I have to keep on talking? 9 minutes. Okay, right. So 9 minutes. So basically these are just the things that I presented. So I probably will go by the very basic things which I was comfortable, which was hardware for 6G security and physical layer. I mean, we need physical layer security everywhere, right? That's basic. Actually, this is bullshit what I just said. We don't necessarily need that. Depends on our models that we have in terms of our security architectures. Because if I can't trust my environments, my different points, how good it is for me to be extremely worried with physical layer. Yeah, fantastic. From me to you, it's extremely secure. For you to Emmanuel, it's extremely secure, but we don't trust you. So, yeah, fantastic. What do I got out of here? You know the notion that we need to have a security architecture that makes sense, and it has to make sense in a system view and not on a partial view, because we will not be able to do everything. So we need to choose. So we need to go and start, for instance, for what type of governance do we expect on these systems? How are they are going to be controlled? What are the things that we need to actually abide? And then we have a huge amount of aspects that we need to handle in terms of operational security, which has to be linked on the underlying security architecture concept that then has to in some way to understand that we are going to have a data-centric world on a software platform. So how do we choose? We can go to all these security functions, I mean PKIs if we want, or probes or DLTs, or hopefully not, or whatever you prefer. But do we know why we are spending the effort on specific functions in specific layers? Do we need it? Because what we will need is solutions that in the end will be used. I love DLTs. Do you get me a DLT without energy spending? Please do. And that I can actually then go to the guys on the crime and say, yes, if it's needed, I can check what's going on and avoid terrorism and crime. If you are able to solve this, fantastic. If you are not, why are you spending my time? It's good for papers. I have students doing it. And if you want to give me 10 million for doing it, please do. But that's it. We need to figure out why are we doing what we are doing, because we cannot do everything. And we have a couple of years to tell the world what we want to do, how we see the future. And I'm not going to talk about compositions and the problems of compositions. However, I cannot avoid speaking a little about software, because we are moving more and more to a software world. And then we have this aspect of digital trust, for instance, which is central to the problem, right? And you see, software is there, but if you look at the topics that I have addressed, they basically go around, including governance. And there is here something that actually somebody asked I think the first speaker, but I think he misunderstood the question. It was the French thing about the open source software. There was a question about that, which he didn't reply, because I'm not sure if he followed that, right? So are we going to go to open source development models for our infrastructures? Is this the way to go, right? I'm just raising a question. I have a picture immediately after that. Let me just talk about the digital twins. And if people are aware about the limitation of digital twins, the cost of digital twins, and also the dangers associated with digital twins. You know, there is a military sentence that says the map is not a territory. The digital twin means the map is a territory. If this is true, means that if I attack the map, I attack the territory, right? Everything I do on the map is going to suffer the territory. On the other hand, if I have things like privacy in mind, I don't need to go to the territory, I just go to the map. And your privacy has gone. Well, our privacy has gone unless does anybody here not wearing a cell phone, not having a cell phone? Yeah, nobody cares about privacy. So if we go to some things that we claim, let's be serious and not spend a huge amount of effort that it's, in the end, useless. I mean, we are fortifying our left wall and we are putting a huge balcony on the right. Okay, please, don't spend a huge amount of money fortifying the left wall. It's useless. Just put a nice wall, some pictures on it that looks nice, and that's it. Human centricity. Now, who here does not know that human is the weakest part of the link? So I wonder what people mean when they say human-centric environments. So you mean weak environments? That's what this means? Because again, it's one of those nice sentences, but how does that relate? You mean you are going to trust the human that knows what he's doing? Whoever reads those, read the conditions and press. Whoever has read one in the last year, please raise a hand. Yeah, right? And everybody follows law. And yes, they do everything that's legal, and we are even agreeing. There was a very nice experience of a guy did once in which he was putting the sentence, and you are going to allow me to attack your accounts and so on. And there was 2 guys that said no. Everybody said yes. Okay? Now, since I have to move on, I promised to put you something about pictures, and this is our world. If we go to open source software, by the way, we don't need to go to open source software. Everybody's using open source software now. This is our world, and it will be even worse because all those boxes will belong to different people and will be changing dynamically. So if you don't think reliability is your key concern, please start considering it, because this is what we are building. In the end, if you go to the document, you have all these areas, sort where we broke out all of this. I mean, we are here and we can discuss some of this for now. The other thing is that this is being redone. So I will go a little in a moment. So let me conclude this because I don't have more time. So why have I been kicking you all about this? Our job is to work what's realistic for 6G. I am not a Martin guy. I'm not a politician guy. I don't care what they say. They don't build systems. We do. And the more soon we tell them what is realistic, the better we will be able to be. Okay? At this moment, we still have a wide scope in terms of technology. Security is a killer everywhere. Okay? We are not sure how the balance of all this will be. Everything will have to be secure, or maybe not, if we have a security concept that does not require that. But we'll have the merger of telecom and ICT, of course. We have no idea what the ecosystem will be. If Google or Amazon or Microsoft have their say, the balance will be on the GAFAs, and our operators will be, bit pipe providers. Thank you very much. So that will be the story. If you notice, the investments on the radio part are decreasing, the investments on the cores and the services are increasing, and that's where the value will be. Is that the world we want to have? If not, how we are going to balance it? This is the time where the things are still open for us to do some innovation. But we cannot forget that if you are designing for 6G, we have to pay attention to the European Union policies and the SDGs. But, what they impose is something that goes, yeah, right. Good job, good job. We cannot do everything that they want to impose. We need, as it was here mentioned, to have a good relation to tell them an idea about what's realistic. Finally, security has a major role to play, but we need to define what are the realistic bounds, okay? We need to identify what challenge we are going to address, what's their limitation, and who is going to address them. We are redoing the strategic research and innovation agenda. If you want to work on security part, Emmanuel over there. And by the way, if somebody wants to work on these problems, I'm always looking for PhDs and postdocs. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rui, for all those open doors. We still have a lot of work to do, but as we are talking about research, it's quite normal. So I will maybe we'll take question after the presentation of Fabio. So Fabio is the head of the lead chair of the Working Group 6 in EXO, which is in charge of writing the SIA, which is D in addition. Maybe we'll talk about that. So the floor is yours for this for the cybersecurity part.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for the presentation and the opportunity to speak. It's also thanks to Rui, basically, to introduce the area and focalize the main points. I will be quick to and just try to finish on time and give also Enisa time for the presentation to present the EXO perspective that is definitely aligned with the one of Network. And clearly we have a lot of researchers and colleagues that work in both the communities, but it's always good to go on and continue the cooperation that we establish nowadays for a long period of time. A few words on EXO. It is the industrial counterpart of the CVP in cybersecurity established by the European Commission. The goal was actually to try to create the industrial ecosystem connected to research, and the main idea of what we are doing is building communities, so this is an effort in this direction. In cybersecurity, things have evolved quite rapidly. From the CVP, they jumped immediately to an European agency, that is the European Cybersecurity Center, Competence Center in Cybersecurity, and the network of the Coordination Center. So that is somehow an autonomous identity from the Commission. So is yet another agency in cybersecurity. We have also Enisa that will be spoke after. And in this sense, we are continuing the cooperation. What I like here to point out, I don't know if, okay. Today, EXO has more than 300 members. There are many associations. That basically means we can reach thousands of representatives. Differently from other things at national level, we work at the truly European one. So we are basically several stakeholders from large companies, SMEs, startups, research center, universities, more or less. We have 70 of them. Regional clusters and local and regional and public administrations, investors, and end users. So this is the set of stakeholders that we have, and we try to work at truly European level and not necessarily a national one. Many security initiatives that has been established. I don't want to go too much into the details, but it seems to me that already before Matteo presented the things, Professor Baldoni said that too many legislations. I think Europe could be also aligned with the others. We started with the NIS directive. I see colleagues here that contributed also to the technical part of it, Cyber Resilience Act, and the European Cybersecurity Competence Center actually started on 2019, and it is bootstrapping right now the election of the new director, actually, an Italian one. We do many activities as EXO. First of all, we have a working group on trusted supply chain, standardization, certification. Supply chain is a term that has been mentioned several times and is crucial. We cooperate with several standardization bodies. We have a huge attempt to stimulate the European cybersecurity market with a specific working group on investment and market development. We are investors in EXOs. We are creating startups and initiative. The label Cybersecurity Made in Europe is an attempt to promote European organizations, so having that sort of digital sovereignty that you can have, but we are obviously open to through international cooperation. More recently, the CyberHive is a marketplace for where companies can cooperate, where the offer and the demand of cybersecurity services can match. and there are other activities. Cyber threat management is a big area. We created this before was called vertical sectors, because from the very beginning we thought that cybersecurity, you must have a set of technologies, but then you must spread these technologies in the vertical sectors, avoiding silos of competence. This is why networking, communication, discussions are crucial. This evolved in a set of solutions. In particular, there is a big now community of the CISO in Europe, and we are also working on CTI sharing and related activities. The other big strand has been mentioned also by Professor Baldoni, lack of human expertise, the need to improve the skills in several dimensions, involving a wider audience like women and youth, and we actually spin off this. And then you have also all the work that you have seen on policies and task force that has been managed here. We are trying to do our best to link the technological and the policy level, leveraging also in our community. We come at the working group 6, the one that I co-chair actually with people from SAP and Leonardo, and we are near 400 people formally. Practically between 50 and 80 are contributing to our strategic research and innovation agenda. These are the 5 sub-working groups, each of them as managed by sub-working group chairs that as usual come both from academia and industry. We try to have in all the sub-working groups this sort of balance, as I told you, the same up at working group 6 level. So we have 5 areas: ecosystem, social good and citizens, application domain, vertical infrastructure, data and economy, basic and disruptive technologies. And then due to also the cooperation with the European Defense Agency and the European Space Agency, we created a new working group on dual use and space technology that is growing. The name actually are changing because we are in a stage of rephrasing our activities, but more or less the concept of the first of all of them will remain. The goal is to create the strategic and research roadmap, to develop technological papers. Again, happy to see that DLT that has been mentioned by Rui, digital twins has been covered, so I like very much the example done that the digital twin could be even a menace to the security of the system, and secure software supply chain, Internet of Things, and so on and so forth. As part of my duty is the cooperation with all the many different organizational stakeholders that deal with cybersecurity, because we obviously realize you need to have a place where cybersecurity is done, and this is EXO, but this must be done in cooperation with all the other communities, and this is easy thanks to Rui, Emmanuel, and many other colleagues that are both in the network, 6G and EXO activities. And this is part of this continuous dialogue that, in my view, should go on and has been well described in the slides of Rui. The current strategic research and innovation agenda as a similar structural working group. So basically we ask in a plenary meeting when we create the agenda to have sort of bootstrapping activities. We identify the main areas, then the sub-working group chairs try to shape their respective areas. We try to, at the working group level, to avoid duplication of effort among the different 4 areas, and we go on in these kind of activities. Here you can see what we do in the ecosystem, what we do in the data and economy, that will become data and AI, in the future Zuria, and the basic emerging and disruptive technologies. You can see here hardware, secure AI, cryptography, blockchain, IoT security. So all these basic elements are represented. Although specifically relative to this community, we may speak about the application domains. I think some slides are missing. In any case, in the Zuria, this is the dynamic, the topic that we cover, dynamic and cyber institutional awareness, security orchestration of virtual networks. Deal with security orchestration has been mentioned by many times by by Rui, the optimal ultralight virtual security appliances, then the evaluation of new security protocols, but the suggestion that has been done in our SVRIA was to adapt and integrate also existing one, and not necessarily to create a new one from scratch unless it is strictly necessary. The deal and the stress on cognitive, autonomic, network orchestration that it was central already in 5G, and my understanding is that will be even more relevant in 6G with all the softwareization aspects that are going to be there. You want to compose the system at different level, putting together different researches owned by different people and controlled by other ones. We have resource-aware and efficient security management. Again, green networks has been discussed before. And we want to be able to evaluate the security and including the risk of different layers and dependencies during their development and the evolution. And as soon as these things evolve, it's clear that the situation could be more difficult. In developing the system, we are considering the risk, the threats, all the things related to data and AI that is really becoming a major ingredient. This has been said also by Professor Baldoni. My understanding is that already identified in the SVRIA of network, you have already a strong role of AI in the definition of the control activities of your network. Cybersecure hardware and software is crucial, and we need to have secure infrastructure, skills, and support to European competitiveness. We are working on revising the agenda, these topics, on taking into account the new ecosystem. Rui said that digital sovereignty was new. Actually, we are working on it more recently, obviously, so we are trying to use at least 4 new keywords. I wouldn't say new, but resilience, that this means that the network should work in any case, digital autonomy, strategic sovereignty, and fundamental rights. I think that as community, as Europeans, we always want our European rights as part of the goal. In some sense, I disagree with Rui when he says that all the policies should be implementable. I think that the policies could be also point of reference that tells you, it's a sort of lighthouse that tells you where you want to go. Maybe you cannot reach that place, but if you look somewhere else, it could be totally wrong. So I have some sort of positive feelings in the European project. Just, I mean, not to agree on everything that has been presented before. Again, the kind of threats that you find everywhere, supply chain security is still there. We saw with pandemic, we saw with so many different things. Open source has been mentioned. I like to say, as Rui said, actually, in all the main vendors software that we get is full of open source. Actually, finding the lineage in that open source is one of the main problems that we need to face. Phishing with deep fake, you can really change whatever you want, any voice, any picture on demand. So these authentication factors really will change. This information campaign, Professor Baldoni showed it that the World Economic Forum is 1, 2, 3 element among the top levels. So it will be there for the next years and will influence the future. Ransomware attacks, no doubts, will be there. Cyber espionage can only be worse with all the geopolitical situation we are experiencing. Cloud and AI risks, we are just imagining some of them. And then you have all the problems of profiling and so on and so forth. As usual, we perform either a PESTA or a GEST, so geopolitical, economic, and social and technological aspects in all these situations, and we try to depict an overall description. I will try to go, in any case, fast. What I think, and all the elements that has been identified by Emmanuel in the network proposal, I think, are perfect, I still think we need to consider these aspects that are there. So higher complexity in the convergence of all these technologies, for sure the complexity will be higher. The complexity is higher because you want to do more things. So in 6G, as you said, you want to do many more things that you cannot do before. I mean, controlling, empowering needs new technologies, something new that you need to cope with. Otherwise, I mean, you have something that works, but maybe can be disrupted easily, as we said, potentially by cybercrime and so on and so forth. Larger attack surface. Whenever you use AI, this is there. Whenever you use 6G, everywhere. And I truly believe that this is done in everywhere. In our ZRIA, we have put secure future communications in the vertical sectors, but in a separate channel. It is totally different from all the other vertical sectors because it's an enabling factor for all the others, so it's extremely relevant. You have continuously evolving system orchestrating new functionalities, having AI that can be trained during the execution of the system. So, I mean, how you can predict the evolution of the AI that will optimize your services. So this will be extremely difficult. Secure software supply chain, this will be an issue in the moment that you use as much as possible services and the service or microservice oriented model that you are going to exploit. End-to-end security, I will always repeat, not only network or link security, we need the network and application security coupling. The impact of quantum, I think, will be there. We are seeing in many dimensions. I mean, 5-8 years ago, we were not speaking about quantum. Now is basically everywhere. Multi-tenant and complex ASIC control management is mandatory. Need an opportunity for data sharing. You call it data-centric activities. Europe is investing quite a lot on data spaces, on technologies to control how data is created, manipulated, transmitted, and so on and so forth. I think this is an opportunity also to try to have the mapping from policies to service management, to data management, and so on and so forth. Collaborative and confidential cyber threat intelligence. This is actually the title of one of my old projects that I did coordinate on confidential and compliant cyber threat intelligence. If you want, is data sovereignty for cyber threat intelligence. So how you control and distribute information at this level in several dimensions. I wanted just to highlight this element that for me will be still present in the future and can be highlighted and discussed more, and can be part of a dialogue that we can have in the next months. I would say we are also in the phase to reshape to create a new version of our agenda. It would be interesting to work together to find a complete alignment has been done in the past and can be done in the future. And thank you very much for the attention. I try to close quickly. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Fabio. Please stay on stage because Enrique maybe come back for questions. At least we are a little bit late, so we have to be short. Is there any question from the audience? No? Okay, I have some questions, but I have plenty of questions. So we won't have time for everything, and we will go also through questions this afternoon. One is about services. You did not mention a lot the word services. And if you go to digital in general, most of the way you consume digital is through services. So what do you think about that? And because I have also to recognize that most of you say that you were just at the step to revise and to progress the SRIS. Nice opportunity. You both say that there are some common overlaps on those topics. Good. So let's do it. But still, back to my question about services.
When I speak about orchestration, I also speak obviously about orchestration of services, microservice technologies, and software technologies to involve them. So it is a very general meaning what we have to protect: the endpoint, the service computation, who runs the service, and how can you make this in a proper way. And then also trust is another point, no? Because in a scenario that you are depicting that service can be offered by one company, another one, through an implementation, through another implementation, how do you choose the most reliable? Which kind of metrics do you have in terms of reputation of the provider, history of execution, and so on and so forth? There is a plethora of things to be done. Luckily, I mean, in software services, many of these things have been discussed. Let's see how this works, integration in the networking world.
I think I will agree with mostly what Fabio said, with a small detail. I don't care if we call it services or not. In fact, I remember a couple of years ago, we spent a full 6 months trying to figure out a definition for service, right? This is a distributed environment. It's a distributed environment where code will be running in different physical boxes that will belong maybe to different persons, or maybe not. I may control, or maybe not, the interconnection in these boxes. They may be in the same computing environment that maybe or may not be mine. So everything on this distributed environment is maybe or maybe not. So if you want to say that you have a software service abstraction or a telecom service abstraction surrounding problem, does it really matter? Because typically this abstraction will be the easiest part of the security problem that we are handling. Okay?
Well, if I may say, the fact that you don't care, basically, however, as security experts need to consider if two different services have two different access control mechanisms, how to make them interoperable. So, then if 3 of them, it becomes a problem. So, as I told you, the more things you want, the more duty we have on the security. At the same time, you have to do on the networking part, obviously. It's a good part of 6G.
Yeah, but that is the point. I mean, we will not be able to do everything I said. We are still on the stage where we can say to the world, this can be done, and this seriously, do you really want to pay for this? And this will have strong impact in the way the ecosystems will develop, because maybe or maybe not will imply different stakeholders with different business models.
Yes, but in this case, you have to give the opportunity and the awareness to the users, being machine or humans, to identify what is the level of security and what to take or not, and to compose end-to-end what is the result in terms of security. So this is not there yet, for sure, but I'm more on Fabio's side for the requirement, and I'm also on your side. I mean, everybody has to take into account his own authority perimeter, what he can do, but there is someone at the end that has to provide solutions to put everything in a package. And I would like that this package is not delivered in an access to the services that is only from our friends from the other side of the ocean.
No, look, the problem is that, and there is something that I like on this 6G discussion. We are not discussing anything that doesn't happen today. The problems that we are talking about exist today. We simply didn't say that they were important. And if somebody here, if I talk A1, A2, B, C, and D, those very old security levels of computing, does people in this room understand me? Does anybody know the level of security of your systems at this moment and how, because those levels were completely superseded many years ago. But do you know the trust you can have on the places where your code or information is being stored? I mean, if you are outside Thales or Nokia or Huawei, to mention the companies that I'm seeing here, are you really sure that the European Privacy Act and the relation with the exchange of data with the United States is being fulfilled? Oh my God, this is a problem that exists for how long? Have we solved it? So what is the 6G bringing on this problem that doesn't exist today? Yeah, to me, the good part of it is that at least allows us to start discussing the problems. But we are talking about problems that exist today, and saying that they will be magically solved in the future by non-existing technology that will change non-existing ecosystems is wishful thinking. It's how I write papers. Okay, I mean, I'm fine to be paid for writing papers. I already told that. But I'm not sure if that's our mandate.
One question from
A quick one, yeah. Usually when we ask researchers to design an efficient system for communication, we put security apart. First we do it efficient, and then we go and try to secure it. For 6G, we would like to have 1 terabit per second speed. And sure, physical layer researchers will work on this. And then what would be the message you give for research community regarding research in 6G, and what is the right moment to integrate security requirements? This is my first question. And the other one, do you have also some guidelines for funding initiatives? Do you think that we need dedicated 6G and cybersecurity calls together? Thank you.
This, if I can start, I mean, thanks God that you start to have security from the very beginning in Jasoria. Internet was born without that, and you're still receiving spam of emails because the authentication mechanism was not given at that time. So really start to think about this and let's go on. I like the things you said. Then if you want some performance, the cryptographic algorithm should work as well. Interoperability should be there. For me, is as I see and how you posed, I like the 3 dimensions. So you are expanding in 3 dimensions. So it's a cubic problematic that is going on. No, it's not linear, quadratic, it's cubic in all those elements. But it's good. So I like from the external guy more cybersecurity, and actually not too much in network security. I like as you pose the problem, and also somewhere you need to stop to make something in 2 years. That is something from a pragmatic perspective. At the same time, let's try what we can set up in security in such a way that the 2 years plan of Rui works in such a way that you have a bare minimum of the things that we can do. But in terms of plan, I think the things I heard make sense to me and will make sense in a longer term.
Okay, so the first question about which probably the nice word is that on this current call from the SNS joint undertaking, which was launched with the 6GIA and the European Union, there is, how much, Didier, help me, 16 million for projects on security and 6G, right? 60 million, that's what I think that exists. Is it enough? No. On the other hand, I would say that lots of people are doing. Of course, it's not enough, but there is not enough money for everything that we want to do, right? Regarding why people look at performance first and security later, well, I think the problem is I'm not sure what security is. I mean, this is a weird sentence, but how much secure do I need to have the ping from a lock? And what's the scope of my challenge? Because security by nature has to be fit for purpose. The way I address the security of, PPDR, it's very different if it's a military action or if it's a call for a fire. And we are just talking about, something that goes under the same hat. So I prioritize the privacy in one aspect, I prioritize the reliability and the ability to work on the other. So when we talk about security for design, and I completely agree that we need some way of doing quantification and assessing the impact of different security solutions on a global system. We don't know how to do that. But since we don't know how to evaluate a global system anyway, so not being able to evaluate security is not a major problem on that context. But being more serious on this, what we need to have is a way of, when we address security by design, to have a couple of models to say, if your concern with security is this, do it like this. If it's that, do it like this. If you really don't care, and then in the end see what you want. We don't even have this kind of, how can I say this, formal development process. Every time to us is a new problem. While I would expect us to have learned enough to start to formalize this kind of balances at this stage.
Thank you very much. I propose, no, sorry, we have to cut because Apostolos is waiting already for a long time. Thank you very much, guys. We will continue the discussion this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's my pleasure to introduce Apostolos Malatras from ENISA. So he's a team lead of innovation knowledge and information. And then also recently as another hat, looking at research and innovation direction, so which is interesting. And because just also to gather some inputs from this workshop. But today is going to present, the work that ENISA has been doing about the threat landscape, and then the yearly report that they publish, which is very interesting, and also give some insights about the future, what is going to be looking the threat landscape for 2030. So Apostolo, thanks a lot for joining, also from remote. I just check whether you can share the slides, and also whether the microphone works.
Hello, good morning, good
afternoon,
everyone. I hope you can hear me and
yes,
you can see.
You can put just in presentation
Give me a
mode.
second.
Fantastic. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Roberta. Thank you all for the kind invitation. Apologies, couldn't make it there, but we had the management team meeting here at ENISA this morning, so I couldn't miss it. But thank you very much for the opportunity to address you and discuss ENISA's effort when it comes to the threat landscape and the future of cybersecurity as we take it. So no need for me to introduce myself. Roberto did it far better than I could have had it for myself. So I will remember you for future events as well, Roberto. So just a little bit about ENISA for those of you who are not familiar with who we are. ENISA is the EU agency for cybersecurity. Actually, this year we celebrate 20 years of existence. So if you don't know us by now, we probably did something wrong. Hopefully you won't know us. And ENISA has a very diverse strategy, starting from capacity building, supporting policy implementation, supporting operational cooperation, certification, and the two areas that are closer to my heart, the ones in the red, and that's why we painted them red. Knowledge and foresight. So trying to understand what is happening in the cybersecurity threat landscape of today, but also to look a little bit ahead in the future when it comes to future and emerging challenges. The mission of ENISA is to achieve what we call a high common level of cybersecurity across the European Union. Now, there are open questions, of course, there. This is what is enshrined in our mandate, in our regulation. What is high and what is common are terms to be precise in the years to come, of course, because it depends. They're both quite relative terms. But overall, we strive to promote a trusted and cybersecure Europe. To do that, we first need to understand what is happening. How secure is Europe today? What are the challenges that we're facing? What are the things that we need to be aware of? So at ENISA, as I said before, we take the stance of trying to understand the situation today, but also try to peek behind the curtain a little bit and try to foresee potential futures, potential scenarios that will come forward. So the today part is what we call, and okay, that you probably have seen all of you. It's what we call the ENISA threat landscape. This is something we've been doing for the past 12 years. And on what we do in the future, we'll talk a little bit about the work on foresight. So ENISA's take on the current threat landscape is mapped on what we call the list of prime threats. the list of the top things that we feel based on the assessment we did back in 2023 for 2023 are the things that should be higher up in the agenda of everyone. The reason why we have a threat landscape and the reason why we come up with this list of prime threats is that there are so many threats and challenges and things that should worry us in the cybersecurity space, and there are either so few of us or so limited resources. So one at some point or another, especially do their own risk assessment, they would need to prioritize based on their particular context. This is a little bit the aim behind the threat landscape. Try to see what are the most common trends, what are the most common patterns, the most prevalent sectors that have been affected, or the particularities when it comes to the timeline or the threat actors in particular, so as to help people do their own risk assessment, which actually, sadly, we cannot do it for them. Everybody has to do their own risk assessment because everybody knows their own business context and the particular risks that they are faced with. So this is a horizontal threat landscape, which will complement with work that we do also with deep dives on particular sectors. So recently we published, for example, one report on the denial of service attacks, which was one of the most common threats of last year. So for 2023, we identified 8 types of threats that come at the top of the landscape, and at the top, unsurprisingly, was the threat of ransomware, followed closely by denial of service attacks against availability. Following that, we had a lot of attacks, and this continues for many years now, related to threats, in particular stealing data, data breaches, leaking data. And this is a big type of threat because it actually involves personal data in most of the cases, so you can imagine the potential impact. And sadly, despite a lot of our joint awareness-raising efforts, social engineering threats when it comes to phishing, targeted phishing, and using new techniques like SMSs or videos to phish credentials from users still rank at the very, very top. We have also different types of threats against advanced availability from other internet protocols and malware. These are persisting all the time. And two that I would like to highlight, the last two, involve the supply chain threats. These in the last few years, we have witnessed a huge growth of supply chain attacks because the adversaries understood that if one, taking the perspective of the malicious attacker, if one were to attack the supply of many customers, then they could have a much larger and much more scalable impact. By targeting just one entity, all the people down the supply chain will also be affected. That we witnessed with the SolarWinds a couple of years ago with Kaseya. So we see more and more instances of this type. And the last one is that on information manipulation, what is commonly referred to as misinformation, disinformation. We opted for the broader term information manipulation, which is something that particularly with the advent of artificial intelligence and chatbots, the whole sphere of information on the web and it has been significantly affected. It's something that worries us quite a bit because all the analysis that we do, all the trends that we come up with, even for this important threat landscape, is based on information observed the digital ecosystem on the web. If this information is not correct, all our analysis and all our decision making will also be affected. Having said that, a little bit of a deep dive on the European Union threat landscape. So in the EU, last year we analyzed around 2,600 incidents, also cross-border ones, 3 times as much we observed worldwide. Clearly, this is a small part of the picture. What ENISA does when it comes up with the threat landscape is we try to go through as many publicly available instances as possible. So a lot of the instances do not get reported for various reasons, which is a sad situation because information sharing is information caring. We need to have a better understanding of the threat landscape. But at the same time, there's not much we can do. So we rely on publicly available information. So when it comes to the prime threats, as I mentioned before, you see like for the EU in particular, 34% of the cases were attributed to ransomware and close to 28% was on denial of service attacks. The others that followed were data and social engineering with fewer and fewer options when it comes to information manipulation. One needs to note, of course, that the supply chain that is quite low in the scale here that you might see. The impact, this is in terms of the number of incidents. The impact is completely different picture because they can affect a lot of more customers. So in the threat landscape that we saw this year, the biggest impact, the biggest drive is that still on geopolitics. Since the war of aggression in Ukraine, the cybersecurity threat landscape has been completely different. It's very much driven by geopolitical motivations and state actors, and that actually exemplifies why we notice an increase in the capabilities of threat actors. Ransomware and DDoS rank always at the top for the last 2 years in a row, and we have new threats, particularly powered by artificial intelligence this year. And this is something that definitely worries people. When it comes to the impact, the biggest impact that we notice is that on the digital sphere, as we said, so lack of availability, lack of service provisioning, and so forth, with high impact amongst a lot of instances being financial and societal. So financial is mostly the ransomware instance, the big red part that you see there, because people get money, and also for the data. And societies, they want to cause unrest. This is a lot of people that are doing activism, and that's based on geopolitical or political motivations. We have also different types of impact when it comes to reputation and psychological impact. And for quite a few instances, it's a bit unclear, and this is again a worrisome sign, what the motivation of that and what the impact was. So this is due to the lack of available information. When it comes to motivation, financial gain is the biggest. You see the big part right there. Clearly, for ransomware, the motivation is to get money out of the whole situation. Also, for most of the data breaches, the black part there. When it comes to the disruption of services as motivation, this is clearly related, the big blue part there, on distributed denial of service attacks. And for a big chunk of instance, again, there we don't know the motivation people. Again, there I will call, and I will keep repeating, as a reason we keep saying that we need to have a better understanding of the threat landscape. It's not a shame to report an incident. It's actually helping other people and helping future efforts that we do to prioritize and understand what is happening. You will find all this information, more detailed stuff about all the analysis there in the report itself, which is publicly available. An important aspect of the work we do is to be able to prioritize the different sectors to see which sectors are the most affected. So last year, again in the EU, the most affected sector was that of public administration, with close to 20%. So we're talking about municipalities, public authorities, and so forth. Target individuals, target attacks against individuals, 11%, followed closely by manufacturing, transport, and healthcare. A lot of different sectors affected. For the first time, we also noticed a very small number of incidents affecting space infrastructure, in particular ground control stations, which is something to start ringing some bells of worries. Having said that, it is important for us, and we look at one particular aspect that is taking a lot of our attention, is that of the analysis of the threat actors. So we classify between 4 different types of threat actors. State nexus actors, these are the state-sponsored actors. Cyber criminals, in it for the money, in it for the crime. Hacker for hire actors, this is a particular category that rose to attention 3 years ago via the dark web mostly, where even if one is not really capable of mounting their own cyber attacks, they can go and hire somebody to do it for them, which is an interesting business model if we're doing finance. But when it comes to cybersecurity, it's something that has opened up the playing field quite a bit, because it lowered the bar of sophistication for people to conduct cyber criminal activities. You just need to pay off somebody. The last category that we classify is that of hacktivists. The hacktivists are the category that increased quite a bit last year with the war against Ukraine, the war of aggression against Ukraine. And it involves people, let's say, trying to take the law into their own hands, and from both sides actually, and try to bring down different critical infrastructures of the opponent via cybersecurity attacks. Why is it important to look at the threat actors? For us, it's an integral part of the threat assessment of the threat landscape. One in order to be able to understand and plan our mitigation strategies, our different techniques on how to counter the adverse impact of cybersecurity attacks, we need to understand the reasoning behind why the attackers are doing it. It's kind of like criminal profiling in traditional crime. We need to understand their trends, their targets, if they use the same techniques, if they use some particular tools, procedures, if there is a timeline that they do, all their motivations and goals. So it is very, very essential part of the whole threat landscape. When it comes to the state nexus actors, so they are the biggest part, and I will not go into detail this. You may find all this information I mentioned before, and I will be happy to answer any questions. So basically, we're talking about very sophisticated actors because they're backed by nation states. They have a lot of resources at their disposal, and they exploit a lot of different vulnerabilities and even zero days. They often have geopolitical motivations because of their backing. And that can, that has increased quite a bit in the last couple of years. When it comes to cyber criminals, the main motivation is to conduct crime, to try to get money, to try to impact the availability of systems, mainly using for monetization reasons. In the last couple of years, they have updated a lot their capabilities. Using a lot of artificial intelligence, trying to exploit cloud infrastructure, they go for supply chain attacks to have maximum possible impact, and even try to do a lot of spear phishing and targeted phishing attacks to get initial access into systems. Thankfully, we have a lot of legal actions against coordinated from both EU and the US, Europol, together with colleagues from the US, and everybody. They have been taking down criminal groups, but they keep coming back and back, these people. So quite persistent because there is a lot of money being made out of this, sadly. When it comes to hacker for hire actors, again, this business model rose quite a lot in the last few years. It's a model for as a service, and it's not only for stuff that you would think like ransomware or distributed denial of service attack. You can go and purchase for $20, launch a ransomware attack against a friend of yours or something like this. Please don't do that. This is linked to all of the different types of threats that we saw before, even information manipulation. You can hire the services of these people to run disinformation campaigns. And this is, again, it's very, very difficult for attribution and to understand the motivations behind, because these particular people, the hacker for hires, are not the actual threat actors themselves. They have been hired by somebody else. When it comes to the hacktivists, again, very much related to the different geopolitical situations. So now with the Israel-Hamas, with the Ukraine invasion, in Taiwan, after the visit from US people. So usually the actions of activists follow some sort of political event, some sort of political development. And for them, usually, because of this particular type of motivation, attacks on critical infrastructures, something that would draw the attention of the public side, that is something that they go for. Also, a lot of information manipulation, because again, it's linked to political motivations. So, in short and in a bit, so again, in 2023, and we noticed this trend starting off in 2024 as well. All the threat actors groups, they get together. We see people ganging up together to increase their capabilities to use more and more new technologies. You can't imagine the uptake of chatbots for artificial intelligence by threat actors. So it has been quite high. All of the sectors are affected, as you see there. All the sectors that we see in the NIS directive, or one way or another, they have been affected. And even sectors that are not part of under the NIS directive. So it's something that should bring an attention to a more whole of society approach when it comes to security. In the EU, have seen quite a lot of incidents in the course of last year, and this has increased quite a lot. Again, though, this is based on what is publicly reported. So we don't have yet the full understanding of the publicly reported incidents versus the keep hush and quiet incidents. That's why for us, and we argue a lot for this, that information sharing is caring. So it helps not only the potential victims to get the adverse impact of cybersecurity attacks. It helps us as researchers to understand different trends and extract patterns. It also helps the cybersecurity authorities to understand and prioritize their actions. They see a lot of ransomware actions in one place. Something is wrong, for example, so maybe they can go and help. It helps us as well as an agency to come up with stuff like what you just saw. But we don't just look at the data, we also go get, and as I said, conduct strategic foresight. This is a new strategic objective of ENISA in the last couple of years. We try to identify what we call emerging and future cybersecurity threats. So there we follow a methodological approach that we have made publicly available, where we start from different events of today, where trigger trends that are coming down the horizon, noticing weak signals, different contexts and motivation of threat actors as well, changes, disruptive technologies, and try to put all of this together in what we call a foresight exercise. The foresight exercise is looking not only at the technological field of cybersecurity and the technical field, but across different dimensions from politics, economics, societal, even environmental and legal. Together with our stakeholder communities at ENISA, that are cybersecurity professionals mostly, that work with us for many, collaborate with us in many ad hoc working groups, advisory groups, and even operational communities across Europe. We prioritize with that to identify different threats and came up with a list of the top 10 threats that we see coming forward for 2030. Against different dimensions, and I don't expect anybody to be able to read that, but this one everybody should be able to read, and even though I'm not in the room, I hope I can. So for us, what we see as the top 10 threats for 2030, we start with, at the top, what was covered, supply chain software dependencies. A lot of the software they, particularly across all different products, is component-based and uses a lot of different libraries. Advanced disinformation campaigns. We have legacy systems, we have targeted attacks, personalized attacks, hybrid threats, attacks against space, artificial intelligence abuse, skill shortage. All of these things are the things that we see down the horizon. The thing is that the future doesn't stay static. If only that were the case, then, okay, then life, first of all, would be a bit boring. But thankfully, yeah, it is important to keep abreast and update this. This is a repeating exercise that we do every year, where we build up future scenarios and try to anticipate the development and evolution of current and emerging threats. So we will be updating that. And we do so every year. But for us, it helps us proactively do deep dives and analyze these future challenges and see how our strategies may be adapted to cater for them. This is a part that is driving our research and innovation work also for this year. And we are happy to discuss further with any of you if you have any ideas or if you would like to contribute to these foresight exercises to try to come up with priorities for the future. We're always open to discuss and collaborate with all of you. And with that, all this I want to ask. I would like to thank you so much for your time. And yeah, I think the floor is back on you, Hervé.
Thank you so much, Apostolos, for the insights. Check the audience if there is any question. Yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a question for you because when people are talking about incumbent telcos, for instance, they always say that there are serious stakeholders and there is no specific security issues. And then on the other side, if I look at the reports, recent reports on ENISA on the number of attacks and type of attacks against telecom infrastructure, this is something that is increasing. So my question is, how do we make private and public users of the 5G, 6G infrastructure aware of the threats and how we can manage to have them at the right level of security as per what they need. Huh? Not everybody needs the high grade, but how we can improve the situation on the awareness of the threats.
Thank you for it. Look, there it is something that, yeah, as I said a few times, so the threat landscape that we do is based on publicly available information. But again, this we're talking about the tip of the iceberg, and this is something we have been quite vocal about. Why there is a lot of times a perceived reputation risk if one reports an incident or if one reports a particular type of threat. A lot of time we have what we call the near misses when somebody is trying to knock on the door to try to do an attack, and nobody again reports this. And for many years it was considered, let's say, a kind of a taboo topic on somebody going public with, you know what, I fell victim to an attack. Only recently, in the last 3-4 years, we started noticing headlines in big media that, you know what, this XYZ company fell victim to an attack. So there was a need for, I don't know, a bit of a cultural mentality change, which I think slowly is changing, because people are understanding the value of sharing this information and making this available to others. Because we're in this together. That's the message we're trying to pass here. I mean, it's not a matter of that's life. I mean, incidents happen. We need to learn and move forward, and to be able to help others not to fall victim to the same type of threats, but also to make sure that the lessons that we learned, how we mitigated the attack, how we protected ourselves, get passed on to the others, and learn from this and move forward. So I do see that there is a change, let's say, in the culture there, but hopefully it can get better in the future.
Thank you, Apostolos. I have myself just a question, because I know also that you are a specialist in AI. And so, I mean, like you mentioned indeed, I mean, a little bit of abuse of AI, for instance, for the future, and also you mentioned this crime as a service. So in your view, how AI could really be used in the future for let's say, helping the criminals and for carrying out, specific attacks? Whether in your view this will happen, this will be the case, and whether we end up having a situation like AI against AI. I don't know whether it's going to be fiction or, especially when we're looking in integrating AI in natively in 6G. So whether this is something that it should be also looked at, for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, where the AI have now today. Look, artificial intelligence is something that has already been exploited. Sadly, even last year, we saw quite a bit of phishing. We saw a rise in the phishing attacks because people were using the new chatbots and everything to make customized and very believable phishing emails to lure people to provide their credentials. That's one example there. For information manipulation, a lot of fake videos, in particular with elections, was a technique that was used to spread different misinformation and disinformation in the field. So that was something that worries us, particularly this year with 1 European and 9 national elections happening. So this is something that worries. So artificial intelligence abuse is sadly already a reality, and we're still at the beginning of this. The thing is that it's also a little bit of a matter of a skill shortage situation. It's one thing to have AI professionals and cybersecurity professionals, but not to be able to protect AI, we need like a combination, a Venn diagram of both people. So somebody who has both a strong artificial intelligence and cybersecurity profile, which is not that common out there yet. So we do hope that with all the effort done for raising for skills and awareness, that we can get there in the point of time. Now, whether we have AI versus AI, look, I've seen a lot of movies about this. I'm a big fan of sci-fi. So yes, I will be, yeah, I think it's a plausible scenario that maybe later in the future. Let's hope it doesn't come before we sort up our defenses.
Thank you so much, Apostolos. I don't know if there is any other question. Otherwise, I just don't want to keep the audience waiting for the lunch. So thanks again for your remote participation. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
So please come back for 1:30, so it doesn't let you a lot of time for lunch. But the people have flights at the end of the day, so we need to keep on the timing to this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. So welcome back from the lunch. So we are going to restart, and we have actually a series of 4 different panels with speakers, and we really also welcome your contribution, from the audience, just also to ask questions and to tease a little bit the speaker. As you see, it's quite also informal exchange, so it will be interesting, to hear also from your side. So I'm happy to introduce, the first panel. So the objective is to focus a little bit about the security architecture distribution in 6G. So I welcome on the stage Daniel Kofman, that is the co-CEO of the PEPR, and then also he works as a professor at Telecom Paris Sud, so he's also AMT, and has experience also setting up different kind of startup. So I welcome Daniel on stage, and also Antonio Skarmeta. Don't see him yet. Okay. Right outside. Okay. Antonio, perfect. We'll call you directly on stage, and for the panel. So Antonio is a professor at University of Murcia, and then also is involved in the 6G group on security, and he's also coordinating different type of project, also linked to the cybersecurity. So welcome, Antonio. And then also Shahid Raza, that is director at RISE, and also is deeply involved in the cyber node in Sweden, so with the Swedish community. So thanks a lot for joining the panel. I'm going to sit in the middle, so that's good. And so the idea is to have to start with some. To start with understanding, based on the discussion that we had this morning, and then following also the presentation from Rui, Fabio, and then what we had. So we see that the 6G is a complex system, so with different type of technologies, and this is sometimes a little bit unclear to understand, what will be the vision that we'll have in the future. So it will be interesting, to have your perspective. So I will ask maybe Daniel to give a little bit some insight also from how we see, the evolution of the 6G, and then the evolution also to prepare a little bit for the future, considering that we need to invest in developing security architecture. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you very much.
You can use this one.
Oh.
I think that the slides. Yeah.
Oh, here we are. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Emmanuel, for the invitation. So the slides are just in order to introduce some changes in paradigm that will impact all the exchange of the arguments that we're going to have afterwards. So as we all know, the 5G already introduced a change in paradigm, because till this time we were building systems that the other sectors of activity were using. And with the 5G, we started to co-design the systems. It means different things. It means that we are taking into account the specific requirements of each of them. It means that these verticals are somehow extending the digital systems, for example, a vehicular network extending an infrastructure network. But it also means, if you are talking about 5G standalone, that these sectors of activity will introduce new functionality in the digital core. What I call here the digital core is, of course, the convergence between networking, cloud, and sensing. So this is a main change, and we can clearly understand what are the security issues that are raised. We have third parties introducing new functionality in the system. I'll come back to this in a moment. But as we move forward, and I don't mind, as Rui said, if you are talking about 6G or 5.5 or 7, doesn't matter. What we see is that so far we have a digitalized in a per silo approach. We are moving into an ecosystem where the different sectors of activities will build transversal services on top of the same digital core. So this is one more step forward in terms of data protection, access to information, and so on and so forth. And the access to the new services, these different verticals will build together. And the potential of value creation is huge. If you want to have a very simplistic, and I would say almost quite stupid example, is let's say that the smart vehicle in the morning will read your schedule, will decide about the best pass because he knows about the traffic, but he will choose the best parking because he will know about where the electricity is cheap, and you will charge at the right time to bring the electricity back to home at the end of the day. So it's a very simplistic case, but it's just to give you an idea what do we mean by these transversal services, multiplayer, multi-sector services, which are opening new problems. So as we said before, what's going to happen is that we are going to have a marketplace where different players from different sectors of activities will provide components for our infrastructure, for the digital core, And other players will use these components in order to orchestrate the new services. So today we don't know how to manage this from many issues related to security, and that I will highlight in a moment. I think is, which one? Yeah. Okay. So when you look to these circles, of course, there are plenty of things that we are already doing. The red, the blue, the yellow is where we are today, let's say, to simplify a little bit. But if we move into the things that we are talking about, and we discuss with plenty of verticals in energy, in transportation, in health, and in energy, for example, the big ones in France are telling us this is being pushed by the market itself. It's not just a vision about the 6G network. It's being pushed by the players in these verticals. What we're moving into is into a federation of the business planes of these players. And this is what we need to orchestrate in the network in order to enable the new service paradigms, the new business models, and so on and so forth. So if I try to translate on what does it mean from the security point of view, let's say that this convergence between network, cloud, and sensing, it's a kind of PaaS, a platform as a service. Now, first of all, this PaaS is introducing new risk because the network itself is sensing. Up to date, we were sensing geolocation. Now we are going to read much more things about what's going on in the environment. So again, this is a privacy issue. But in addition to this, on top of this PaaS, as we said before, plenty of players will bring their own functionality that will be added to the network. And as I said before, that will be available through the marketplaces. So the key question is, how are we going to orchestrate all this functionality? And how are we going to trust these new components? So here we are clearly in a case of a zero trust, because we're in a marketplace, and up to date, we don't know how these different components have been designed. So first of all, and this is something that Emmanuel likes very much, we will need to certify at least part of these components that are in the marketplace. But this is quite static. Okay, we certify, we have some information, we build the service. But we need to provide the security during the whole lifetime of the service. So we need to dynamically identify attacks on components that we didn't develop, that we didn't design. So this is, for example, where artificial intelligence may play an important role in automating the way we are going to detect these attacks before they really arrive. There are plenty of work around the world on these issues. Yes, it's too much,
no,
right?
Okay.
It's okay?
We are touching all the points that we'll touch during the panel, so which is super interesting.
This is what you told me just before we start, right? To do. So, okay. Now, the other thing is that, as has been mentioned this morning, we cannot talk about the attack perimeter any longer, right? It doesn't make any sense. Even surface of attack doesn't make so much sense. We should talk about volume because we're in 3D. But this volume of attack is changing in real time. Someone mentioned this morning, and this is a very important and critical point here. So we need a security plane. As we have a control plane, and as we have a planning plane, a management plane, we need a security plane in order to dynamically deal with the security during the whole lifetime of all the services. And as we're moving into 6G and into a user-centric approach, where you will have a user service node where the policy of security will define, then again, we need to orchestrate all this over something that is dynamic. We need a service plane for the same reasons that we needed a control plane. And of course, we need to orchestrate the service plane with the control plane, things that we never thought about in the past. In this continuum of the cloud, there is a mobile or multi-access edge computing that is a key piece of the whole picture, and that today is not being deployed at the speed that it should, at least from my point of view. And this is just for financial issues. So we need to understand who will invest in these infrastructures. If we have this PaaS, if we have the location of the MEC, who will invest in the resources we need there? For example, for federating artificial intelligence. And what we are proposing, but this is an idea among others, is a co-investment between the different players. the core digital players and the verticals I was mentioning before. And there is plenty of nice things that can be done if we move into this joint design. Now, the point is that on this whole story, today, how the control of these future services will be defined is something that we don't know how to do. And the authentication to access the service is something that we don't know how to do. One of the questions you raised is about Web 3.0. One of the issues that can be done with a blockchain, for example, is to have a federated identity, a federated authentication, something that could be introduced in this chain. Anyhow, there are plenty of things that we will discuss after all. So, just to summarize, we are talking about federated ecosystem with all these players providing functionality, coordinating themselves in order to provide advanced services, and we don't know who will take control on the security of all this stuff. Is it going to be the network operators? Is it going to be the GAFAMs? Another issue that we were discussing with Emmanuel. I hope that we will have a nice discussion all together about this specific issue.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Yeah, we'll just stand. Maybe it's going to be a little bit easier and so on. So that's very interesting indeed. As we said, you touched, different kind of elements, for the issue linked to the developing a security architecture for 6G, and then all the points. It will be interesting also to hear from Antonio that he has also a strong cybersecurity view on also in addition to certification. So, but just to see how you see the issues. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. First of all, thanks for the invitation. I think one important thing that I wanted to mention here, and this specifically I want to thank to all the participants here, is that since some time ago, Pascal and myself, that were part of the security working group in 5GPP, we were asking for this kind of interactions. I would say something. So, what is the connection between how we can connect and coordinate a little bit NISA, EXO, to GPP? So, I think that now is a very nice forum, and I hope we can repeat it more frequently. I would say, because there's a lot of stuff that should appear here. So basically, I tried with this, obviously, as you said, now we will go more in detail, but here, what I tried to indicate, and it is good going behind you, because you talk about the orchestration of the services that are going to use the network, but I think it's quite important also to discuss, and obviously have a lot of interaction with how these services are going to be deployed on this continuum. In that sense. So, and I'm talking about deployment and enforcement of the security on that continuum. And from that perspective, a little bit, what we try to show with this picture in some sense is the idea that more and more we're talking about a complete disaggregate environment, where we are talking about multiple stakeholders, multiple service providers, and so on. And the complexity that is coming here, I would say, and I'm linked here also with what already was mentioned by Rui, in some sense, is that it's getting less network, if you like, security, and more system security, I would say something. One of the consequences, because of the softwareization, no? In some sense, the softwareization, the cloudization of the different service, it makes, in some case, it is important to understand when we're talking about security on this kind of a scenario, what is the security we are talking about? And there are very different layers or different, I would say, aspects that need to be taken into account. No? And here, a little bit what I already have tried to mention some of them that, from my understanding, are basically part of the key part. No? One of them is, as you already mentioned, at the end, what we need to have, whatever it is, and whatever the number of entities that are going to participate in an end-to-end communication, we will need to be able to manage the orchestration end-to-end, I would say in some sense. So the user, the service that we want to orchestrate will require a collection of services that they will need about security and privacy. Always, we cannot forget that always we need to talk also about privacy, because most of the scenario will imply data exchange resources sharing, and all of this has an impact over the privacy of the aspect in that sense. So how we are going to be able to manage this kind of scenario, as already mentioned, in most of the case in an attended way, because the main issue here is that as also was mentioned because of ENISA and also was mentioned in other presentation, the kind of attacks are changing, are continuously evolving, and we cannot assume that we'll have a static behavior of the infrastructure in some sense, so we need to have a complete dynamic scenario and support really what in some case, I remember the wording that was used in some of the previous topic in security also, but also in 5G, it's about the self-healing. How the network, in this case, the network of networks, that is basically what we have here, are going to able to respond, I would say, in a quite dynamic way. No? And also to be able to predict some kind of future behavior or future needs that will be needed in order to be prepared to new situation and new conditions that are going to also to affect on that. And for that, one of the key aspects, specifically when we're talking about management, is about the monitoring. Monitoring the capability to continue provide telemetry functions over all that scenario that help the decision or the best decision in some sense in order to provision of services, to respond, to do mitigations, or whatever it is necessary in the kind of context. No? I would say. The other aspect important, we just mentioned about the security part, is more about, I would say, more than security is the trust, I would say in some sense. So as you already mentioned, the big point here will be that no one is going to coordinate and manage the whole ecosystem. It will be a lot of different actors, stakeholders, and some of them will be dynamic. Dynamic will appear, will disappear, will be new. We're talking about NTN. We're talking about, as already was mentioned by Rui, also, we don't know who is going to be in the end point of the communication, in the other part of the socket, if you like. And for that, we need to be able to really manage the dynamicity of this scenario of trust. No? So for that, zero trust technology, as already has been pushed in some way. But in general, I mean, how to create, we said, this kind of flexible and dynamic trust creation in the scenario of this kind of situation where we will have multiple actors interacting one to the other. And linked to that one, and with that I conclude, basically it's the idea and because of that, the continuum of the trust at the end. Because at the end, why we need to have this trust being created? Because we want to have if we want to offer a service, the service that is the people, the entity that is requesting a service will require that in the whole path that it will have between one point and the other, there will be certain level of trust in that sense. And that implies that in all the different points, we need to be able to check what is the right path to be provided, which are the right elements that are going to be instantiated in order to enforce that service. And there, obviously, we will have all the security linked to the, as you already mentioned, how to trust on the entities or the components that will be deployed, how securely will be dynamically enforced, and at the end, how to create this global trust continuum over that scenario in that sense. So, and as you said, then we can discuss about concrete topics. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Antonio. So that's a very interesting view. I would like just also to hear from Shahid, also link it to the fact that I know we are going to integrate, of course, the sensing capability of the cloud, but also the intelligence in the system. So how you see an evolution of the 6G architecture in your view?
Okay, thank you. So my name is Shahid. I am leading cybersecurity unit at Raza, and where I've been working for 15 years. And I'm a cybersecurity researcher, so we see different things in a very different lens. So from my point of view, the academic definition of 6G is a network that combines land, air, and water communication in a seamless way. So what does this mean in practice? So on the telecom side, in 5G, already we have solved, let's say, communication problems, security problems. There are standards. We can talk to each other using mobile phones. And then comes the air, which is drone plus satellites. it's a bit less managed networks. Maybe it's managed by single operators, but they lack international standards, especially in the satellite communication. And then also there are communication mechanisms when you travel across seas and oceans. So one of the things that we see, okay, 6G from our point of view is this network or system where these three components are put together, and wherever you are on the earth, you have a connectivity, whether this is telecom, typical 5G++, or it's a satellite. So what are the security or connectivity challenges such that we, as an end user, we are able to communicate between two, let's say, mobile phones in the same way as we do today for 5G, by traversing through all these different networks in a really seamless way, but pure end-to-end secure way as well. So this is, in Sweden, there are some projects we have at RISE. We are working on an ESA, European Space Agency project, looking primarily the 6G from the satellite perspective, together with Thales. It's a 2-year standard-based project. It's a very interesting insights. There are, of course, confidential elements in this, how things can be done. But clearly that if we need to connect these three things together, the standards lack. I mean, there are no standards for satellite communication in the same way as we have in the managed networks. And if we say, oh, there will be some magical, seamless end-to-end connectivity, we need to solve this. Having said this, in Sweden, we have a new strategic initiative. They're going to establish a center for 6G satellite communication. That's the name for next 6 years. And we will see how things go within that as well. Of course, we have a panel later on the crypto and some hardcore security and other discussions that we will go, because when you think of this URLL, the ultra reliable, low latency, and then you talk about, quantum as well, but then we are talking about even not the block ciphers, but maybe stream ciphers to achieve some of the reliability. So how we can match these things together, I guess there will be interesting discussions later on in that panel as well. And here, I would be happy to discuss or answer things across satellite 6G style communication and what could be done, what are the challenges, and so on.
Thank you so much, Shahid. So just piggyback, what you shared initially. So very much interesting, the view that you see all the different vertical sectors that are kind of coexisting into a 6G area. But at the same time, the challenge will be to really develop an infrastructure or services that could serve, something that is not clear since the beginning. In terms like the mission critical could change quite dynamically. So how do you see that, flexible the security architecture should be to enable that, or where we need to really invest in for enable such kind of behaviors for 6G? And what will be the implication also from the security perspective? That's the most important part.
Yes, as you are saying, at the end of the day, we need to build these services, and what is changing is that it has to be done dynamically. So the orchestrators we are familiar with for the last 10 years are becoming much more critical, because we need to orchestrate end-to-end services where we are talking in a multiplayer ecosystem, each of them providing their own components to building the end-to-end service. And in this end-to-end orchestration, we need to orchestrate not only the technology that will enable to provide the right bandwidth, quality of services, whatever, but also the right level of security that may change during the communication itself, the right level of sobriety in the consumption of resources, and so on and so forth. So the concept of an orchestrator is changing. But this is not enough, because as we said before, in front of these so many players, we are moving into a zero-trust ecosystem. And we all know that you cannot move from one day to another into a full zero-trust ecosystem. We need to continue with the stable things that we have today, and then open the door to introducing new services little by little in a zero-trust approach. if you do this for those services, you need at least to have the right traceability. What's going to happen? We are going to have a rules of access to the data that is provided by the players, to the components, software components that are providing to the players. But they provide this for certain usages. You will not provide your data for any usage. If you oblige that, no one will provide the data. So we need the data that is provided by the players we are talking about can be traced, that we can trace how it's going to be used. And this has to be monitored during the life cycle of the service itself. So we come back to something that has been said that is critical, that we need again, lifetime cycle monitoring. I think you mentioned the monitoring here is absolutely a major issue.
Thank you so much, Daniel. And also maybe Antonio, connected also to understand from your side, because you mentioned the concept of zero trust.
Yeah. No, I think that, I mean, linked to what we're saying, I think that here, what at least my vision, is that what, as you said, we need to think also that things, that the kind of orchestrators that we will have in the future will be no centralized orchestrator in some sense. So more and more, if we are talking about this kind of different multi-stakeholders, I would say continuum, it is difficult to understand that all of them will have the same kind of features, I would say, for doing the orchestration. But what is important, I would say, is to have a way that, as you mentioned, to be able to translate from security requirements that are being, security and privacy requirements that are being specified in the service provision to a way to coordinate the different orchestrator that will happen in the continuum, I would say, in some sense. So the translation between this high-level view, if you like, of what is needed to what is enforced in the different domains is clearly, I would say, one of the key challenges that we will have now. And the importance there is not just because of the need to coordinate, but also the issue linked to what you were saying. At the end, what you are, because when we're talking about security, any kind of new threats, any kind of problems or attack that will be produced in any of the different stakeholders' services will affect the other in some sense. So we need to have a coordination also of how to coordinate the response, the mitigation action that will happen between all of them, I would say, in order to give an answer to a possible, I would say, threat that already has been identified. So there is a complexity. I think some years ago also, and Fabio maybe can remind that, when there was some discussion about some project about how to do this kind of intelligent security, I would say, coordination in case of response to certain kind of threat. No? That was mostly focused, I would say, on a kind of one domain, if you like. Here the problem is that we are talking about a level of complexity that was not previously undertaken in that sense. So, and that now is I was the real challenge where we are going. For me, I think that is a clear point where we need to start, thinking about how this can be done, and also the impact that it will have in the architecture, and this going again to 6G. 6G, whatever it will be, as I said, now doesn't exist, in the future will exist, it will require new kind of interfaces and APIs to be defined that facilitate this kind of process. Because at the end, it's not going to be a monolithic, I would say, structure or infrastructure in some sense. It will be a quite dynamic one, and then we will need to do monitoring, continuous monitoring, a recovery of all this information, being able to understand, analyze, and predict or prevent more than predict over this orchestration process. No? And I think that is a really, at least from the research perspective, one of the clear, interesting area we need to cover in the future.
Yeah, perfectly in line with what you are saying. And we discussed a lot about whether the solutions will be centralized and distributed. And I think that the key word is federated, because we are in this multiplayer ecosystem. And if we want to better dig into this, for those that are familiar with networking, when the internet came to life, we had this internal routing and external routing. And when we moved into a dynamic external routing, we need to completely change the routing protocols. Why? Because we became multiplayer. And that's exactly the same issue here. The routing protocol had to take into consideration business issues and not only technological issues. And that's exactly what we are going through, but in a much, much more complex ecosystem, because the business is not just to route packets, it's the business of the whole verticals.
Yeah, that's interesting, because I work on cloud computing for many years, and then I see the concept about federation, coming, and then all these could be mostly applied apart from using the computing for the continuum, the cloud for the continuous, and so on. But Shahid, just to understand, you mentioned about the new project about space, satellite connectivity and so on. How do you see, because that brings another dimension, on top. Of course, it's gonna be part of the connectivity. How the concept, linked with the orchestrator of the resources, also to respond to the needs and then to specific requirements of the verticals. How do you see that all these aspects linked to the orchestrator, monitoring, and establishing also trust among different entities, so could work, by extending also into satellite, integrated satellite?
Yeah, I mean, clearly today this is an unsolved problem, so they are running in silos. But every vertical has its own setup. Telecom is the biggest player, but now we are bringing in satellites. They are different operators. This is a different beast. In this specific project, it's internet by nature is not path aware. You don't know when you send your packet which path it would take. It can take any path. It's the control plane that decides where to go. So in this specific project, we are focusing primarily on users should control the flow of the packet when it leaves, and then all the security angles. So this is a very specific project, but it touches both telecom and satellite communication. I'll comment a bit on your initial question as well. Security is usually we are very much engaged in IETF standardization. So if you are there, most IoT security standards, it's Rice and Ericsson together. We are leading the activities in IETF. So, at the end of the day, you have something called config file, where you put what to do, So when standards are defined, a single standard might, use or accept 10 different crypto protocols. And at the end of the day, yes, you have to implement all of them, but what you select to use depends on your specific use case. You always do risk analysis in cybersecurity. You don't put a policeman out in a border and vice versa, a tank in a home. You do risk analysis. What are you going to protect? And then you enable security. Standards are defined in a way that you have different profiles and say, okay, here I must protect against quantum. So I use this lattice-based crypto. Compared with my temperature reading going somewhere, okay, I stick to this other. But all these are usually part of security standards. At the end of the day, if you are actually implementing security protocols, you will see that, config file. So I enable this for my settings. Yeah, I don't see as a security researcher, it's a big security challenge to solve. It's rather more of a networking challenge to solve, and then the security will come in. I don't think that we are going to design new groundbreaking crypto protocol for 6G and so on. These things exist, and the crypto community, they are publishing, having all these solutions. NIST is standardizing new protocols for extremely efficient communication. It's a packaging, it's a system security problem more than the individual, problem.
Thank you, Shahid. I think that the crypto part will be touched later on, with Matteo. So I just checking, whether there is any question from the audience. Maybe I just can go on. Oh, yes, Rui.
Being on the dark side, I'm always sneaky. There were two comments that I really liked, and I was wondering how they can relate. So one was this notion of the routing, internal routing and external routing. And I was linking that to something that Antonio had in terms of monitoring. Now, how much are we able, in a chaotic environment where trust is questionable, how much are we able to do things like auditing without disclosing unneeded or unwanted information. Because on one hand, we will need to have the ability to do it. On the other hand, the reason why we need to do it is because we don't trust the parties to whom we are talking about. Any comments on that?
Thank you. As I always said, it's good you're making me that question because it's one of the things that we already discussed about. I get your, and I think this is linked very well with the idea of this routine stuff. No? I think that at the end, it's similar to what happened with BGP. When you're talking about BGP and you're talking about autonomous system, the decision about which autonomous system are going to follow your packets, it is based on certain metrics that will be provided in the interaction between the different autonomous systems. And the decision there will be based on this metric. Someone will have a policy that will decide, okay, I go in this direction, I skip this autonomous system or not. The same stuff will happen here. That's why I'm saying, for me, it's totally the same scenario. It's the same. It's quite similar to the scenario where at the end, all these different stakeholders that we will have involved on the continuum will represent like autonomous systems, where for each of them, we will not be able to get all the information. We will be able to get certain information depending on what they want to share, and you will need, and then our coordination, in this case the BGP protocol over it, will need to decide basically how to, based on that information, how to go through the different domains in order to reach the endpoint already decided. So I think it's part of the. That's why I was saying, for me, it is something that the vision actual of the orchestration in 5G or in 4G and in general on communication technology is more like a centralized view that I have knowledge about everything, and in the future it will be not the case, I would say. So we need to provide a new mechanism that facilitate, interfaces to provide certain information, offer certain information to this kind of orchestration and the orchestration or coordination. And this coordination will happen that at the end will become like a kind of overlay network where basically you will decide how the data will go from one side to the other based on certain requirements. One of them is the trust that you have on the path. I was saying something. So this is the kind of challenge I think that we will need to address. It is not there. It's something that needs to evolve. And things, and I think the scenario of how internet works or how evolved, I think is very good because in some sense show one approach that already has worked during 50 years, in some sense. I don't know if that answered your question, but it did. At least it's...
If I can continue with this analogy with the internet routing, we need end-to-end services, but in order to protect, we need to create zones with borders between zones where we are going to monitor, analyze, and be able to disconnect players that are not behaving well, as we do on BGP, right, when running these type of things. So who are going to be these players that will monitor is a critical question. And the answer, of course, is not clear at all. We need players that will do this monitoring, this analysis, and will be able to close the door.
Yeah, maybe connected to the question, just hijack the microphone here. Connected to the question, since Shahid, we are talking about, a little bit, the multi-stakeholder, so we have different actors that are going to play a role here. So in case there will be a cyber attack, so how to be sure, you mentioned, of course, the monitoring, you monitor the usage of resources and so on, possibility to reconfigure the network in some orchestration. But what about the responsibility in case something happens? There is, for instance, a data loss, or there is a misuse of certain network, elements, network functions, so services. So how you see what we need to anticipate, in terms of to the design of the architecture, to be sure that we can try to address this problem?
I can say again, honestly, it's a very good question, but this is kind of problems we need to solve by next 3-4 years to see. But already today with the supply chain problems, we don't know who owns the problem. We know who owns the rights and other things and monitoring. But when there's something happen, for example, if it's a supplier somewhere and then you use that specific part in your system. And if that supplier is hacked, you own the system, but then you just point to that supplier. So these liability issues are still issues in current networks, and they will continue exponentially, I would say, in 6G. Another one, you put together all these things. And I'm quite sure there will be some sort of regulations coming around this as well. When you put together different operators with different responsibilities, not to protect operators and companies and so on, but to protect the individuals who at the end of the day would use these systems. And from, as I said before, from the individual point of view, I just want to call from A to B or use some service. I don't care who and how it used. So industry doesn't care either about me. It's a regulator who might care about the population and the individual. So there might be regulations around it that who is responsible for this, and they should be.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we are looking, for instance, at EXO into the SBOM, for instance, and then also the impact for the CRA. But I see that Daniel has a comment on this.
Yeah, your point is, of course, excellent, and we don't know today how to solve this issue. And this is why we're not going to move from one day to the other into a completely open architecture where with a marketplace, with whoever can put a piece of software there that will be used by others. It will be done by step. I think the first step will be that we are going to have partnerships among players from the different verticals, but one company from one vertical with another company of a second vertical and certain network operators and so on and so forth. We create a cluster, and they will be able inside this cluster to provide services that are transversal to them. It will be much more than what we have today, not the end game, of course. And these partners will start with an a priori trust. It will not be zero trust. It will be 0.5 trust. I don't know. It will be not zero trust. And they can agree in a common entity that will be in charge of the monitoring, the traceability, and managing the identity of the different issues and so on and so forth.
Thank you, Daniel.
Just to mention that, I think that, I mean, there's no big difference to what happened today, I would say, in some sense. I mean, up to date, who is responsible if something is not working on on your contract with your operator in order to provide certain service? At the end, you have an SLA. And the SLA defines certain kind of agreement in that sense. So basically, at the end, will be the important thing here is that when we are talking about different stakeholders, we need to have an agreement basically between the different entities that are part of this continuum in order to define what is this SLA and how is it, and if it is not, and then we'll need to have measure to check the compliance of the SLA, monitoring or any other stuff. So to understand the level of trust that we will have on that entities, and the next time maybe that will imply that there's a change in SLA or there will be reduced the trust on the model. I mean, and at the end it will be a kind of dynamic stuff. What is important, I think, is regarding to your point is how to react to that kind of situation. What happens if there's a real problem, a failure, or a problem on the resources already assigned on certain service, and how to react to them in that sense. Something that now is quite more static, I would say, in the future should be more and more dynamic. You need to provide the solution there, and you need to have in place solutions that allow you to deploy new components. That's why the softwareization is possible. They provide the necessary tools to try to answer to that problem, and maintain, I would say, the level of manage the SLA that you already tried to provide. And if not, you will be, I mean, at the end, the next time, your reputation will be reduced, and no one is going to use your service. At the end, this is the story of the management of the solutions.
Thank you. Just give the floor.
Yeah. Thank you.
He's telling you some. Yes.
I think the last
he's
one, right?
pulling the flag.
Can I? It's okay. Wanted just to very quickly make a parallel with what's happening in other industries. Because fundamentally speaking, like Rui said this morning, the problems we have regarding security are common fundamental problems we always had in computer science. Only technologies is changing and the scale is changing. So the similar problems have been addressed, for instance, in the aerospace industry, especially in civilian avionics, where they before putting computers to control an aircraft, with many components and connected to many equipments, they had to regulate. So that's what's happening. We are engaging in regulation. Then to identify and to name certification bodies, government certification bodies, which are able to audit in a full transparency any actor, any player that would like to put some service or some component in an aircraft. So transparency and is mental. Yeah, of course. So how you see the management of, in these future networks, mission critical services against other non-mission critical, and make sure you do not cut the connection for a mission critical service, and or do you see how you architecture this in kind of segregation and make sure that predictability is preserved, even though you have this jungle of dynamicity around?
Thank you. If you can just provide a brief answer. Yeah, thank you, Daniel.
I don't know what you are targeting, but I think that we should, I mean, the orchestrator we are talking about should take into account, when orchestrating the different components, what is the policy of the entity that is asking for the service. And if the entity is asking for a critical service, and this is part of the service description of the security policy description of the service, the orchestrator will have to choose among these components that have been certified in one way or another. That I think will be the way to enforce critical services. Now, the question is, how are you going to certify those pieces of software, or the quality of the data, same issue? Sorry? Or even the orchestrator, right, which is a piece of software at the end of the day. So I don't know, maybe the regulation will impose that the software of these things will be open for, not in open source approach, but for expertise. Could be an approach.
Thank you, Daniel. Just quick comment.
Yeah, very quick comment. I think that, what you said is quite critical, but that is exactly one of the main differences that we can have because of the technology that now we have in the scenario. Technology, I'm not talking about the architecture only, but the technology that we have in 5G, 6G, and so on, is the capability to really create different paths or different overlays, if you like, with different quality of service and different requirements, I would say in some sense. This is the main difference that we have with the classical internet, that everything is the same. Here we have that possibility, and the creation of this kind of different overlays that we can build over the infrastructure is technologically possible. So the answer is it's possible. Now, I said the other issue is how to measure that, as you said, everything is compliant with the requirement being produced. And for that, I already said, it is not to have one orchestrator, it's to have the capability to understand, to recover information from the information that they are able to provide from all the different points or stakeholders that are in the path, and try to get that information in order to check if it is compliant or not with the initial requirement. That's what I say. For me, it's very important to have a way to go from the specification to the instantiation, and to be able to check what are the specifications formally in sense, in a more machine-readable way, so that later we can understand if what we collect from the different points of data are able to validate what already was specified there. And that can be done by third party, totally independent of the normative and so on. So it should be part of the challenge, I would say, in the future.
Thank you. So just, we are closing, but 10 seconds, two key future, let's say, research topics, really in 10 seconds for the part linked to the 6G architecture.
I would say massive attestation and auditing.
Massive attestation and auditing.
Automated massive attestation. When two parties talk to each other, they must attest.
Antonio?
Yep. For me, I would say is orchestration, coordination of multiple orchestrators entities. I would say.
Okay, I think we mentioned a few, and orchestration and traceability monitoring, I think, are key issues here. But I will add something we didn't talk that much, which is the tools for operating these systems. Of course, we can think about digital twins and things of that sort, but we don't have the tools today to operate such complex systems.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot to the three panelists. And I invite then Emmanuel for the next one.
Thanks. I had plenty of questions, but not enough time. So the speakers, Christos, Gürkan, Madhusanka, please join me. So now we're gonna be smart because we're gonna use AI. So, so the next 40 minutes should be dedicated to this AI, secure AI for secure 6G, and we need to switch on the right one. Yes. But before starting, maybe we have to somehow to have a common understanding of the landscape. And when we talk about AI, I should say 80% of the time, it's people don't know what they're talking about. So is it statistical AI, symbolic AI, control loops? What are we talking about and where it stands in the 6G? I will ask Madhusanka, this is the right spelling of your first name, to give us a kind of introduction to what type of AI is it, federated learning, ML, and so on, and yes, to add the associated security challenges. Yeah. Just to introduce the, so you have, yeah, you can take it.
Okay, so thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk in this event. So, and I'm going to give a introduction for this session to talk about like how the AI will be helping on securing the 6G network. Yeah, so I think we have already discussed about like what is 6G is about. So there are many new technologies is going to work in 6G, but we also understand that AI is going to play a bigger role in 6G. So when we look at like in 5G, the AI will be using in couple of application or few application, but when we know like when you are going to deploy in 6G, it will be applied in almost everywhere in the 6G network. So it can be data collection, end-to-end 6G architecture, and almost all the application AI is going to play a bigger role. So we can state like AI is like one of the key technologies this will be enabling the 6G architecture. But I'm going to look at like what is the impact of AI on the 6G security. So probably our discussion is based on that. So when we looking at the AI role in 6G security, actually we can talk under different categories. Like AI can be used as an enabler for the 6G security, or it can be also used as a defender for the 6G network, and also AI become an offender to attack the 6G network. And also AI system, the models we are going to use in the 6G architecture can be a target for many attackers. So we have, when we are talking about the integration of AI for the 6G security, so we have to consider all of these 4 areas mainly. So a little bit more about these 4 categories. So what is the AI's role in the 6G security as enabler? So I think in the previous discussion we had a lot of talks about like security orchestration, automation and part, and AI will be one of the key technology which can be supporting these secure automated network services and the management. So AI can be an enabler to support these kind of areas. And also AI become a defender for the 6G. For example, when you are integrating a lot of IoT devices, a lot of services, so the manual configuration or security management will be a challenge. So then you have to use AI-based security solutions. Sometimes in order to detect the zero-day attack type of scenarios, so you need to have like AI-based system to detect these kind of attack. Or if you have like AI-based attacks on the network, so sometimes AI is the right tool to defend against these attacks. So AI can be act as a defender to protect the 6G system. And also AI become an offender in some areas because so AI has a lot of capabilities, so the attackers can use AI to attack the 6G network, so they can automate most of these services, attacks, and also perform more sophisticated attack on the AI system. And the fourth category we will be looking at is the AI as a targeted point to attack the 6G network. When we are integrating AI in a different part of the network, it can be in the radio network, it can be in the core network, or it can be in the application or in the device level. So these AI models can be attacked in many ways. For example, like we can have like data poisoning attack, adversarial AI attack, model evasion type of attack. So those kind of attacks are possible in the 6G network. And also, if we consider just the privacy kind of scenario, so model inference attack or backdoor kind of attack. So there are many attacks, the AI systems will be vulnerable, and we have to consider how these attacks will be mitigated in a 6G domain when we consider whatever the services available and also the devices which we are handling in the 6G network. So I think that's it from my side, so the start for the session.
Thanks for the introduction. So I will just ask the same question actually to the other speakers. So Christos, maybe you can start. Do you have the same vision of type of AI? Or do you have any complement to this type of AI usage, for instance?
Actually, I haven't prepared any slides, but I have some, let's say, to put some bricks for this discussion. First of all, we are talking about secure AI for secure 6G. But let's give a definition what is 6G. For me, because everybody has a different opinion, or at least there are convergences, for me, 6G is the type of network, the evolution of networking with built-in intelligence. And by studying the history, the evolution of the networks from 2G, we have voice, 3G, data, 4G, all IP networks, 5G, virtualization and cloud. For me, 6G is the network that incorporates AI, built-in intelligence. So, and when we say built-in intelligence, we mean that it has AI assist functionality. So we'll see the network function supported by AI, from scheduling, from radio channel, from end-to-end communication, for cybersecurity, of course. And also, 6G will be the type of network that will support AI assist services. We have autonomous car, we have smart manufacturing, we have plenty of new services that will come. So 6G will be the technology that can provide, that can support all these type of services. Now, with respect to, okay, what type of AI do we need? I believe that we have to devise, we have to think about a whole life cycle approach of AI development. So, in order to ensure security and privacy, and by me, I see we have to consider designing, how we're going to design AI system, how we're going to develop, to continuously deploy them, orchestration, as Antonio mentioned, training, because AI needs training, but what about data? If I use biased data, then the whole system will collapse. Execution, and in order to understand this, we have to invest in explainability. Explainability means to understand what AI does. And of course, if we can develop some, I would say, I have heard the word human firewalls. Can we have some sort of experts that they are capable to understand, to see, and at the end raise some flags when the AI misbehaves? Because who is going to protect from the AI functionality? So this is the general approach, and I will be happy to answer any question.
Thanks. We can go to the next speaker. So Gürkan, same question for you, and maybe just to rebound on what Christos just said about the distribution. We addressed the distribution of liabilities and 6G architectures in the previous sessions. In the 6G architecture will be multi-everything. How we can manage AI, which be AI by parties. So how, maybe, that's a question in addition to the previous one. But please give us also your global approach on AI.
Yeah, I think when I think of secure AI and secure 6G, of course, an important concept that comes to my mind and also which is everywhere is AI native technologies in 6G, right? So actually AI is like the castle in that Kafka novel, the main guy tries to go there but can never go there, but maybe it's fine. I mean, you just try to use a good potentially good technology to have, more advanced services, more optimized services, and you try to, let's say, implement the 6G vision along that path. So when you think about different AI or machine learning, this is also another discussion, technologies, I think it will be based on what you need in what kind of scenario when you try to integrate them into your network for 6G or for any network. So you can have, of course, things like federated learning, which will allow you to have distributed systems working together for better decisions, for better AI, better performance. But also you can have simpler models which can solve simple problems, for instance, in your base station regarding the radio access network. So for me, the main question is, as AI being a transversal technology, how can we put together, maybe not just for 6G, but in general, different capabilities in your system to make it secure, trustworthy, and also, for instance, fair. So, I mean, it's a complicated question, but again, I guess it will be based on the context when you think about the specific technologies, AI technologies that you have, and how you implement them. But again, in 6G, many people have talked about it. It's going to be one of the core technologies because we have scale. We need to have optimization. Of course, there are also the other, implications, like if you have AI, what is the cost in terms of complexity, management of data, and so on.
Thanks. So, as just a quick summary of what you also said, we are talking about learning, statistical learning, machine learning, federated learning, reinforcement learning, maybe deep learning, as deep as you want, but not really control loops or different or multi-agent or different kind of shape of AI. Because when you talk about distribution of the AI, multi-agent were there for years, so maybe that's part of the solution. Okay, let's go to the next question, which is a more focus on the fuel of the statistical AI, so the data. So people are talking about data, quality of the data, but nobody really say exactly what type of data. Is it the user data, the payload? Is it the control, which gives your geolocalization, which gives you behavior, which gives many things? The usage you are making about digital services as a whole, so both in private and public implementation. So what are we talking about, and especially what are from the security point of view, the risk associated with that, and what are the type of the range of solutions to protect those data? And we have and really will agree with me, some discussion about, do we need data lakes, which data? So the quality of the data and so on, in order to ensure secure AI for secure 6G. So who wants to? Yes, Christos, please.
I think that 6G will help us to have quality data or correct data, for example, because it will be a new technology that we're going to design, so we can take into consideration the quality of data. Because right now, if you would like to train an AI system, of course, everybody will raise questions regarding the type of the data that you have used and the quality of them. And
may I just interrupt you about to whom belongs the data?
To whom belongs the data?
Is it the operator? Is it the user? How you apply GDPR?
Of course. I think we have combined. Okay, there are a lot of data about the network operation belongs to the operator. But as far as I have my own location or my ID, of course, I am a co-owner as well. But also the operators has access to, have privilege to this data. This is something that we have to define. Also about what happens, for example, also another issue is IPR of AI. Who has the rights? That means the same has with the data, who owns the data. But coming to the initial question, I think that what we have to take into account when designing a 6G system is, of course, the quality of the data, to ensure quality data, and build in also privacy by design procedure, for example, differential privacy, secure multi-party computation, new techniques, not just cryptography or homomorphic cryptography. I don't know if we will at the end find a very fast cryptographic homomorphic algorithms, but
next printable.
yeah, but I think for multi-party computation, for sure we have to activate and to have built-in procedures within 6G. So I believe that 6G will be the key technology that will allow us to develop AI systems, because it will have built-in some procedures that currently we have to take as an external function, and everybody raised questions on that.
Thanks. Madhusanka, yes.
Yeah, I also have one comment. So when we talk about the data, actually, I can see there are like two types of data we can see. So first part is, I would say, like the personal data, so the users related data. But in 6G, actually, we are talking more and more about like this machine type communication and more non-human data. So then we have like a new category of data, like non-personal data. Even we can consider like some of the personal data as non-personal data if you can anonymize it in order to hide all the personal information. So I think in 6G, this non-personal data category is growing very fast because we are integrating a lot of IoT-based services and the other non-human type of thing. So I think the management of data and who own this data, and also the ensuring the trustworthiness of data is very important. Like one of the most critical issue, because we know all the machine learning model or AI models are rely on data, and if you have unreliable data, it will be a huge problem, and that is one of the critical issue we need to address. And also another issue we are facing with AI, so you can generate a lot of artificial data. You can use GAN and generate a lot of artificial data, more or less like similar to the original data. So that also another problem, like the people can influence the machine learning system by generating these type of data. So I think that's also another area, like we have to look at how we can identify and differentiate this artificial generated data acting more like real data. So I think that's also a big problem related to the...
Thanks. Gürkan, one more on that?
Yeah, I mean, we are not alone in this fight, right? This is a general AI problem as well, because Google is also collecting data, Apple is also collecting data. Actually, we leave our data footprint everywhere. So, but on my side, I would like to raise two related things. The first thing is the rise of the centralized large language models like ChatGPT and so on. This is really interesting because we are always talking about decentralization, federation. I even call it confederation, confederated systems and so on. But now we have these centralized AI models, which people are using for many purposes. And it's really costly to train that kind of system. And I don't know, are we going to have things like a French LLM? Because I see in different countries there are initiatives who are trying to get up in terms of these big models. So we also have this kind of single point of failure, which is kind of becoming more popular. So I think this is interesting in terms of data usage as well. Another thing is human in the loop AI or machine learning, because as we saw in the morning in the AI Act, the human kind of control for AI-driven processes is expected. And this is also interesting in terms of the data that you use, because then you will have also, real people in this loop. And finally, of course, when you have this kind of discussion, coming back to my first point, this is kind of a very, very general problem. I always remember cyber threat intelligence sharing discussions when I hear about this kind of stuff. Maybe we still don't have the perfect kind of, CTI sharing, but it's working, right? I mean, not perfectly, but it works. So I'm optimistic.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so we have several topics, and I will try to go until the end. So I move to the next one, which is somehow linked to the previous session about the applicability of AI for critical services. and even maybe less critical, but critical and ethical aspect of the application of AI. So we have not one size fits all in terms of requirements. You have some given level of trust. It can be best effort à la previous internet mode, or it can be more with more quality. So what do we need, and how we give assurance at the end of the day in terms of security of the usage of AI, explainable AI, human-centric, or whatever it means also. So do you have any opinion on how to apply AI with this kind of constraints?
I can. Okay, yes, I think in order to trust AI and AI results, we have to be sure about all the procedure in the life cycle that this has been designed, developed, and used. So again, we have to, we mentioned open source, we have to know about the models that are used in an AI assistant or in an AI application, what type of models are used. And we can trust them or not. There can be some sort of certification about AI models, AI software, and all that stuff. The second is...
That's a very interesting point, yeah. So I will come back.
The second is, okay, design development, the training. How you train the data. So you should be sure about the training procedure. If the training procedure are not biased, are certified, or at least we have followed some procedures in order to be sure about the certification, again, of the quality of the data, because the model and the data, the training data, will produce the necessary outcome or the requested outcome. And at the end, we have this execution, secure execution, and of course, monitoring. As we say, in monitoring, we can have AI system that monitors AI system about the execution, and also explainability. When I have a result, the AI tells me, okay, you have to do a surgery or an operation, we have to explain me why. For what reason? I feel nice. Why I have to do this? And as soon as I think we have all these circles, specific ticks or specific answers, we will trust it.
Okay, so I see some technical challenges behind, but yes.
Yeah, I mean, I will touch on this explainability aspect, also transparency, because these are important topics and they will be very helpful for trustworthy systems, not just AI systems. But of course, here we have to be kind of also, let's say, careful, because I don't think the end users will be that technical and will be really doing this kind of checks, even the process is transparent. Of course, we have regulatory bodies, certification bodies, and so on. I think there is also the need for some civil action. I always give
this... Just to because in my question at the beginning, I was not addressing just the mass market. If I want to control nuclear power plant, I have not the same requirement as looking at video of cats. So in this case, if I use the 6G infrastructure which is running with AI, how can I be sure that I have the right level of security?
Okay, yeah. I mean, here I think, again, it depends on the vertical use case, of course, it depends on the context. But here, I mean, there are some specific tools to have this kind of trustworthiness or level of service. So you need to have, first of all, of course, things like certification. Also, you can have SLAs, which needs to be monitored in terms of performance in an online manner. And also, there is the liability aspect. So the system components or the owners of system components have to be liable, and this has to be also embedded in the overall system design. But again, these are general tools, right? For AI, another important aspect is software security. So, I mean, these are all highly softwareized systems, and it's becoming more and more software driven. And think about it, when I started, it was a quite long time ago, when I was a bachelor student, for my AI course, we were writing some games in Prolog. Now, if I have a project, the students are using something like TensorFlow, PyTorch, you know, these platforms, which we don't have real control over. Of course, they may be open source, but there may be vulnerabilities, and also when they are using it, they may have vulnerabilities, and so on. So here, software security also becomes an important thing. In addition to system security, because these systems are living inside some systems, right? So it becomes more of a software system security problem rather than a network security problem.
What is okay, please?
Yeah, so I think I will answer it in two parts. So the first part is about like you're asking like how the AI will be play a role in the 6G security. So there are a few things we have discussed throughout the day actually. So for example, like we were talking more about the zero trust architecture, like, but when we really think about like how we are going to implement the zero trust architecture, like how you do the continuous monitoring and authentication. So in that kind of scenario, actually AI type of tools definitely needed, because we are talking about like billions of devices which are going to connect and billion of devices we are going to monitor. So we need to, and also this system is so much dynamic. The parameters are changing all the time. So the AI will play a bigger role of enabling these kind of secure zero trust architecture kind of scenarios. And also like most of the time this authentication, like we are going for like behavioral analysis, like pattern recognition, and this kind of setups actually AI is playing a bigger role, and it will be very beneficial to apply those things. And also like the authentication or maybe authorization type of setup, AI can be used. And also it's very important when we are talking about the critical application, we have to discuss about the zero-day attack, because we can't allow any type of attack happen in the critical infrastructure. So we have to analyze what kind of attack has been happened, maybe recognize the pattern and then predict, okay, these kind of attacks are possible, and make sure systems are ready in order to detect these things. So in that aspect also, I think AI and machine learning play a bigger role to detect these kind of attack and also deploy like proactive security mechanism against those things. And the second part is about like trustworthy AI, like why this trustworthy AI, like explainable AI is important. Because I think like the human doesn't understand sometimes like the AI is working. If most of the AI models are like black box type of models, you just tune some of the hyperparameters, you get a certain level of accuracy, but you don't know how really it's happening. But if you have that kind of system, it will be problematic for the humans to accept, especially whether it's comply with the ethical aspect, or whether it's comply with the regulation aspect, or they are not going the boundaries of the defined limit. So in order to do that, actually we need the explainable AI, and also we can ensure the accountability of the AI systems. Okay, this thing came up of this reason. So those can be, there's kind of things actually done by the explainable AI, but use of explainable AI has another set of issues actually. That's, I think we don't have time to discuss, but explainable AI can bring some advantages on that aspect. How to make sure AI systems are trustworthy, and also to educate the people to use this AI model, so make sure they are working as intended way they are expecting with the other system.
Thank you very much. So if I make a quick summary also what you just said, it's okay, go for AI, but with some conditions. You can do audit, you can be sure about the process, you can have explainable AI. We mentioned the aircraft application of some things. You need formal proof in order to demonstrate formal proof of explainable AI. For the time being, I didn't see it, but maybe it will happen. But I will be pleased to see that. So yes, but, and with some if to orchestrate all of this story. Okay, that's for the critical part. Now, I will just quickly go for a deep dive into the usage of AI for security operations. Deployment of security, so it can be, you mentioned already proactive stuff and so on, so there is detection, there is protection, there is remediation. How will be the usage of AI in terms of deployment of 6G security? And is it something that we want full autonomous, like the system itself, maybe? Or do you want to have a human in the loop, with the limits that was mentioned before, in terms of complexity and so on? And a particular point, which is the as we will have several instances of AI in some parties of the system end-to-end, how we compose from a security point of view end-to-end? How do we ensure that we have the right level end-to-end? Things are changing in time. Daniel was mentioning dynamics of the system. So somehow we will need not certification. For me, certification is obsolete as the way we did it before. So we need to go for something which is incremental, which change with the modification of the software, and so on, and composable in terms of parties to make something which makes sense end-to-end. So open to you. That's a quite big question. But even maybe your priorities or how you feel the things, and especially in terms of research areas, because that's why we are here.
I think another key technology, blockchain, can help us just to create smart contracts, or enabled by smart contracts to check or to generate procedure or to guide.
You mean blockchain? Or
blockchain, yes, but with smart contracts, with more complex, let's say, software that we will trust it, we have put in the ledger, we have audit, and allow this to control AI. Of course, human in the loop, but I don't think there will be a mind that can monitor all of these things together. So we are thinking, this is an option. Of course, it's debatable. This is an option. Something like, because with blockchain we build trust. We build trust on data. Of course, we have distributed database, but we can build trust. So we can use this trust in order to control AI system. And by having procedures, by having, as we say, certificates, by having procedures in order to be sure that certain steps are operating in the correct order and in the right way, so we can, let's say, have a small piece of slices or small parts of function to be implemented by different AI systems, by have segregation and controlled by something like a smart contracts as a trust, let's say, entity, can be sure about how, if the procedures are followed, and we have proactive or just-in-time or reactive action of AI regarding cybersecurity. I feel scared about predictive, because this will open, it's a minority report, will open, and perhaps the network guy in my university say, oh, you are a risky, you will commit a cyber attack, so I lock you out from the university. So I'm afraid of this scenario.
Okay. I think in terms of important research directions, one, I mean, it will be related to what I said before. One thing is we are talking about 6G domain, so the integration of software security, principles or techniques, secure software development lifecycle, SecOps, this kind of stuff into the tools that we use in 6G regarding AI, tools and applications. So this will be one important thing. Another thing is, of course, transparency, explainability, and also fairness. This is also interesting because fairness is important from a philosophical point of view, but also from an availability point of view. Because for security, we have CIA triad, right? Not just confidentiality or integrity. We also need to provide availability. So fairness, this is similar to the, anyway, from one topic to another, but this is similar to the internet example before. Internet was not designed with security in the first place, right? There were some nerds, geeks, nice guys connecting machines in a research environment, but then we had security. So fairness was similar. So we should also think about fairness when we think of AI. And also a final thing is maybe certification is really difficult to achieve, but we have to try. I mean, we have to have some kind of schemes which we can monitor systems in terms of their commitments regarding the certification levels they have, and try to act upon that information for AI-driven systems.
That will give trust.
Yeah.
So how you build trust.
Thanks.
Madhusanka, one word on that?
Yeah, so about the end-to-end security, actually, so When we talk about like enabling end-to-end security with AI, I think one of the actually I can think about like two things like AI can be helped. The first thing is like the security orchestrations part. So because you have to orchestrate different security functions where you are going to deploy the security services, whether you are going to deploy at the edge of the network, whether it's a device level or in the core network, or how you are going to deploy these security services and which security service you are going to deploy, and this part actually AI can be helpful to enable that. And also another thing is related to the resource management, like how much resources we are going to allocate for the security services and which VNF we are going to use, and those kind of the area also I think the AI can be helpful. So these are like interesting research work to do in the end-to-end security domain.
Thanks for all of you. And I have a very last question because we are over time. Is for your point of view, the future will be centric on, I mean, who will lead the game? Security guys, because we need some resource, we need some policies and so on. Guys from the computing, guys from the networks, because we need all of that in 6G system and services. But who will manage all of that? Who will be the supervisor? Or maybe there is no need.
I think we need like...
and by the way, sorry, just complete the question. And the consequences in terms of research agenda. I mean, is it the security communities that has to come with solutions for 6G? Do we have to do it together? I guess, my point of view, yes, but is it the network guys that have to do on their own, the guys from AI? How we do that?
Yeah, so I think I will echo the what we have discussed in the previous session as well. So, okay, we have like the people who can develop more sophisticated security solution, or the security engineers are there, or researchers are there. But the really point is like how we are going to deploy in the 6G network, because all of this security, even though you have the world best security solution, if it is going to impact on the performance, we can't use it. For example, like if you use like differential privacy on AI model to protect the privacy, it will reduce the accuracy. So, I mean, this is like example, like, so we have to identify like which security services is going to be deployed in the 6G. If you come to the 6G playground, I would say, so the people who understand the requirement of the 6G and who can pick the right technology which can be deployed in the 6G network, they are the one who lead the security in the 6G network, I would say.
Interesting. Other opinion, or do you agree?
Shall I? Yeah, of course. Okay, thanks. Yeah, during this kind of discussions, I remember a talk from, again, my bachelor studies, like 20 years ago. There was this guy from Alcatel, and he was talking about how telecommunications will more become like IT. And that really happened, because at that time, during our computer networks course, I was learning about ISDN, ATM, SS7, which are more from telecommunications mindset, but now we have more internet mindset. So I think we will have more people around the table in terms of cybersecurity guys, AI guys, networking guys, but the table will be bigger. You know, the cake will be bigger with 6G, so it will be good for everyone. And I think it will also help for everyone to change. This change has happened. Like, again, I don't know if nowadays people know about SS7, you know, the young graduates or so. So again, it will be more diverse, more people, but it's not going to be like these guys will take the reins and control the process.
Okay. Christos?
Yeah. I think that money drives the world all the time. And by analyzing this as an engineer, I believe that the data, for me, although I'm a security guy, I don't think that cybersecurity will lead the developments. I believe that data, because this comes close to the money, and of course the software. Software means AI models and all that stuff. I believe these two sectors will lead, and of course, but cybersecurity is important because it goes very, very up to the hierarchy, because it's a matter of success or failure. It's a considerable risk. So the people that take decision all the time considers cybersecurity and cyber threats. So I think we will be on top of hierarchy, but for sure we are not going to.
So
to
we need like in
developments.
IOTF a dedicated section on security for each and every component. Okay, thanks. I will now take the mic to the floor. If you have questions, not a lot, I guess, because we are not just to keep time, but yes. Rui, I saw you.
Okay, not much a question, just a remark I would like to make, although it may appear very simple. I think application of AI, be it 6G, it has to be secure. Like you cannot be applying AI in 6G without its robustness, resilience, and security. I know it's a very simple thing, but that should be the thing at back of the mind. So now the question being secure AI, how do we do that? At that, the atomic element in our AI is data. So again, going back to the security of the data, when it's stored, when it's transferred, when it's processed. So these are the baby steps that could be taken. I know Emmanuel is not fond of certifications, but we do need some way to benchmark AI solutions in terms of their security. So again, the question goes back, what kind of metrics can we use which are agnostic of the AI technologies that can be used to benchmark them? So that secure AI apply to 6G or any other vertical, that must be the very first thing to think of. And then secure 6G, of course, the question there would be, in my opinion, is what level it can tolerate before it becomes a liability. So encrypting the data to secure it, while processing, while transferring, can we really afford that? While maintaining efficiencies in 6G and in terms of the time. So these are the problems that we engineers need to more look at. So this is the one point I just wanted to make. Thanks.
Thanks. No one size fit all. I make a Dijkstra just to Daniel, so I will just.
Yeah, first, Emmanuel, regarding your remark that the certification is obsolete, of course, this is all what we were talking about. But still, it doesn't mean that you don't need it any longer. It means that it's not enough, but you still need it. For example, for the orchestrators, as you mentioned before. Now, regarding the artificial intelligence, we see these days contributions about using LLM in order to operate the systems we are talking about. This comes back to the question I raised about which tools to operate these systems. This is one thing. On the other thing, we see other contributors saying that a generic LAM has reached the best they can do because there is not enough data. There is no more data to keep feeding the system, which shows how much data do we need, Emmanuel, you are with us, in order to deal with this type of solution. So my question is, do you think that it's reasonable to put some effort in analyzing how LLM can be used in order to operate these complex systems?
Yes, I think not only LLM, we are going to analyze a lot of all the candidate algorithms and AI technologies. I think the next years a lot of PhD students will put AI in all the type of research that we currently do, from trust, from trust scoring, for security, for network management, for everything. And we will try to find, let's say, we have some indication about the best approach and the best solution. Currently, okay, there are some opinions who say, let's try this, let's try the other, and try to find which algorithm or which technique has the best performance.
I think it is really helpful as a decision support tool, like an expert system. Not many people use that term anymore, but as an expert system which you can use for making some decisions. But as usual, it depends. So for a critical operation, and also thinking about the changing landscape, you have your LLM model trained on the current data, and you need to train it more, or you don't have sufficient data for making some tangible change in terms of performance. Yeah, it will not help, but it will have a role, especially from the security operations point of view, I think. But again, it's not the silver bullet, right? It's not going to solve all the security problems.
Be careful of the liabilities. Maybe one day
Yes,
you will go in court.
Yes, I mean, this is also a big problem. Again, this is a general problem, not just 6G problem. You rely on this box, which was developed or which is maintained by some people. Yeah, nice, but you don't know what it is actually.
Thanks.
So we have two more speakers in this panel. We have Eva Fogelstrom, Director of Security Research at Ericsson, and Samuel Dubus, Department Head Nokia Bell's Labs. And the topics is a very easy one, so I expect all the questions will be answered very easily about, crypto-based technologies application in 6G. Piece of cake. And I already apologize for my questions. As I said, I come from a non-technical background. So I will encourage anyone from the audience who has also questions to, at the end, to participate. And so I would like to start about use cases questions. So there are a bunch of technologies that we will need in encryption, such as, for instance, full homomorphic encryption, confidential computing, zero trust architectures, stuff that we will need in 6G. How do we combine those? Or in other words, what are the use cases for encryption in 6G? This was the second question, but I decided to ask it first because maybe we can start from that and then we can deep dive a bit more generally about encryption. So anyone want to take it? You want to start? You have it.
I would say, starting from what we have mentioned in the previous panel, I think one important issue is privacy. So privacy with respect to the data, because AI and 6G that incorporates, it will include AI, will use data for training and for decision making. So the usage of data requires privacy. So for me, let's say if I prioritize, I think the privacy techniques will be the one that we have to incorporate in this technology. And by means privacy, we can use homomorphic encryption in order to do computation without revealing the real data. Secure multi-party computation where we can do the functions, or we have the process distributed at the edge in many places in order not to combine all the information centrally and have, let's say, we have a reveal of the information. And of course, differential privacy, again, as a key technology in order to ensure privacy. I will stop here, not to enumerate all of them, because I will give the floor to the rest of my colleagues here in this panel.
So big focus on privacy.
Yes, I think that privacy for the users is very important, and this kind of technology, as you cited, like homomorphic encryption and multi-party computation, can be part actually of that technologies in order to enhance the privacy for users, but also for operators, because we will probably need to share a lot of data about how the network is working, maybe some information in order to solve some congestion problems, and the operator may not be keen to share too much the information, so multi-party computation could be a key technology here. I think also that if you are a service provider, you may want to protect the execution of your service if they are running on remote execution platform like a cloud computing system. So in that case, you may need to have some confidential computing technology, so homomorphic encryption, fully homomorphic encryption, or not fully homomorphic encryption, by the way, but also some other computing, secure computing technology, trusted execution environment, for instance, may be required. So yeah, I think there are some of the application of crypto, some of the use cases I can see.
Yeah, maybe if the others also have other ideas, and then I will bounce back on this one.
Sorry?
Yeah, if you want to add anything,
No, I'm thinking, I didn't prepare for this panel. I thought I was going to be in the next panel, but crypto.
Perfect panel.
Crypto is the base for a lot of the security solutions that we have in the mobile network. So has been all the time from 2G, 1G, 2G, and all the way. So it's going to be in 6G as well. So I agree with the privacy, with these, all different means, homomorphic encryption, differential privacy, and so on. I also agree with the secure enclaves or trusted execution environment, or attestation was mentioned earlier. I think crypto is going to be in a lot. So.
And maybe I'll bounce on this one, because obviously when I think of cryptography, of course, I think about protecting the confidentiality of my traffic, of my data, and so on. And I know it's kind of everywhere, and I find it nice, even though I don't grasp it fully. But then I wonder, at the very high level, when I think about cryptography, I think about a trade-off. I think I'm losing something, or could be performance, could be I need to add some complexity. So do you think there is a trade-off in adding encryption in 6G? So how difficult is to add encryption in 6G? And then I'm going farther. Is there anything that 6G can do to make encryption easier, or to facilitate its encryption?
I can continue because I have the mic. I'm going to hand it over later. I think crypto, yes, to protect information, but also in things like authentication, authorization, identity management, these things, we have it. And I think whether it's crypto or something else, security is always a trade-off, and we always need to have very, very good performance on the security because we add a cost. Whether it's in protocols or whether it's in encryption or whether it's something else. So I think this is a good reflection, and we are very well aware. And in terms of for 6G to make it easier, was that a question, to make it easier to?
I would say, maybe I'll ask it later. It's another question that I have for later, so we can stick on that.
Then I can hand over to someone.
Yeah, I think that question is interesting, like what are the crypto tools or the crypto we can use in the 6G. So you also mentioned like we have to think about the requirement of the 6G. So for example, like the performance penalty is one of the things we were considering, whether we can pick the right crypto tools or the crypto mechanisms in order to satisfy these requirement, whether latency requirement or it can be throughput requirement. Because when we add the cryptographic mechanism, it's definitely going to impact on one of these factors, or most of the time both of the factors. So that's why we have to the correctly pick which crypto tools to use. And also I'm thinking when it comes to the 6G or maybe even in the 5G, actually it's more complicated because now we are integrating like IoT type devices. So now we have another factor to consider, that's the energy efficiency. So I think it wasn't a big problem before that, and now we have to consider about like low power devices and energy efficient devices, and what kind of crypto we can use in these kind of devices is a questionable. We need to find a new set of tools which we can use. I think that's becoming more challenging in 6G, I would say.
If I'm allowed, I would like to add, not to forget, quantum resistant or post-quantum cryptography, because we have.
Thank you. That was the next question.
Yeah. Sorry for. Because we have to consider this type of cryptography, because quantum computing is coming. So since 6G will be launched, let's say after 7-10 years from now, we have to consider this option. And also another technology, exciting technology, is zero knowledge proofs. Again, we have to see this technology, we have to use this technology in order to achieve certain things, preserving privacy. So, and also I have make a note about attribute-based encryption. So, by answer to the initial question, yes, I think we have to focus more on the privacy, because cryptography used to be mainly for confidentiality or integrity, but I believe that in 6G we are going to focus more on privacy. And of course, regarding the traditional security, which is symmetric, asymmetric encryption, we have to focus on post-quantum algorithms. Because the level of security that we have, by means of integrity and confidentiality, we're okay. I think we have robust algorithms and protocols. But we miss privacy right now.
Okay, I have other question popping up, so I'll let you.
Yes, if I can just add a comment, about the limitations. So of course, you said that you feel like you are losing something with cryptography, with the use of cryptography. Actually, this is the other way around. You are gaining things. You are gaining privacy, you are gaining confidentiality in your communication, you are gaining the possibility to be authenticated, you are to be identified and authenticated, you are gaining the possibility to use those technology to provide trust. So you are gaining a lot of things, but it comes also with basically limitations. The computation, the added computation needed actually to process the data is a limitation. And of course, with post-quantum cryptography, we will see that this is raising even more than with traditional cryptography. So the focus will be for 6G on the enhancement of the computation efficiency, not only on the performance, but also on the energy consumption. Because of course more processing power needed will mean more energy consumed. So these are the limitations and the challenges that 6G will face. But also maybe to your question, can 6G architecture provide something for future cryptography technologies? I think yes, because we will try to accelerate the processing with some dedicated accelerator like FPGA or system on chips and so on. And most probably this kind of technology could help in enhancing the performance and lowering the energy consumption. So maybe we have still some research to do on that dimension, but I guess that those technology needed by the 6G, by the way, for the operation of the services, can be leveraged also most probably to enhance the performance of cryptography or future cryptography, I guess.
So can we say also that the bad actors could leverage the computational, increase in power of 6G also to use cryptography for their bad means?
You mean like for denial of service attacks or things like that, or?
I'm thinking also, yeah, just basically to enhance their communication or having, command and control, denial of services. Anyway, they could use cryptography to enhancing cryptography via 6G to do harm. That's a very question that popped up now.
This is always the same with the technology. You have the two sides of the coin. So the bad guys could also use this technology in order to run somewhere, maybe. So yeah, could be a threat also, indeed.
Okay, so I already had a question on post-quantum crypto. But another question that pops up in the...
But I would like to add to the post-quantum crypto, because this question has been around for a long time. And there has been work going on, so standards doing or being made in NIST that will propagate into other standardization bodies. So we actually believe that 6G will be quantum resistant from the start. So work has been done. Work is always going on.
Okay, well, you let me speechless there. I mean, I guess I'm not familiar with quantum cryptography, post-quantum cryptography that much, but anyway, if anyone from the audience would like to add anything, I'll maybe get some question at the end. Something that pops up also before is about the data aspect. So with 6G, there will be a huge amount of data being processed at different states. There will be an increase in volume, but also there will be different qualities of data, will be different type of data. Then where does encryption stand with this increase in data and this problem of data brought by 6G? Well, maybe you can if
I can start actually. So this is why the cryptography should be, efficient. So the algorithm should be implemented efficiently in the infrastructure, but also linked to this question of the data. And also where cryptography provides something is when you think about the distribution. So we talked already about whether 6G will be fully distributed or decentralized, something like that. But okay, most probably we should also consider that it's already the case in our current networks. So we have different operators in different countries. So we are sharing already a lot of data across the networks. But let's say that it would be even more the case in the future. And how do you manage your data to be treated like well, according to your preference, according to your requirements, when the data is shared in another administrative domain, so in a domain where you have no possibility to act. So cryptography could provide some means to control that. Technologies like multi-party cryptography, multi-party encryption, could be ways of managing this the policies, the access policy to your data when they are crossing some administrative points. So I think in some way it's providing more than it costs in the end.
I think when it comes to the data, so I think we already discussed a little bit about it. This privacy protection is one of the most important things. So for example, like the cryptographic tools like zero knowledge proof, it's very interesting in this aspect. Like for example, you don't have to reveal the content of the data, but still you can verify you own this data, and you can verify some of the things related to the data. So this the crypto mechanism will be very interesting. And also this zero knowledge proof type of thing is also important in order to design some kind of like reputation system. So for example, without revealing your information, like you can say you are like a reliable person who generates reliable data, so that aspect can be addressed. And another area I would say the integrity protection of the data. So I mean, like we need the trustworthy data and also data which hasn't been modified during the collection or transmission, storage, or those kind of things. Then again, like the crypto, it's not like just one crypto, but the combination of the crypto. We can think about like a blockchain or other distributed ledger technology can provide this integrity protection and ensure who has generated this data and who has uploaded this data. So those kind of things can be verified. So the crypto can help on these aspects related to the data.
Yeah, I think that 6G, when we're talking about data, we have data in rest and data in motion. Data in rest means that the data that are preserved in a place, at the edge, on the IoT device, and in motion, the data that are exchanged. I believe that 6G will focus more on distributed processing in order to avoid, let's say, the exchange of data. Because when you have the data to the data owner is the one that has the privilege to own the data and keep the data, and he's responsible. And you don't transfer the data, but you transfer the results of the processing. So in this way, it is not necessary to have advanced encryption technology and to have privacy technology as well. Of course, you should have this technology, but not to apply. And by not applying cryptography, you reserve resources. You don't spend resources for encrypting and decrypting. So this is a kind of clever techniques that we can employ in order to avoid transmission of data, but transmitting only the results of the processing.
So you need basically less encryption because you're transmitting.
Of course, we need encryption, but compared to a centralized another system, yes, you need less encryption, and by less encrypting data, you have less risk and less consumption of resources.
So linked to that, what about end-to-end encryption? Is that going to change with 6G? It's going to be, I'm thinking there's going to be different providers, different infrastructure, they're going to be involved, or different endpoints, they're going to work as antennas, let's say like that. Is the concept of end-to-end encryption going to be different with 6G, in your opinion?
And by applying end-to-end encryption, of course, you have a high level of security and privacy, but you have less opportunity for processing this data. So this means that you transfer the data from the one end to the other without giving the privilege in the middle to have access to the data and processing the data. I think for certain application, this will work. This is nice. But for application where you need access to the data and to process the data, or to have intermediate processing, this is not for me, this is not the best solution. That's why multi-party computation or multi-party attribute-based encryption is, let's say, new type of cryptography that preserves a certain level of security and privacy, but on the other hand gives you the right or the privilege to process the data, because we need access to the data. I'm speaking sometimes with lawyers and say, no data, no, don't touch the data, but the data is the fuel of this technology. If we don't have access to the data, we have 4G, we are okay.
Yeah, and then you need data for AI as well. So.
I think another challenge in end-to-end, encryption is the legal side of this question, so the legal interception. So how is it possible to continue to have legal interception if everybody is using end-to-end encryption? So not that I'm a big fan of legal interception. I'm not saying that, but I mean this is natural for I mean states to to have this kind of requests, and at least it will complexify the systems of legal interception, and we may need actually to find new ways of allowing this legal interception if we have many actors offering services that implements end-to-end encryption or end-to-end encryption at the user level. So this may be a challenge to be addressed and to be taken into account, I guess.
Do you have in mind any other challenges that are specific to encryption related to 6G that we didn't mention before I open the floor to the audience? Or another follow-up question I had is, what about blockchain and 6G? Is there anything that comes to mind with regard to that?
Blockchain will be, for sure, will be used. Would you like?
No.
Will be used for 6G, and we mentioned previously about trust because it's a trust carrier, let's say. So I think we will use blockchain in 6G to monitor trust, and if we consider the crypto in blockchain, then in that case we have to consider post-quantum, because if we use, let's say, because blockchain use cryptography, has algorithms, all that stuff. So we have to invest in post-quantum cryptography in order to be sure that nobody will break the blockchain trust and the blockchain technology. So in that case, yes, we have to invest in new algorithms in order to preserve trust because blockchain will be the trust carrier, let's say, in the 6G technology that is required.
Yeah, I think like blockchain has potential to provide different security features for the 6G or any telecommunication network. I think I just mentioned about how the blockchain can be used in data management, like how we can protect the integrity and those kind of aspects. But not only that, the blockchain has other features actually we can utilize in order to support this 6G environment, because we are talking about like multi-stakeholder system. 6G, there are different stakeholders participating. Then blockchain can be a tool we can use to enable the distributed trust between them, especially like we can use the smart contract to automate the security functions, so trustworthy manner we can deploy them, and we can ensure the security policies will be deployed uniformly across the different stakeholders, so the blockchain can be a tool in order to verify those kind of things. And also when we talk about the 6G and even in 5G, when we talk about like IoT type of devices, the identity management is one of the big issues. So the blockchain has already laid foundations to support this distributed identity, self-sovereign identity. So these kind of features actually we can adapt into the 6G network in order to have a scalable identity management kind of scenarios. And also, like the collection of the trustworthy data is again like in different applications. Let's say think about like spectrum management or maybe monitoring, or also how you can collect the data from the third-party entities which are not really part of the 6G network. So again, blockchain can be a tool like to enable this kind of data collection and also the management. I think there are plenty of other features like blockchain can enable and also provide services. And also one more thing, it's about the forensic analysis, because there was question like how we can ensure who's responsible for if something goes wrong, like because we have like different stakeholders participating in end-to-end services, like we need to identify who's responsible and who's accountable on those things. So the blockchain can actually support some kind of audit trails to identify where it went wrong, who assigned the bad data, or who ran the algorithm in incorrect manner. So those kind of things actually we can find with the help of the blockchain. So there are many applications, not just the data management where the blockchain can help on the 6G and any mobile network?
Yeah, definitely. I think that blockchain or a state machine application, as we have the habit in our company to name it. So basically, what is blockchain or state machine application? It's a way to between people or between entities that are not having any trust or confidence between themselves to follow together a state machine. Okay, so in any application where you need to follow a state or guarantee the status of some state machine between entities that are not trusting each other and with transparency, it can be applied. So in resource management, associated with smart contracts, in identity management, you said it, it's possible also to use. So in also content delivery tracking, for instance, supply chain security, hardware and software supply chain security. So I think it's definitely a technology that could help a lot in securing our infrastructure, and also for identity management, also helpful for users. But it also comes with its limitation and its performance issue.
It's constrained.
Yeah, it's constrained. So I guess it all depends again on what will be the scenarios of the 6G, the use cases, what we want to do, and also depending on the time constraint, because the consensus algorithm for this kind of technology can take some time actually to converge. So I imagine that for real-time application, it may not be the best, but for non-real-time application, maybe it could be of a great help, yes.
No, I just wanted to add, it's an interesting technology, but I'm not sure it's specific for 6G. So it can be used in other generations, can be used for other purposes as well. So it's more generic, I would say.
Yeah, the last thing that I would like to add, a type of technology that we didn't mention a lot, is confidential computing. So it's an application of crypto, and I think that confidential computing, either at the level of the devices, trust TPM or trust execution environment, either upper at the level of at the cloud level, will produce what we say. Okay, we have sensitive information will be processed in a secure way, and we have certain results as an outcome, because confidential computing ensures the privacy and security of the data, but also of the software that is running. So this is another type of technology. I believe that will be used, will be employed in 6G, and perhaps it will be a native technology in 6G, because it will help us to have trust on how we are going to execute an AI model and how we are going to process this data without giving access to malicious action or to the malicious third party.
Linking back to the previous question. So I suppose we'll have to write a technical paper on all these use cases, assignments. No, I'm just joking, but I would like to take the last 5-10 minutes to open it up for the audience. Well, very popular topic.
One of the issues we discussed before is about the fact that we are moving into a multiplayer environment, and we need to control access to the services and to the data and so on and so forth in such a multiplayer ecosystem. So either we define a big boss and no one knows who could be, and we know how we don't want to be, or we go towards a distributed approach. And one approach could be what people are naming today self-sovereign identity, which is basically based on blockchain. What do you think about it? Do you think it's a good approach for dealing with this issue?
When you want not to have a central authority like Google, for example, to have my identity, because they have my identity, I have 2 or 3 Gmail accounts, but I would like to maintain my own identity, and we can follow this example to the IoT devices, to persons and all that stuff. I think, yes, this is a solution, and SSI, self-sovereign identity, with blockchain give us this opportunity to have a reference where the identity or the data of someone stay below and maintain on a place, and you can trust them because I have the ownership and I have signed the ownership this and this data are mine. I believe, yes, SSI is a very powerful technology, especially in IoT. We will have such examples in order to maintain data and, of course, identities.
So it depends if you want us to answer as a citizen, as a European citizen, or if you want to answer, if you want an answer actually as a company or an institution. So as a citizen, yes, I would like to have SSI, of course, relying on blockchain. This is possible probably, so why not? Now, as a state, as a country, or as a European institution, maybe this kind of fully distributed and untrust, with no central trust point, may not be the desire of our authorities, but. Yes, I think that it could be a good solution. Yes.
If you do, we want to add anything to this question, or maybe I will just collect the other two, just quickly because we have 2 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you for your valuable comments. I'm Mert. I come from the University of Luxembourg, and we are responsible to build up a quantum communication infrastructure, which is a part of EuroQCI. Actually, and as we can understand, the quantum infrastructure is enlarging all around Europe, and actually based on Eva's comment on 6G will be resistant on quantum side. Could you please expand a little more? What's the current status in the industrial side? I'm wondering it. Thank you.
That's for the crypto, so it's not the quantum infrastructure. So when we talk about post-quantum crypto, the algorithms. So, I mean, this is what I said. This has been a question for many years. And there has been standardization ongoing in NIST. And they are finalizing. And it's going to propagate through, 3GPP, IETF, the other standardization bodies. And we believe by the time that 6G is rolled out, we will have it in place. So the quantum safe crypto, I'm not talking about the quantum infrastructure.
So maybe I can comment a bit about that. So you are talking about quantum communication, quantum infrastructure. So I think the topics that is the closer to the crypto domain is a quantum key distribution. So I would not say that it's probably not something that 6G will standardize, but I doubt that this will be standardized from the beginning. Much probably this kind of technology will be considered maybe later or in some specific use cases. I'm not completely familiar with all the advances in this domain, but to my knowledge, the problem with quantum key distribution is the throughput. So when you want to exchange information, the throughput is very low. So So I think this is one of the major limitations and the issue that we have to solve first before thinking about this kind of technology in a standardization. But this is, I must admit, a matter of opinion.
Maybe just 1 minute for one last question.
Yes, thank you. Thinking about the 6G environments in terms of multi-domains environments, for instance, for the end-to-end encryption or end-to-end orchestration for security, can you give us highlights about how you can deal with the different certification authorities for each domains? Because in 6G we know that it will be more dynamic. You can add a domain, remove a domain for an end-to-end orchestration, for instance. So how will you deal with the different technologies in terms of, for instance, trust environments, and in terms of different cryptographic policies or certification authorities?
Very good question. I have no answer to that question fully, but I think one of the good design principles is to, so we talked already about zero trust architecture, so maybe this is not something that we can reach, fully untrusted infrastructure, but at least this is a good design principle, trying not to trust in the first place, but to verify. So rather than a priori assigning trust to a trust authority because it's basically something that has been verified by an authority in a location in a country, building and verifying the trust dynamically, so that we can build this trust web or map dynamically. And hopefully, in the end, continue to communicate with security, I guess. This is what we want.
Yeah, I would like to add something what Samuel has mentioned. I believe that 10 years from now, the traditional security model with the CA perhaps will change. For example, I'm referring to threshold cryptography, so there are other type of crypto technologies. It has to do with quantum infrastructure as well. We will have new key generation mechanisms that enables this cross-domain communication. And I believe all this with certification, for me at least, it's too old. Of course, we are going to use the certification, the chain of trust, but I think that we are going to invest more flexible solution in order to have end-to-end security and also have this threshold cryptography where if I'm a part of a set, I can decrypt having a subset of keys, I can decrypt the message without having the full set of the key. And for particular action as well, because you have to consider this also. I can decrypt what is necessary, where it's necessary to have access.
Yes, maybe I would like to add also something that in our current model, so the CAs, it's not all good. I mean, the trust, it's binary. Basically, you trust because you have a certificate. But what happens actually when you have an issue, when the site is misbehaving and he is actually trusted because he has a certificate. So we have this kind of issue. So the how to adapt actually to revoke, for instance, certificates and so on. it's very complicated nowadays. It's in the browser of your computer, so you have to install basically a new version. Otherwise, you will remain with the old certificates. So we have some issues. Just saying that maybe it's time to move on and to think about new ways of building trust more dynamically. I'm not saying that I have the answer. I'm not saying that we have the technologies in order to do that, but we have some things like blockchains, DLTs technologies on which we can rely to share information about the behavior of the entities communicating or offering services. So this kind of trust building on the flow, I would say, is maybe something we should think about.
Exhaustive question, and the time is really flashing on our eyes, but I wanted to thank you a lot for the contribution, and we need to give time for the next panel. Thanks a lot.
So next panel will be on sharing knowledge and deployment of security. So Eva, you're back. Hervé and Shahid. So, before talking about sharing as a whole, we may discuss a bit about one of the set of topics that we wanted to push today is the evaluation and monitoring topic. So we already talked a bit of that. So the question will be for you, Hervé, because you were designated to this topic. So what can be what can we share in terms of information about monitoring with the users, between the providers? We discussed so already a bit about that, but even in terms of standards existing and how we can deal with the dynamics of the systems that we also touched. So can you give us some hints on that?
Okay, so let me start with a slightly different point, which is that if you want to share information, you need people at each end of the sharing thing. And the first thing is non-technical, actually. You need people to trust each other. And I think it's something that we tend to underestimate. And that means that we need to make sure that the tools that we have actually support information sharing between people and that they help these people trust each other. That possibly means that some of the platforms we develop, such as the ISACs, for example, the Information Sharing and Analysis Centers, they make sure that people have established some trust before, and when they get this information, they can actually understand where it comes from, and that helps them dealing with it. The second aspect is that the information we share, it needs to be qualified in a way that helps you act upon it. If information is too vague or insufficiently precise with respect to your systems or your platforms or your environments, it's just a waste of time, essentially. And finally, you actually, given the wealth of information that you get, you need some structure in order to enable automation, and that's what standards are for. If you have good standards for information sharing, and we have some. We have STIX, we have TAXI for the protocol. We have a few standards that actually help. And if if these standards are sufficiently well described, that we put the same meaning between the syntax, which is not necessarily a given, then we probably have the proper tools for information sharing. So trust, technology, and understanding.
Thanks for this introduction. By the way, it makes the liaison with the next question, which is a bit more general, but the same idea, kind of ideas, meaning that if we want to have cooperative mechanisms in terms of security, we need to have exchange. And there are some evolution clearly in 6G. And maybe I would give the mic for the time being to Eva, because as a overall approach, holistic approach of the various 6G components, what is, from your point of view, what is required from your point of view in terms of knowledge about various elements? I mean, we discussed some of the building blocks of 6G today, AI, post-quantum, and everything. How can we share this information, for instance, in the case of a response to incident, or maybe in general for achieving security end-to-end? Quite wide question.
Yes. Quite a big question. So let me reflect a bit on the day as a whole then. We've seen many great discussions and presentations about interesting things. When I hear all this, a reflection is that we really need to come back to what is 6G security and what is the ecosystem, because the ecosystem is quite large, I would say. 6G security is, to me at least, the mobile network and the interaction with applications, devices, verticals, and so on. And then I would like to add on. So if we're going to share, first we need to know what we will secure and why we will secure it. What information do we need to share in order to do that? And how can we do it in the most efficient way? So the way question resulting in this, I think it goes back to the fundamental thing that Shahid mentioned earlier today, threat analysis and risk assessment. So what do we have? What is it that we want to defend? Is it this? Is it this? Is it everything? And then what are the threats that we want to defend it against, and how do we do that in the best possible way? And then what information do we share with whom in order to achieve that?
May I go a bit more detailed? Let's take a concrete example. I'm a big telco, for instance, in US, and I buy some open RAN solution from a provider that will run on a cloud infrastructure, which is different, given by a different provider. So how can we manage the holistic approach with those various providers? What do I need to know? We discussed confidential computing, for instance. Do I have to know that my data as control management or everything will be processed with confidential computing? How I'm aware of that?
That's a very theoretical question. I would go back. I would need to look at the exact deployment that you have in order to answer that question. It's not a generic question. I cannot come up with a generic answer to that one, I think.
Okay, so, but wait, the general question is that we discussed that today. We have different components in the system. Some are new, some are crypto-based, some are etc. And I just want to know some, in a way or another, how I'm aware of what are the components and how it can guarantee security. How can I build security on that when I'm a provider, and how can I benefit from security when I'm a user? So this is the way this information has to be shared somewhere. At least to my knowledge, there is not so much mechanism for that. But there is clearly a need that we can all understand. And again, as we discussed since this morning, we have multiple stakeholders and many more and more people to be involved in the global loop. And maybe with some very specific question from your point of view, if we need some standards, where do we have to go? So GPP, IETF, ETSI?
That's to me as well.
Yeah, if you want.
So if we look at the standardization landscape for mobile network security, it's quite big. So 3GPP is the main one. We build the architecture, security protocols, interfaces, but then we include standards from IETF, from ETSI, from NIST, from you name it. There is a whole list, right? So I don't have a straight answer to that one, and I'm not sure we need a standard. Maybe we need standardized interfaces. Maybe we need something like that. But maybe this overall sharing is not a standardized thing. Maybe it's a trust thing or a business thing or something else.
Interesting. Thanks. Hervé, you wanted to...
Yeah, from a practical perspective, I was going to say Oasis as well, because Oasis has a few standards related to CTI. No, I would like to go on the interface aspect. I think what we really need is some sort of manifest of services, where people know what kind of requests they can address to a peer in order to mitigate or to detect or to detect or mitigate a threat or to reinforce some diagnosis that they have made. If we don't have such interfaces, it's going to make it more difficult. So we not only need the standards, we also need the protocols to interrogate these interfaces and make sure that network operators expose some information. And yes, I understand that's going to be difficult because everyone will be shy of wanting to hide its network structure. But in many cases, you cannot just react to a threat that is inside your network. You need also information that comes from way outside, and sometimes you need mitigation actions to be deployed outside. I know it's a hard part because there are not only technical issues, there are also economic issues. There are, do you want to do the good issues as well? It's complicated, but if we don't tackle them, then in the end we have all a lower security and information sharing level than what we should have.
Okay, thanks, Shahid. You wanted to say something on that?
Yeah, I can say lots of things. It was mentioned a few times, zero trust in this today. So what does this mean? Zero trust means never trust, always verify. So the question is how to verify. And if you manage to solve this, we solve zero trust problem. So when two parties never met each other and they want to talk to each other, so you authenticate. You say, okay, I'm talking to the right entity, which give, for example, authentication service gives you this guarantee. But then the second point, which I mentioned previously as the last thing, is the attestation or assurance. You want to guarantee that the party I'm talking to is in a secure state as well. And that's where the attestation comes in. So there are and auditing as well later on, and linked with EU Cybersecurity Act for certification as well. So I think this is, if you solve this problem, that you somehow you have a automated means to attest each other before you start communicating, then based on the assurance level that you get after attestation, you can see that should I talk to this entity. And there was a question about defense cases versus non-critical communication. So the pipe should not be cut because it's not a very a critical case. And these pipes can be established based on the attestation architecture that must be built for 6G and how this massive mutual authentication attestation can be done. It's an open research problem that we are trying to solve in some, confidential computing was discussed and many other things. So cloud was not discussed much today, but cloud will be key and cloud will be the way the data will be shared. I don't think that the two entities will share like one-to-one. There's always retrieval and storage and then doing something. So when we look at the cloud today, all public cloud providers, you have to trust them, which means that the insider can see when the information is being processed. That's public cloud model. Then there are different solutions. We have touched homomorphic encryption, which gives you guarantee that, okay, we can process something in an encrypted way, but running fancy machine learning algorithms is far fast in future. Then we discuss confidential computing, which means that in a big cloud, you create a small environment which is accessible to only single application based on trusted execution environment. That solves another problem, that you can use either trusted computing or confidential computing or homomorphic encryption based on your model. And then the third AI community comes in and say, okay, never share your data, use federated learning. So you only share models and so on. So it's lots of mixed technologies. I mentioned in the morning as well that the security architecture will for 6G will be a building block of many things. that we already working for, industry 5.0 now and so on. So yeah, I mean, there are lots of things, and security knowledge being developed. Eva mentioned crypto is being developed in NIST, and not primarily for 6G, but certainly 6G will piggyback on the crypto protocols, and it's kind of from the cybersecurity problems or crypto problems is solved. You have identified 5 algorithms, and then you say, okay, these are NIST standardized, just use them. You will not use my fancy algorithm that I developed in a paper, scientific paper. You will go for standards, and then you will not. 3GPP don't build and other standardization their own crypto and their own stuff. They rely. I mean, they package them. For example, maybe there's a PKI architecture that might be built outside somewhere, but the base crypto and the base solutions are built by researchers in different communities, and you kind of adapt them in 6G. And this would certainly happen in this world as well. We will focus more on system research rather than individual components in 6G.
Interesting. So there are some points which for me needs to be highlighted, because you say that zero trust architecture is perfect as long as you have confidential computing or homomorphic encryption, which is a kind of condition to have actually zero trust architecture, because if you don't have that, it's clear in the CPU. Quite interesting from my point of view. So I'm going now maybe up to geostrategic question. We have seen this morning that we have a bunch of hacks, AI hacks, data hacks, cyber hacks, and so on. And the next one should be the revision of the Digital Network Act, meaning that 6G is clearly the target of this scope, and that we need somehow to identify how everything will work together. I mean, there are some components on the AI side that can be provided by a given party. There are mobile networks, the old way, the new way, edge, not edge, more or less distributed computing or whatever. So there's maybe security as a service also delivered by a very specific providers. What are, from your point of view, the required exchange and knowledge sharing between all those parties? From your vision, so that can maybe medium term or long term.
I mean, this is one of the open problems in 6G that must be solved. So I don't think we have a solution today that how this...
We are talking research, so this is
so
perfectly respectable to not have the solution today.
Yeah, and that's good for us to continue some research in this field. But clearly that there are actors who were not part of 5G previously, and now they're becoming part of the overall communication system, and 6G will be, or telecom is key. But then indeed satellite comes in, and other maybe proprietary communication on the sea also comes in, and they need to seamlessly talk to each other, and that handover points need to be defined. Eva mentioned interfaces, so we need to define those interfaces. There is on 6G we say super fast data and blah blah, and very expensive MPC or but then you go to satellite links, depending on it's a LEO, MEO or GEO. But if you go from MEO or GEO, you talk about extremely low data rates, then very high data rates, and then you stay on the LEO level, the low Earth orbit level. Then then you can match maybe 6G or data rates. You need to develop maybe specific communication mechanisms there as well. So there's lots of interesting challenges here, and as I mentioned previously, Sweden, for example, we have a new center being established in the country on 6G satellite communication, with expected over 30 to 40 PhD students working on these topics. Sweden is a telecom country, and 6G is an important part of the economy as well. So there is a need, and there is money in the system to look at these hard problems that you're trying to identify. I mean, I'm quite sure that, from the research point of view, when you hear about, there is a good challenge here, then you like it and you jump into it and you try to solve it. And sometimes it's just a research paper, sometimes industry picks it up because, oh, this is very interesting. So even if 20% of the research ends up in industry, it's a great success. So that's my take on this.
I can add to this, like I usually say in research, some of the results may end up in industry and some of the results may not end up in industry, but the competence build-up is always there. So the competence that's being developed when running these research projects and the people that come out of the projects are of great use for the industry, for society, and for the continued work in universities. So all results are good, I would say.
That's why I thought it was a bit geostrategic, because what I did mind saying that is that there will be some kind of leadership, or there will be people more or less active to have the holistic view of all those components and sharing on the information. And the initiative can come from people where we don't master in Europe, for instance, and some other which are closer to us, more traditional providers. So that's maybe a point for us to think about, and also to drive research to the direction to help those people to take the lead, to be clear. So, yes, you agree. So, okay. So I'm going to my next question, which is fully dedicated to CTI. We saw this today. I don't remember. Maybe it was in ENISA. You wanted to say something? No. Sorry. Sorry.
Maybe just quickly that one of the things that strikes me is that we need somewhat a better control of these networks to leverage the information we get. We get lots of information, but it's hard to actually put it into concrete actions. Either because we don't have the APIs are not in our realm, we don't have the interfaces, we don't understand the information well enough to act. And I think that we should try to look at these regulations as helping us clarify what information should be exchanged and how it should be used.
Quite interesting. So there are some limitations of what we can share with different parties. It's really interesting because we have some discussion with some another region in the world, and they just explained to us that they cannot share the CTI because we trust each other, but to a given extent.
Well, so even worse. I mean, the CTI information is not always trustworthy or accurate. If you look at CVEs, there are about 20% of CVEs whose description is inaccurate in the actual impact of the attack.
Some are there.
And that's very basic, that's not actionable.
Okay, interesting. So how we can make it clear for everybody and how we can benefit from what exists? So that's my next question about CTI. We have plenty of CTI, private, certs, private, public, on different technologies built on silos from technology point of view, based on silos from sectorial point of view. And when it maybe, so first question, do we need something which is CTI dedicated for 6G? That's the first question. And if yes, do we need something to reinvent the wheel? Or do we need to have a kind of federation of what exists and contributes with various contributors, at least in the European scope? What's your thought about that? Which is linked to the previous questions in terms of what we can share and how.
Well, to me, I would go back to the ISACs, which is definitely sectorial, because again, it's coming back to the question of trust. If you share information in a smaller circle, you have more trust, and you can usually share more, and so act more on the information shared. Now, clearly, the downside of that is the silos that you mentioned. I can give you another example. The automated teller machines in the banking industry are very similar to the terminals in the train stations, and they probably have similar threats, at least on the banking side. So if you have the silos on the banking on one hand and the transportation on the other, ISAC on the other hand, then you lose something. So we need also to identify those potential synergies. It's a process. It will come probably, I guess. But if we start with the ISACs, and we have a sectorial ISAC on 6G, there are a number of things that probably can be done on equipment, on proper network procedures, on monitoring, on mitigation, and we would gain something from that.
What is, for important use, the common ratio between the ISACs? Is it 80%, 50%?
You mean the overlap?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you take Industry 4.0 and energy, for instance, the power plant.
It's unequal between sectors. I don't know. I mean, and if you go into that route, probably the 6G ISAC should expose some of its information to the end users of the network, which is a different topic, because usually ISACs are used to sharing similar threats and probably similar experiments in compromise and similar countermeasures in dealing with those compromises. So,
yeah, that's what I wanted
so there are really two things. One is I have the same potential cyber attacks, and so I can deal with them in the same way. And I'm sharing experience with you because I've been attacked before you. That's one thing. And the second thing is I'm supporting you in delivering your services. I've been attacked. It might impact you. Here's the information I can deliver to you so that you can evaluate for yourself the risks that you have. And that would be 6G informing transportation industry or whatever, that there has been something bad happening in the lower layers of the network, and that they need to take care.
Okay.
I can say that, I mean, today CTI, the source anonymity is one of the main problems, I would say, because you want to share, but you don't want to reveal your identity, that I am attacked, or so. And there are silos clearly that they are running. So if we somehow solve this problem that you share your CTI information and I mean the protocols are there, sticks and taxi, but they have limitations of their own that you reveal the source and then you know where it's coming from, and then of course you don't want to share unless you have to. Because of regulations and so on, GDPR and so. So we can see some research problems here as well, that if you can somehow verify, again it's a zero trust thing, that you need to verify that it's coming from a right entity, so it's not a false alarm, that okay, there is a threat here, because then you end up getting thousands and millions of, and then they become useless. But if you have some sort of source authentication in an anonymous way, that it's a valid threat coming from a valid some source, then I think I mean this would be much more useful then. And then there's also a question cross sharing among sectors, and this is also lacking. So if there is some sort of regulation protocol, I don't know if NIS2 would help a bit here. But if it's implemented in a true spirit in a country and you identify for example, Sweden has 7 sectors in NIS1 and now much more with industry involvement. So I'm quite sure that the National Center in Sweden and in other countries, they're thinking about how to share this. So some sort of drive from the countryside is very important for cross-sector sharing. And this will certainly happen, but individual industry, they are very reluctant to reveal that they are hacks and so on. But some sort of anonymous sharing platform, MISP, is there, but it's not really anonymous in that way. So if you develop it further in a way that you have a guarantee that it's coming from a valid source, but without revealing the source, it will help a bit in the sharing.
Well, I guess that even people which are not expert just imagine that strong attestation and things like that are just a prerequisite. Then you have all the semantic and things to understand each other. And I guess from these 2 points of view, the operator of essential interest it's mandatory for them to share some information. So and it's a long story because we knew it with this OIV in France for a little bit before. But somehow you did not clearly answer to my question, which is, okay, there are many things existing per sector, we have some protocols, not everything, but do we need to build something in Europe with the help of researchers to build a 6G CTI based on that? Do you think so? Or this is useless?
So just touch one quick thing here. So all CTI platforms today, they are host-based. You know, they share between two computers, or there's maybe a human clicking some button to share. But most the Stix and Taxi, for example, they don't speak IoT and all this fancy stuff that we are deploying. So the CTI generated from IoT devices, they are lacking. Today. So from the research side, I mean, we at RISE, we are working on something called Tiny Stix and Tiny Taxi, a new ways to share threat information from these massive machines, which would be maybe in millions. So this is one of the research angles that we are looking at.
But everybody knows that there were some attacks coming from objects to the networks with the DOS or whatever behind. So there is clear dependency between the various aspects. So that's my question is: do we need something to make the glue, and to be somehow be a hub and spoke with federating all this existing knowledge, or we just keep separated paths? And should Europe take the initiative? That's
I mean,
the question maybe,
my honest answer is yes, Europe should take an initiative, but who, which type of organization? It might be easier on a country level because you can easily enforce, your sectors, but it's always modular, So if you manage to solve on a single country level, then those interfaces can be opened up across borders. So yes, definitely what you said, but which organization, how? Maybe ECCCC should do something on this. They have a mandate now for cybersecurity. I'm sure ANISA is a key player here, but yeah, I mean, one angle is more guidelines, new things to do, but one is the operational aspect. Someone actually go and do it. Such organization and on a EU scale doesn't exist. I mean, CERT EU is maybe helpful as well, but yes to the question, but no to the solution.
Any other comment or opinion on that?
Maybe a compliment there. At the moment, what really seems to happen is that when there's a compromise, someone reports to a central entity, and then this central entity acts as the trusted broker to dispatch the information. That has the drawback of course, having a single point of failure and adding delays. But on the other hand, this entity also has the ability to verify and qualify the information. So we might benefit from higher quality in terms of information. That doesn't deal with the volume, clearly. But having some form of trusted broker seems to be the best solution that we have at the moment. I'm not saying it's ideal, but it seems to be working, at least at the national level. I think we most have in our countries, national agencies that deal with that. And in general, I have the impression that they are trusted by their constituency, both from a legal perspective, because this constituency has to report to them, and from a technical perspective, because we have the technical capability. Hopefully someday we will have that either as at the open level, but I'm not sure the ECCC or ENISA are at that level yet.
Some maybe potential perspective, but
it's a potential. But clearly, we need. I think we cannot just do the standards and hope that and the regulations and hope that someone magically will implement them. We need the people to monitor that.
Sure. Okay, so I guess we have time for one or two questions from the audience. Yes.
Thanks for all your message. I have a question concerning for the deployment in the title. So who will manage this deployment? The vendor, as Ericsson, or the telco, or new actors should manage this cybersecurity in the final deployment? Thanks.
I can quickly answer. I think at the moment, at least what I see in France is that it's either big businesses who have big cyber businesses who are creating a branch, or very small actors who seem to enter from the point of view of being able to exploit the information, do added value on there, and then share it with customers. But it all seems to be on a fee basis. So it's a lot of the value CTI services seems to be for commercial. And so you have either the big ones who are in the cyber business for a long time, and so they have lots of products, and so it comes naturally to them, or the really small players who are mostly entering from an AI perspective or data visualization, and they bring new things to the table.
That's why the private part exists besides the NSA. And I can make an answer à la Rui. We don't know yet. We don't have any 6G deployed systems.
But we have networks, though. I mean, otherwise you wouldn't be here.
Okay, another question? 1, 2, yes.
Yes, thank you. Just one simple question. Do we have in 3GPP standard or process for monitoring attestation?
No, I don't think so. No, at least no massive scale mutual authentication when two parties today now talk over 5G. No.
What this is not where the 3GPP is the best in terms of standards, so it can come from other bodies. Monitoring. Last one?
Question. Thank you very much. I would like to get back to this cloud and data sharing. Is there an interest for telco cloud sharing, and is there work on security, following the IDSA, European, secure connectors to get, for example, data set from a vertical domain connected to another one, but in a secured way? So is it of interest for telco data to have this secure, connectivity between telco data sets?
There's a lot of discussion in EU and health data spaces, and there are projects and money and system. I'm not sure if there is a telco data spaces exploited in the same way in Europe. No, but it's a very good question. Maybe in the 6G or future context that operators develop their own data spaces in the same way the health or others. Yeah.
Open, for sure.
But they don't want to share. I mean, the data is really key for a single operator. So, so it's, I mean, even in the health data spaces, we are very, very early stage. My wife is in health sciences, so I know how they acquire health data to perform research. It takes at least 3 months to get data from someone, and you get a laptop. That you take home, and then so all this fancy confidential computing and all this stuff, if it's deployed in a true spirit, it will really change the way the health research or things can be done. You have access to maybe real-time health data in a privacy preserved way, and you can perform much more, about our own health. It's like physical health. Than the way things are done today. I mean, the process is so slow. I know that from a day they think of it doing some research, and the actual output comes, it's 1 year, and half of the year is just acquiring data. Where is that? And because the regulations are very tight across it, but the technology is quite ahead, I would say, if there's a spirit to use it, at least on the regional country or city level, then the things will change much more.
Thanks. Good perspective to collaboration. Okay, I guess now we have to close, and to thank you very much for you three, and we will go for the conclusion session, which is so I will ask Rui and Fabio to come in the chairs, and maybe if we can connect with Pavlos and Miguel, which are remote from Brussels. Yes. Sorry, sorry for the delay. We are a little bit late, but this is the end of the day, so as usual, we are late. So I propose to start quickly this conclusion session, and we will start with two talk and presentation by Pavlos from SNS and Miguel from the ECCC that will just depict the state of play of what is happening in terms of research programs in EU related to our topic of today, which is security and 6G. And I guess we decided to start with you, Pavlos, so the floor is yours. And maybe you can, even if you want to present yourself, you will do it better than me.
Perfect. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. That's good. So many thanks, Emmanuel, for the short introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pavlos Fournogerakis, and I'm, for those who don't know me yet, because I already recognize a lot of familiar faces in the audience, but I'm Pavlos Fournogerakis, Deputy Head of Programs in the Smart Networks and Services Joint Undertaking. And Emmanuel, many thanks for giving me the opportunity to participate remotely. Unfortunately, I didn't manage due to urgent priorities, urgent assignments to participate physically this time. But I can promise that I will do my best to participate in the follow-up. And I'm sure there will be a follow-up because I managed to listen to most presentations and discussions. And I do believe that we need to follow up on these discussions. It should not be just one shot, but we should continue to mobilize both communities and continue the collaboration in this important matter. So I know I'm standing between you and your, I don't know, your flights and or your evening stroll in Paris. So I will, but I have a few slides that I would like to share, and I will make it very, very short. So let me share my slides. Just give me 1 second. It says that way. Okay, here I am. If you could please confirm that you can.
Yes,
you can see
we can see it. It's perfect.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So I would like just to give you the general context. This will be an easily digestible information and not a very difficult one for the wrap-up session. Just to present the general context and present some key messages also from my side in this area of, let's say, cross collaboration of safety and security. So I guess you all know that end of 2021, we entered into this new phase of EU research and development in 6G with the launch of the SNSJU. So the idea was, of course, to continue with innovation that's already existing in 5G PPP. So it's a successor of this important program, because we needed to start it also to shape the vision for 6G. And indeed, you can see in this slide some details on the SNSJU governance and how this is created. It has an ambitious mission of, let's say, a 900 million euro budget for the period 21 to 27. And the private sector will contribute with at least, let's say, equal resources to the SNSJU activities. There are two missions. One mission is, of course, to boost the research in 6G, implementing mainly the Horizon Europe program on 6G. And the second objective is to boost 5G deployment in Europe. So this is something that we also need to keep in mind, that it's not only about 6G research. As you can see, industry has a strong leadership role in shaping the strategy and the work program of the JU. It's part of the governing board. But at the same time, member states are also closely associated through the state's representative group. Stakeholders group as well. You can see synergies with other partnerships and associations that have been already established. EXO has a prominent place in this group, as you can also see in the diagram. And of course, we're also developing synergies and partnerships with associations, other associations, but also international partnerships in order to start cooperating in mutually relevant domains. So as a key message, you can see that collaboration and partnership is a strategic priority for the SNS program. So both private and public parties have introduced or created MOUs or partnership agreements with important partnerships in other regions of the world. So SNS, as you can see, is fully aligned with Europe's strategic priorities. And the strategic priorities, of course, are focused on creating this human-centric digital world reflecting the European values. This is the standard approach that we mentioned. But this will be a collective effort, as we say. It's not, that's why we mentioned collaboration and partnership here, because this is required for our response to the magnitude of the challenges that we have. And the European strategy has 5 clear priorities, as you can mention here. And of course, I will not state the other ones, which are equally important, but you can see that technological sovereignty and security, it is a very important pillar in the European strategy. And besides the research that we have, and the one that I will present later, I just want to mention that security is an inherent part of the SNSJU's DNA. And what I mean by that is that the council regulation that led to the establishment of the JU makes strong reference to all the, to most of course cybersecurity policies and communication at that time, like the EU toolbox of 5G security. But of course, since then we have heard about the proliferation of acts. I can also personally agree to that. Many things are happening, even sometimes more than we can easily digest in the policy arena. But still, the policy background, the policy context has evolved, and we always try to take this into account in our work programs. So, like for example, the recent Commission communication on the implementation of the toolbox, where it identifies risks posed by certain suppliers of mobile network equipment, or the European Economic Security Strategy, where we have a clear reference to 5G and 6G implementation and some specific risks. So we take them into account in the implementation of our program. For example, we have security declarations on top of when the applicants submit the proposals, we ask them to submit detailed security declaration to see how all these risks have been addressed in the proposal and how they will be addressed in the implementation of the projects if they're successful. In terms of key technological areas of SNS, in terms of security, I don't think I have much to say in this. I have prepared many things to say in terms of technology, but all the previous speakers have discussed about them. We spoke in the morning about the need to deal not only the network security, but also the service security. Then the incredibly large attack surface with the advent of new technological areas like AI, cloud, IoT, microelectronics, sustainability, and some other areas that we need to take into account. We have heard about disaggregated architectures and the possibility to have security as a service, which is going to provide security in the end, or the notions of differentiated security based on the usages that are many are going to be many in 6G. Of course, for the moment, as Rui said, we can always let's say foresee. We don't know what is going to happen. We heard about the AI in the dedicated session. So all these important aspects that are clearly mentioned in our work programs, but also in the strategic research and innovation agenda of the SNSJU, are dealt in our work program. In terms of where we are, state of play, we are currently in SNS phase 2, and we have a big set of let's say 63 projects running in SNSJU. The second call projects have just started beginning of January. We're in the 60 detailed design and system optimization phase, and then of course you can see here I try to put let's say to try to integrate also the 3GPP roadmap. We have heard how important it is to try to participate in all the standardization activities, and this is also a key priority for the SNSJU program. because we need to start dealing with that. There's a lot of effort from the current projects in terms of pre-standardization activities, but we know the detailed timelines for the 3GPP. We have heard about, I think that Rui mentioned in the beginning that already use cases, SA1 is slowly starting its activities. I guess that SA3 on security will start in the near future. So we need to be ready to contribute to standardization activities in Europe, having Europe as a lead, let's say, continent, lead region in this activity. Of course, 3GPP is not the only SDO, but it's still indicative of the timeline that we need to follow in order to let's say, to be successful in terms of standardization contributions. And this is, I don't want to stay here for long, just to understand that this is the structure of the work program, and the structure includes clear references to security. There is always a dedicated stream on security, but parts of security are also included in other streams. It's not only, let's say, the only part, the only stream that deals with security aspects, but even in the system architecture, in the stream C on the experimentation projects, or even in the large-scale players that we have, there are security aspects. And in stream A, okay, it was mainly for 5G advanced. We don't have any more stream A, let's say, projects in the future, but there are already 2 projects running in security. And if you see the detailed analysis that we have, and the results on the portfolio analysis on security aspects, you can see how important it is in our program, more than 10%, and more than 50 million euros on dedicated projects, and of course many other projects dealing with security that are not included in this number. And of course there will be more projects in the future. Our call is, the third call is open. It has just opened, in fact. We had our info day yesterday. And we expect that proposals by 18th of April. So we also expect many proposals in the area of security before. A very, let's say, fast glimpse on what is happening for the moment, what we have. These are the dedicated projects on security that are already running. Of course, we have HexaX as our flagship projects that is coordinating all these, let's say, approaches and discussions on security. We have our projects collaborating in the context of, let's say, of various structures like the steering board, the technology board, and the working groups. There is no project working group on security, but there is a 6GIA working group on security. Like we had in the 5GPP one, I'm happy that colleagues, I can see also colleagues in the audience that participated in the 5G security working group. But in any case, in the key areas of the running projects, now you can identify many things that we have discussed during the day. We have projects on AI for secure edge architectures. We have even projects on post-quantum cryptography and confidential computing that was identified as a key area in the previous speakers. We have projects dealing with holistic security, smart service framework for IoT, edge cloud continuum, human-centric security, security enablers, and zero-touch security management, and so on and so on. So indeed, the projects deal with many aspects of security. Of course, we cannot have all the security aspects in a way in our projects. We need to be realistic. I cannot agree more with Rui on that. So we need to prioritize things. We need to do our best, but of course we need to make sure that at least the most important areas of cybersecurity in 6G are covered by the first research projects in the series. In terms of our next work program, as I told you, we have another dedicated stream on security, which is before, but we also have reliable AI. So this is also relevant to the discussions of artificial intelligence. So we have a dedicated stream on reliable AI, which may be of interest to both communities. And these are the topics that we have in the current, in the ongoing, let's say, call. The topics that have been identified as important in this area. For this specific work program, for this specific goal, we target a bit higher TRLs. So we want to go to more mature technologies, but we also they can target TRL 3. If they're less mature technologies, we can go up to lower TRLs. Many areas that we have also included in the past, but the novelty here is the integration of secure 6D communication via quantum key distribution and post-quantum cryptography. This is also identified as an important area and high priority for the community. So before I close, I made it very, very fast. To tell you the truth, I wanted to say more things, but I do realize the time limit. So just in summary, and what we discussed, I would like to quote what is included in our JU Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda. So one of the key targets is to have technological sovereignty on security and privacy. And this can happen, of course. We need to happen to implement this objective. We need to create a collaborative environment for key public and private forces to cover all the needs, the complete range of needs of research activities, to develop solutions in hardware and software models, and of course to foster end-to-end solutions that will conform to all European policies and legislation, which is the main background for us. So Europe is fully committed. We are fully committed on a CR6 vision. We have an ITU vision and we follow all the standard principles. We know that security and resilience has been identified as a key design principle that is applicable to all usage scenarios. And we're going to respect that. We follow that in the SNSJU program. And SNSJU can be really a driving force in Europe in terms of research and innovation in cybersecurity for 6G, and by learning, of course, from the 5GPP experience and important achievements. In terms of collaboration, and when I speak about collaboration, I don't speak only at the level of communities, because of course one important thing is mobilize the cybersecurity and the 6G community. I know that there are many common players in different programs. I have been in both programs myself, so I know very well the community. But still, we need to further strengthen the collaboration between these communities. Also, at the European Commission level, and of course at the level of SNS and the European Competence Center that Miguel will also explain later, it is important also to create the necessary synergies. Of course, national initiatives, international partnerships, and vertical new stakeholders are also instrumental to deal with 6D cyber security. And this is, of course, important in view of the upcoming standardization, which is really, really important in terms to validate all the key APIs, the important KPIs that we have on security, or key value indicators. Sometimes we speak about trustworthiness and this kind of stuff, which refer to the key value indicators that we have, and validate, of course, the business perspective towards, let's say, a common approach in terms of standards. One global standard that we say in 6G that refers also to cybersecurity. And then in terms of the last comment, the last message that I would like to relate to all of you is that in terms of the approach towards cybersecurity research, this was a key element in our previous work programs, and it will continue to be a main element in our future work programs. And I really look forward to working with all of you to work with direction. So that's it in a nutshell. Many, many thanks, Emmanuel. Over to you.
Thanks a lot, Pavlos, for all those messages, which just shows that we are pushing, I guess, in the same directions. So very many thanks for that. So I guess now we can go on the on Miguel's side for the ECCC and how things are going on and the state of play on the cybersecurity side. Miguel, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon. So I won't have slides. I'll go straight into it. Well, actually, so also just to introduce myself, I am Miguel Gonzalez-Sancho. My day job is at the European Commission. I'm the head of a unit which is called Cybersecurity Technology and Capacity Building. And we're responsible, amongst others, for Horizon Europe, the cybersecurity part of it. also the Digital Euro program, which is not research but deployment. On other things like the 5G toolbox on security that Pavlos has presented, and the European Cybersecurity Competence Center. And that's the other thing I do. I am the interim executive director of the European Cybersecurity Competence Center for a couple of years now, and then actually next month I will hand over to the new director that was recently selected. So today I was asked to talk about a bit the center and the status, what it does. My presentation will be a bit more, let's say, more administrative than Pavlos, because the center is less advanced in its activities when it comes to research. I will explain that. But it's definitely in the mandate, it's definitely in the regulation of the center. So perhaps a couple of differences with SNS and the European Cybersecurity Competence Center. It's legally, the center is not a joint undertaking. It's, well, a sui generis EU body, we call it, which is a bit, I would say, a bit flexible in that in the beginning, it's now 100% EU funding, and then, well, a bit less than 100% EU funding, and then it can evolve over time. Then in terms of the membership, it's a public-public partnership. It's not a public-private partnership. So it's basically the EU side with member states in this area of cybersecurity. To start with, you know, it was considered, it was a bit sensitive to start directly in the membership, because it was challenging enough to do something together with member states. That might change in future, but for the time being, it's a public-public partnership with member states and the European side. The center in this regulation, it is mentioned that the idea is to cover the full chain, if you like, of intervention, of support on cybersecurity. So starting from research down to you know, deployment, exploitation. But in the beginning, the focus is very much on the Digital Euro program, on deployment, uptake, industrial uptake, if you want. And this is what, in these early days, the center is concentrating a lot. The center, that I have to recall, is not yet financially autonomous. It's still the Commission, it's running it. And it has, you know, taken up in terms of staff and operations, you know, in a significant way in the last quarter of last year. So it's a bit more early days than for SNS. So the center is not today responsible for research yet. It is still the Commission who is doing that, and I will tell in a second how this is planned to evolve. And the status, because that's a question that just to explain the status, as I said, the center has much capability, a lot of staff is already there, around 30 people out of the around 40 people that are foreseen initially. As I said, the selected director will start soon, and the center is effectively now dealing with almost all of the cybersecurity part of the Digital Euro program, which, as I said, has been the initial focus has been on that. And it shall reach its financial autonomy from the Commission in the course of this year. In terms of research, then, so to clarify for everybody, as I said, I will be a bit administrative, but I think it's useful to understand. So as I said, the center is getting operational, but the beginning Digital Euro program. The Horizon Euro program, and also the execution, let's say the goals and the evaluations and the programs, the management of the programs, it is with the European Commission still. Yeah, the idea is that will change in future over time, where the center will get the responsibility for Horizon as well. But you know, this is a process, and we are not yet there. Actually, for Digital Euro program, the other funding program supporting cybersecurity, important program, the center is already almost fully responsible for all of the execution. As I said, calls and evaluations and grant agreement preparations, what have you. Not yet for the programming, and that will come soon. The center adopted last year, some months ago, a so-called strategic agenda, with indications about orientations for both cybersecurity deployment and research. Important to say as well, I didn't say before, for those who don't know, the center, which is this European body, if you like, which is actually based in Bucharest, I should have also said that before. It is linked, so the governing board is member states plus the European Commission, I said it before. And then linked to that, there is a network of national coordination centers, one per member state, and also associated countries have that as well. The role of which is to reach out to the relevant cybersecurity communities, for research, on deployment, on skills, on things like that, to try and disseminate the funding opportunities, for instance, but also to get feedback on what are the let's say the relevant areas for investment, for support, and what have you. So something that I would pass as a message, if people are interested in the Cybersecurity Competence Center, is to get in touch with their local national coordination center, because that's their role. And by the way, they are getting European funding for that, to precisely animate this work at national level. In terms of of more on the substance, as I said, the substance in terms of cybersecurity research, as I said before, it's not with the center itself, it is still with the Commission, and it's done, I would say, in the traditional way. We're talking here about Cluster 3. Cluster 3 is civil security. That's so it includes other different security destinations, as it is mentioned. So border control, disaster management, terrorism. Measures against terrorism and things like that. And one of them is cybersecurity. And in that context, there's consultations with all those interested in cybersecurity research in the context of that Cluster 3 programming consultations. For the Cybersecurity Competence Center, as I said, yet not involved in cybersecurity research. Having a look at their strategic agenda of the Cybersecurity Competence Center, there's different mentions, in particular, of a general nature, like promoting cybersecurity and privacy by design, that of course would apply to future networks. That would be relevant. I have to say that Cluster 3 of Horizon Europe is a relatively, I was going to say poor, but it's less, not very richly funded, let's say, as compared to other clusters, which means that it makes it challenging to do, let's say, to invest in very specific aspects. So it tends to be, if you have a look at the calls, it tends to be calls of a rather horizontal nature and rather high, close to the market, let's say, high TRLs. So when it comes to research, as I say, Competence Center coming up, but not yet there. Still the Commission full in charge for managing the projects in-house to preparing the work program. So in the traditional way, I would say. There's roughly a call on cybersecurity research from Cluster 3 every year, one per year, in around 70 million. Of course, you have, as we've heard from SNS and others, cybersecurity, it should be like that at least. It should be taken into consideration in any technology development. So you would find elements of cybersecurity and as a relevant component in all types of research. But now we're talking here about horizontal cybersecurity research, if you like. So there was a call, the last one that was called, the call was closed in November. It is actually being evaluated this week and last week. you are not going to find specifically a mention to security for 5G, 6G, if you like. But you find, as I said, more general descriptions, like in particular a topic on secure computing continuum, which is anything in the value chain, if you like, from networks, but also devices or what have you. It's that sort of things. And then you will have a next call. The next call, you will have it, opening later in the year, May or something like that, and June, and then it will be again closing in May. The next call of cybersecurity cluster 3. Then just to, I know we are talking about research here, but just would like to mention the other program that I mentioned already a couple of times, which is after research, which is the Digital Year program, which is in terms of cybersecurity, there's quite research funding there. I think it might be of interest for some of you here participating in the conference. There's calls quite regularly. There's a call that opened actually last week. You will find topics like support to the Cyber Resilience Act, which is a new piece of legislation, post-quantum cryptography, artificial intelligence and cybersecurity for SOCs and things like that. But of course, as I said, it is not research in this case. It is about exploiting deployment and uptake. But we all want, of course, that the good results from European research are taken to the market and have an impact. And that's a call which is currently open, and there will be more calls coming up over the Digital Euro program in this year. So I know still is a new program, so still needs to be advertised. But so watch the space, watch the portal, the funding portal for also these opportunities. It might be interest to you. So I will leave it at that for this kind of status on what the competence center stands today, what it does, what it doesn't yet do in terms of research, but will over time do. I mean, the idea of the commission is over the next month to transfer the responsibility for execution of research, and then in due time also for programming. And then otherwise, I find very interesting this initiative that you've taken of putting, let's say, these two topics together in this conference today, cyber and next generation networks. So with that, I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for you. And we know that Pavlos was in Info Day yesterday. You are in the evaluation of a call, so we are very busy those days. So thank you very much to participate to the event. So I will go very quickly because time is going on and people have to take flights. So just before asking Fabio and Rui to wrap up in 5 minutes each the day, I would ask a question still for you, for Pavlos and Miguel. So we discussed today, we have a vertical sector from EXO point of view, which is telecom. From SLS point of view, cybersecurity is a vertical. So you see my point. So don't know what is a vertical, what is horizontal, but there is clearly a need to have a holistic approach and transverse approach from technologies in order to ensure the security end-to-end of 6G and complexity of 6G. So from your point of view, my question is, what do you expect from research communities to achieve this and for the benefit of societal benefits in Europe, or industry benefit in Europe, or even business benefit and industry benefit in Europe?
Who goes first, Pavlos? I don't know if it was this first addressed to Pavlos or to me or to both.
Pavlos or Miguel? You choose.
Emmanuel?
Yes.
Do you want me? I can start if you like. I don't know, Miguel, is it okay for you? I can start.
Yeah, it's okay for me. I'll complement it later.
No, of course. I mean, this is very important. I think it was also, I touched on this matter in my presentation. So indeed, in 6G, as also mentioned by many speakers before, one of the most critical things is to build the right ecosystem. And the big difference also from 5G PPP was that we need to have a more, let's say, broad ecosystem participations from actors from the different areas, as you say, you call them verticals, but yeah, it's not only, we don't call them only verticals, because security is not exactly the vertical, the traditional vertical that we had in PPP. But we expect that, let's say, other actors from industry or from universities, SMEs, actors in the connectivity, in the IoT, in cloud, IT domains, you know, they all participate in 6G activities. So we target a broad base of stakeholders. Of course, the same is the case for other communities, like I told you before about microelectronics or sustainability and others in terms of, let's say, critical mass and, let's say, contribution to the standardization process. So for us, it is critical, it is crucial that the cyber community is involved in all our activities. Not only, of course, in the participation of projects, because sometimes we focus on this one, participation of projects in research, but it's how to set up the strategic research and innovation agenda. So even at that level, it is important in order to achieve the maximum impact that we target in our single basic act and all the objectives that we have as a CSDU. It is important that we have close synergies with other initiatives, other union programs, other funding instruments, also already from the start, from the contributions of the strategic research innovation agenda. So for me, this is the critical path here. We need to start. Already, we, of course, I am aware that these communities are very well collaborating, but still we need. So that is the message in this question, Emmanuel.